Chapter 1. Deeply mourned. Chu Tian, chairman of Tianhai Sunak Group and a generation of Godfather, suffered from brain cancer and other diseases. The state urgently summoned medical apex-level experts. After an emergency consultation overnight, the treatment was ineffective. Godfather Chu Tian died of brain death at 5 a.m. on April 3rd. On April 3rd, 2018, the Dragon Country officially released a piece of news that spread across the world like a storm through the internet. That day, the whole world was shocked. The United States of America announced a 3-day national internet shutdown in mourning. In Mao State, the Iron Army was like a torrent, firing guns for 3 consecutive days. It is said that the well-known iron-blooded tough guy was locked in the room that day, and someone heard crying from inside. In the kingdom on which the sun never sets, the royal princess voluntarily jumped into the sea to be buried with the dead. After his brain died, Chu Tian only felt endless darkness, drowning him like a tide, and he could vaguely hear many cries coming from the outside world. Chu Tian sighed in his heart. If he were given another 20 years, he would like to sit on a rocket and explore Saturn himself to see if there are aliens in the outer universe. After all, there was nothing on this planet that could bother him except disease. Vaguely, a childish, crisp, angry voice suddenly came into his ears. Chu Tian, I order you to go back and pick the fruit of the holy vein flower for me right now, immediately. How dare a woman order him around? Hearing the sound, Chu Tian opened his eyes and looked around. He was now on the top of a mountain, with white clouds floating around him, as if he could touch them with just a raise of his hand. The person who was speaking in the front was a little girl wearing a light white dress, with red lips and white teeth. She should be only 8 or 9 years old. Her cheeks were tender, but she already showed her stunning beauty. The little girl's porcelain doll-like face was full of anger. Seeing Chu Tian seemed confused, she became even more furious and said, Chu Tian, you idiot! I told you a long time ago that Yi Fan saved my life, and I will repay him with everything I have. Since you are my fiancé, you should help me repay my kindness wholeheartedly. And Yi Fan's life story is so pitiful. He was killed when he was born, and his tendons and veins were broken. Only the holy vein flower can hopefully repair them. Don't you have any sympathy at all? Go back immediately. I don't care what method you use. You must pick the holy vein flower fruit. Otherwise, I will ignore you in the future. Compassion? Chu Tian frowned. This was really a rare thing. No one had said these 3 words to him for a long time. After all, at his level, it was all about exchanging interests. Mentioning sympathy is bound to make people laugh, as it is something only children would say. Adults only talk about benefits. But who is this little girl in front of me? Fiancé? Chu Tian looked down and realized that his body had turned into a child. He was wearing a black tights and looked about the same age as the other person, about 8 or 9 years old. It turns out he really is a kid now. It's like Transmigrate was reborn. Chu Tian suddenly felt a headache, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It actually transmigrated, and it even transmigrated into the novel. Profound Emperor? Demon Venerable Chu Tian, Profound Emperor Yi Fan, Divine Maiden Lu Yun. Chu Tian whispered to himself, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Interesting. Really interesting. Even though he is a godfather, traversing both the black and white worlds and building a transcendental business empire, he was also at the age of being a middle school student and loving fantasy. When he was in high school, he stayed up for 3 consecutive nights reading a cheesy novel called Profound Emperor, a very long time ago. However, Chu Tian was deeply impressed. After all, he had experienced a lot, and he always liked to recall the passionate time of his youth when it was late at night and sigh that he also had a time of innocence. The object of his reincarnation is the teenage period of Demon Venerable Chu Tian, a villain that runs throughout the badly finished novel Profound Emperor. He actually transmigrated into this great enemy. His whole family was killed, his fiancée cheated on him, hooked up with son of Fortune Yi Fan, and everything was robbed from him. In the end, he was so angry that he fell into Demon Dao, calling himself the Great Hate Demon Venerable, and was hunted down by the entire Hungtian continent sect. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. In the plot, this hateful demon Venerable Chu Tian is arguably the most miserable character in the entire book. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His father is Emperor Venerable, one of the strongest men in Hungtian continent and the deputy leader of Shantian sect. Shantian sect is one of the 7 apex-level sects in Hungtian continent. The Chu family is the founding family of the Shantian sect and has been passed down for millions of years. The current generation is the most prosperous period for the Chu family. His father, Chu Tian, married a divine maiden from the ancient sword clan from outside the domain, broke through the Emperor Venerable, and reached the pinnacle of his life. After giving birth to 3 girls in a row, she gave birth to Chu Tian, her only boy. Chu Tian is also very competitive. As soon as he was born, he awakened the supreme physique chaos demon god visualization technique. The strange phenomenon shocked the entire Hungtian continent, and he was hailed as the #1 prodigy in Hungtian continent from ancient times to the present. The one in front of him is his childhood fiancée Lu Yun, who has an innate Dao body and is extremely talented. However, although talent has an invincible background, as the villain who opposes the protagonist in the novel, the original owner's end was extremely tragic. But speaking of it, the original owner is already very outstanding among the villains in major novels. He has a very strong background, and the plot runs through almost the entire book. Moreover, because the author did not finish writing it, he was not killed by the protagonist in the end. Although I have done a lot of bad things, God still favors me. At least I have been reborn. Chu Tian muttered to himself. After going through countless storms and life and death tests, there were few things that could move him. His face quickly returned to calm. At this moment, a gentle and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have bound the transcendent level plundering system, plundered everything from Son of Fortune, and will receive a destiny value reward. Chapter 2. Host, don't worry too much or be too sad. A gentle female voice comforted softly. The purpose of this system is to help the host counterattack the Son of Fortune, reach the pinnacle of life, and become the only son of destiny. The reward is a transmigrate gift pack, a copy of the Chaos Creation Manual, a Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman, and a creation pill. Host, please come on and plunder everything from Son of Fortune to get fate points as rewards. Fate points can be used to exchange for items in the system mall. Come on, host. Son of Fortune is nothing but trash in front of you. The system's gentle female voice cheered Chu Tian on. System, you are right about one thing. The Son of Fortune is just trash. Chu Tian muttered to himself, integrating into the identity of this life, with a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes. With his unrivaled background and extraordinary talent, why did he fall into the demon Dao? Who is qualified? What Son of Fortune, the heroine, is trash? As a godfather of his generation, what was he afraid of? The only things that can limit him are lifespan and disease. Since the cheating god let him start over again. In this life, the strong have a long lifespan, and disease is no longer a limitation. He steps on these so-called sons of fortune and reaches the top of the myriad worlds. Humble and pitiful demon venerable, you are both unfortunate and lucky. Since I was reborn, let me change the tragic fate of your family. With an idea in mind, I opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian Realm, Bone-Tempering Realm 7th Layer, possessing 700,000 kilograms of divine power, comparable to the cub of an ancient giant beast. The host is awesome. Physical fitness, Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Skill, Chaos Creation Sutra, 1st Layer, Divine Ability, None Treasures, Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman, can gain Emperor Venerable Combat Power for 10 minutes. Creation Pill, after taking it, there will be no side effects and the host's 3rd Layer realm will be raised, Hungtian Continent, Realm Divisions, Blood Condensation Realm, Bone Tempering Realm, Soul Refining Realm, Body Integration Realm, Divine Realm, Heavenly God Realm, True God Realm, Divine King Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Chu Tian had blood condensation at the age of 3 and was able to carry a mountain. At the age of 6, he entered the bone forging stage and possessed a strength of 100,000 kilograms, comparable to the cub of an ancient ferocious beast. You can imagine how amazing his talent is. Now, only 2 years have passed, but he has already reached the 7th layer of bone forging, possessing a divine strength of 700,000 kilograms, and can lift a mountain with one hand. You can imagine the horror of the Chaos Demon God Visualization technique he possesses. Chu Tian felt it and found that the Chaos Creation Sutra had automatically circulated in his body. In a short period of time, his body was strengthened by 10%, and his skin was covered with a layer of Chaos Aura, which greatly increased his defense. It was estimated that even the Soul Refining Realm would not be able to break through it easily. Chu Feng glanced at the system panel and found that his strength had reached 800,000 gene. It is worthy of being a product of the system and must be a high-quality product. If the Chaos Creation Sutra with such terrifying power were to be dropped onto the continent, it would probably cause the sects in Hungtian continent to fight each other and cause rivers of blood to flow. Chu Tian took out the creation pill and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. All precious elixirs are external things. Only improving your strength is real. The Xiandan melted in his mouth as soon as it entered his mouth. A warm current rushed into his body. The warm current was like a tsunami, madly transforming his body. Bang, bang, bang. There was a violent sound of bones popping in Chu Tian's body, like a thunderous explosion. The sound wave swept across, and the clouds and mist surged violently. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tian's realm rose to the third layer and reached the peak of bone-tempering realm. The power on the panel reached 1.5 million pounds. At the age of 8, he reached the peak of bone forging, weighing 1,500,000 gene. Once this string of digital keys gets out, myriad worlds will be in a commotion. You know, even the cubs of the ancient beasts only have a strength of about 1 million pounds when they are young. The humans in the soul-refining realm would tremble when they see them. Chu Tian, who is only 8 years old, can already fight and kill the cubs of ancient giant beasts. The violent roar immediately attracted the attention of the sect's strong men, and patrolling disciples arrived one after another. But when he saw Chu Tian in black, he immediately shrank his neck, hid in the clouds, and guarded silently. Wasn't this little saint child following his father, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, to hone his body? Why did he come to this deserted place with Miss Lu? Judging from the situation on the scene, it seems that everyone is very unhappy. What happened between these two people is not something they can interfere in, unless they want to die. Chu Tian, I'm talking to you. Don't you hear me? Lu Yun's fair little face became even angrier, and her voice became sharper. You made such a big noise. Are you deliberately trying to attract the sect's strong men to rescue you, and don't want to help me get the holy vein flower fruit? Very good. Since you are unwilling to help me, then don't come to me in the future. I will never pay attention to you. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice stopped abruptly, and her face, which was as white and tender as jade, turned pale. Because just now, Chu Tian came to his senses and looked up at him. That look was so cold, ruthless, domineering, cruel, and majestic that she didn't even know what words to use to describe it. Just one glance made her feel cold all over, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. It seemed that if she dared to say another word, she would die on the spot. It was very similar to the look in the sect leader's eyes that she had seen once. Just one glance was enough to make people tremble and want to surrender unconsciously. But the sect master seemed to be missing something compared to Chu Tian's glance. Holy vein flower fruit, is this it? Chu Tian spoke calmly, took out a black box from his chest, and opened it, a fiery red fruit gleaming inside. The fruit was half the size of his fist and was covered with a mysterious web-like pattern. As soon as it appeared, a rich spirit chi spread out. The holy vein flower is one of the supreme divine medicines of the Holy Heaven sect. It can only produce 3 fruits in 100 years. It is inaccessible to other elders except the divine level. Only when one has made great contributions to the sect and achieved a breakthrough in a great realm will the sect reward 1 fruit. It is extremely precious. The sect's divine medicine field was the area that his father, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, was in charge of. Son of Fortune, Yi Fan's tendons and veins were damaged by the poison. The fruit of the holy vein flower is a divine medicine that can clear his tendons and veins. The original owner was very simple-minded. It was not that he did not take the holy vein flower fruit. He felt that this was to help his playmate who grew up with him and had an arranged marriage to him. It was his duty to help Lu Yun repay the grace of saving his life. But he felt that Lu Yun was obviously his fiancée, but she was always so concerned about that good-for-nothing Yi Fan, and repeatedly asked him to steal precious elixirs and treasures, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He then lied and said he did not take it out secretly, but just wanted to tease his fiancée. She never expected that what she would receive was Lu Yun's angry scolding, who scolded the original owner for not understanding her desire to repay her kindness and for having no sympathy. Chu Tian was also a little speechless. In his opinion, the original owner was already extremely kind and compassionate. He has been helping Lu Yun to repay her kindness without any regrets. He watched his fiancée get involved with other men every day and kept shouting that he would repay her with everything he had. It turns out that Yi Fan is not his fiancée. Why do you give him everything you have and ask him to search everywhere for spirit medicine to create a character that he is grateful for your kindness? From the original plot, we can also see that even until more than 10 years later, Lu Yun has always been hanging out with Yi Fan under this name, and she hates her fiancé, Demon Venerable, so much that she is cold-blooded and heartless if she is slightly dissatisfied with him. However, Lu Yun is the image of the White Moonlight Saintess, and her good reputation spreads throughout the Hengtian continent. She is called the Divine Maiden. Countless people think that the cold-blooded Chu Tian is not worthy of Lu Yun. Later, when the whole family was killed, the angry Chu Tian fell into the demon Dao, but it was too late to save the situation. On the contrary, Lu Yun and Yi Fan got married and got everything from Chu Tian. Otherwise, the great demon venerable would not be affectionately called the great villain by thousands of readers. Supreme divine medicine, holy vein flower fruit. The sect disciples and strong men hidden in the clouds around them also took a deep breath and finally understood why Saint Child and Lu Yun would meet secretly outside the sect. The sect's divine medicine can only be obtained by powerful people who have made great contributions to the sect. Chu Tian took it out, and he must have relied on the power of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable to sneak into the divine medicine field and steal it. Chu Tian is only in the body refining realm now, so the holy vein flower fruit is useless to him. There is only one explanation, that it was stolen and given to Lu Yun. Of course, even so, no one dared to show up and scold. This matter cannot be controlled, and no one dares to control it. The eldest son of the Chu family stole a holy vein flower fruit. If anyone dared to criticize him, at most the disciples of the sect would privately criticize him and think it was unfair, which would indirectly affect the reputation and prestige of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. After all, the supreme divine medicine holy vein flower belongs to the sect's property, not to any particular family or powerful person. Chu Tian, what do you mean? You actually lied to me. Seeing Chu Tian take out the fruit, Lu Yun was not happy at all, but even angrier. What does this guy want to do? He clearly took it, but he lied to her and deliberately made such a big fuss. Chapter 3. You are so ridiculous, little b **ch. Chu Tian looked at Lu Yun. His eyes were filled with deep coldness and a hint of murderous intent. My Xingtian sect governs an area of tens of millions of miles, and there are more than 1 million inner disciples alone, and countless powerful people. Why should a useless person with no cultivation and no achievements get to drink the holy vein flower and fruit? Just because she saved your life? Is your life, Lu Yun, so precious? Are you worthy? Chu Tian, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yun's face turned red, and she screamed. She couldn't believe that Chu Tian would say such a thing to her. Chu Tian's expression was cold. He was not the original owner, nor was he a bootlicker. He said indifferently, "Star slave, come out." As soon as the words fell, the space distorted. A graceful girl wearing a snow-white veil and a light yellow maid's dress appeared and half knelt in front of Chu Tian. "I am here. Please give me your orders, my lady." She is an orphan adopted by Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. She is 10 years older than Chu Tian. She has been trained since childhood to be a loyal warrior trained by the Chu family. She is loyal to the Chu family and has been Chu Tian's personal servant since childhood. He also protected Chu Tian closely when his mind was still immature and he had no ability to protect himself. These assassins do not have their own names. They only have a code name before the word slave. The sun, the moon, the stars, the heaven and earth are the most apex-level code names among the death squads trained by the Chu family. Xingnu, just as he came of age, was ranked third among the Chu family's assassins, who were filled with powerful and evil men. He was named Xing in advance, so you can imagine how talented he is. Raise your hands. Chu Tian placed the holy vein flower fruit into the palm of the star slave, helped her up, and said, "Practice hard, and you will definitely have a place in the upper echelons of Xingtian sect in the future." In the original plot, after he fell into Demon Dao, the only one who followed him till death was the star slave, or what was called the ugly slave at that time. About 10 years later, Yi Fan was trapped in the heavenly fire forbidden area, and his life or death was unknown. Lu Yun rushed into the heavenly fire forbidden area to rescue him despite any obstruction. At that time, Chu Tian was in seclusion and was at the critical moment of breaking through, so he sent star slaves to rescue him. Obviously Lu Yun had been rescued, but she insisted on taking Yi Fan with her, causing the star slave to be engulfed by the hellfire in the forbidden area. Her whole body was burned to charcoal, her face was completely ruined, and she looked like a demon, which was creepy. Since then, she has also been called the ugly slave. After Chu Tian fell into the demon Dao, he escaped from Xingtian sect and was hunted down by all the sects in Hengtian continent. He had no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. It was also Chou Nu who opened up the passage connecting Hengtian continent to the outside world at the cost of burning primordial spirit, allowing the great hatred demon Venerable to escape. She burned the primordial spirit, but in the last second of her life, she was stabbed in the head by the angry Lu Yun and died. "My lady, how can I be worthy of receiving this divine medicine?" I would rather die than accept it. Fear was visibly revealed in Xing Nu's beautiful eyes, and she thought Chu Tian was taking the opportunity to drive her away. She followed Chu Tian and watched him sneak into the divine medicine garden and pick the fruit of the holy vein flower. This is a serious crime in Shantian's sect. How dare she accept it? The future lady-in-law of the young master has always been dissatisfied with her following the young master around all the time and has repeatedly said bad things about her to the young master. Even though she had never said anything bad about the young master's wife and kept the secret, the young master was already dissatisfied with her. She grew up in the Chu family. The master was very kind to her. If Chu Tian didn't want her, she could only repay him with her death. This is a reward from this young master. Take it. Chu Tian had a keen eye and immediately understood Xing Nu's worries. He immediately looked up and said to the seemingly empty sky, "This young master is the sect's designated saint child. According to the sect's rules, he can obtain 2 saint vein flower fruits after he reaches adulthood. This holy vein flower fruit will be deducted from this share. The holy vein flower is the sect's property, and although it is precious, the Chu family is not incapable of producing divine medicine of the same level. There is no need to affect the reputation of the Chu family and his father, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, for such a small thing." In the original plot, it was because Chu Tian messed around for Lu Yun that he offended too many people and ruined the reputation of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable and the Chu family. Yi Fan is lawless, he defies everything and does whatever he wants. In the name of repaying a favor, Lu Yun used the Chu family's reputation to cover up for Yi Fan. Chu Tian felt that he could also do this kind of son of fortune. That's exactly why. When the Lu family slandered the Chu family for rebellion, the Chu family, which had been passed down for millions of years and was the founding family that had operated in the Shangtian sect for millions of years, collapsed so easily. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable was besieged, suppressed, and imprisoned, but surprisingly not many powerful people from the sect came forward to speak out. Because before the collapse of the Chu family, it had already been deserted by everyone, and the strong people in the family were either dead or betrayed. Chu Tian was reborn, so he certainly wouldn't risk his reputation for such a small profit. As a godfather, he knows what is important. When people follow you, feelings are important, but the distribution of benefits is more important. It would definitely not be worth it to damage the authority of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable and the reputation of the Chu family for just a few resources. Little Saint Child, he's so generous. The sect's patrolling disciples and strong men hidden in the surrounding clouds gasped. Looking at the holy vein flower fruit in the hands of the star slave, there is an indescribable envy and jealousy. The fruit of the supreme divine medicine. It has endless magical uses. If it were put on the mainland, even the gods and powerful ones would fight for it. And Chu Tian's explanation. They felt an indescribable yet comfortable feeling in their hearts. It's as if I'm standing on the same level as Chu Tian. Little Saint Child obviously has a huge background, so even if he occupies the holy vein flower fruit, no one dares to say anything. But he explained to everyone that he took it with his share and did not wantonly encroach on the sect's property. Little Saint Child is so kind and amiable, such a nice person. "My lady, I, your servant." Star Slave was wearing a veil, but one could clearly see that her face was flushed and her starry eyes were filled with tears. She held the holy vein flower fruit in her hands, her whole body trembling slightly, and finally, she just kowtowed heavily to the ground. "My life was saved by the Master, and my lady has been so kind to me. I have no gratitude, and I don't know how to repay you even if I die 1,000 times. Congratulations to the host for changing the fate of the Star Slave and being rewarded with 500 points of destiny value." The system's gentle and pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Tian's ears at the same time. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment. That works too. It seems that you can get destiny points by not only suppressing Son of Fortune, but the destiny points you get from suppressing Son of Fortune are not as much. In the original plot, although Xingnu protected him closely, his attitude towards her was always lukewarm, so naturally she would not be valued by the Chu family. Rewarding Xingnu with the holy vein flower fruit was actually a disguised acknowledgement that she was someone close to him. This was crucial. In the future, her status in the Chu family would rise, and she would receive various resources and support, and her destiny would be completely changed. T. This is my divine medicine. Are you worthy of taking it? Lu Yun's voice was sharp and full of anger. She rushed over and snatched the black box away. She also kicked Xingnu on the back, knocking the kneeling Xingnu to the ground. She was very angry and felt that something that belonged to her was taken away, and she felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, She was going to give this holy vein flower fruit to Yi Fan. So how could this S***T be worthy of taking it? It's certainly not that Xingnu couldn't react. Even if her talent was not as good as Lu Yun's, it was not much worse. In addition, there was a gap in their age and realm. She just didn't dare to dodge or resist. After all, the status is there. Lu Yun is Chu Tian's fiancée. They were engaged at birth, and everyone in Hengtian continent knew about it. Chapter 4. Young Madam, I know my crime. I know my crime. Xingnu got up and kowtowed violently to apologize. Bang! At this moment, Chu Tian raised his hand and slapped Lu Yun's ferocious little face hard, directly knocking her hundreds of meters away and smashing a 3-meter-high boulder into pieces. At this moment, the air seemed to stop flowing and everyone was shocked. The people from the sect hiding in the clouds opened their mouths wide. Their pupils contracted violently, and they wished they could turn around and leave immediately. This kind of scene is not something they are qualified to see. One is a little saint child, and the other is the future eldest lady of the Chu family, and she is also an innate Dao body, so her future achievements are limitless. Everything that they see now will become black material for Chu Tian and Lu Yun when they stand at the top of the sect or even the continent. He won't be murdered to silence him. Moreover, little saint child had always treated Lu Yun very well. If not to say he obeyed her every word, he was obedient. How could he suddenly slap Lu Yun in the face for a maid? If this gets out, how will Lu Yun live her life in the future? The black box containing the holy vein flower fruit flew out of her hand. Chu Tian raised her hand to catch it, then lifted up the star slave and placed him in her palm. Xingnu, remember, you belong to this young master. From now on, apart from this young master, the master and the mistress, no one else has the right to make you kneel, let alone hit you. Chu Tian gave the order calmly before turning to look at Lu Yun, a cruel and cold light flashing in his eyes that was completely inconsistent with his childish appearance. The people from the sect in the clouds couldn't help but rub their eyes. For some reason, they felt that little saint child seemed like a different person. He is cold, ruthless, domineering, cruel, and majestic, making people dare not look directly into his eyes. If it was placed on a powerful person who had experienced many hardships and battles, or a deputy sect leader, they would not find it strange. But little saint child is only 8 years old this year. Chu Tian, you be ********D. You actually hit me for this be *******. Don't come to me in the future. I don't want to care about you anymore. Lu Yun crawled out of the ruins. Half of his cheek was swollen and bleeding. There was a resentment in his eyes that was inconsistent with his age. As an innate Dao body, although she is not as good as Chu Tian, she is not far behind. This slap will certainly not kill her. But she still seemed unaware of the seriousness of the problem. You should be thankful that I still have some use for you. I only used 1% of my strength, otherwise your head would have exploded. Chu Tian came over and said calmly, Tell me, who told you that the fruit of the holy vein flower in the divine medicine garden is ripe and can help Yi Fan dredge his tendons and meridians, and asked you to come to me to get it? The fruit of the holy vein flower is the sect's supreme divine medicine. When the fruit is ripe, it becomes the sect's top secret, known only to a select few. As far as I can remember, even the original owner didn't know. It was really strange that a little girl like Lu Yun could know this. Chu Tian has a keen sense of smell and always feels that there is something else going on. A trace of panic flashed across Lu Yun's eyes. She immediately lowered her head and dared not look directly into Chu Tian's eyes. She said anxiously, I found out about it myself and wanted to repay Yi Fan for saving my life. As my fiancé, you don't want to repay my kindness with me, but you even doubt and slander me. Chu Tian, I hate you. Lu Yun shouted. After saying that, Lu Yun turned around and was about to leave quickly. But the next moment, a shadow enveloped Lu Yun. Chu Tian blocked her way and looked down at her, less than a fist away from her. His cold and domineering eyes seemed to want to swallow her up. Lu Yun's petite body trembled violently, as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and all the blood color disappeared from her face. Tell me, who is it? A thunder-like sound exploded directly in Lu Yun's ears. Boom. No matter how scheming she is just a little girl of 8 or 9 years old after all, and her willpower is far inferior to that of an adult. Instantly, Lu Yun shuddered all over, her mind went blank, and she blurted out subconsciously, Devour told me. But the moment she said this, Lu Yun immediately reacted, her whole body stiffened, and she explained, No, it's not. But Chu Tian was already lost in thought, and ignored her feeble excuses. Devour. Chu Tian talked to himself, and information about this Devour automatically emerged in his memory. On Lu Yun's second birthday, the Lu family held a grand birthday party for her, inviting powerful members of the sect and the big families. This Jewer is a servant specially trained by the Yi family, equivalent to Xingnu, a death warrior trained by the Chu family. She was given to Lu Yun as a birthday present. Of course, this Jewer was specially cultivated to be used as a gift, so her talent is naturally far lower than that of a star slave. The Yi family is another founding family of the Chu Tian sect. Together with the ancestor of the Chu family, they founded the Chu Tian sect. The current leader of Chu Tian sect, Yi Xiong, is the head of the Yi family and a well-known emperor-level strongman in Huntian continent. He is respected as Emperor Venerable. He and Chu Tian's father, Yi Heavenly King, who is the current deputy leader of Chu Tian sect, are sworn brothers who grew up together. They are known as the Chu Tian duo by the outside world. The two Emperor Venerables of the Chu Tian sect were feared throughout the Huntian continent. It was with the concerted efforts of the two that the Chu Tian sect was pushed to the top of Huntian continent, ranking first among the apex-level sects in Huntian continent today and dominating the myriad worlds. Son of Fortune Yi Fan was born in this Yi family, but he was a well-known loser in the family. He was born with broken tendons and veins, was not valued by the family, and was looked down upon by everyone. Yi Fan is even a direct descendant of the Yi family and has to call the leader of the Chu Tian sect uncle. Thinking back to the original plot, the Chu family was disgraced and hated by everyone. Lu Yun, the innate Tao body, the apple of the Lu family's eye and the future mistress of the Chu family, fell into the water mysteriously and was saved by the waste of the Yi family. This sets the stage for a series of events that will happen later. But is all this really a coincidence? Interesting, really interesting. Chu Tian's eyes were not as deep as his appearance. He muttered to himself before looking down at Lu Yun and said coldly, "For the so-called repayment of gratitude, you forced your fiancée Saint Child to steal the supreme divine medicine fruit of the sect. This is a heinous crime that is enough to destroy the entire clan." Yi Fan relied on the life-saving grace to threaten the fiancée of the sect Saint Child and helped her steal the divine medicine fruit, which was a serious crime punishable by 1,000 cuts. AB***** ch like you is not worthy of being the future mistress of the Chu family, let alone my fiancée. Lu Yun, this young master will give you two choices. First, I will kill you with my own hands, and then wipe out your entire Lu family. Second, your Lu family will personally capture Yi Fan, skin him alive, and hang him on the top of the sect's main mountain as a warning. This young master can give him a lighter punishment at his discretion. The words fell. Chu Tian turned around and led Xingnu down the mountain. His cold voice resounded through the mountaintop. Xingnu, the supreme divine medicine flower, is a top secret of the sect. Now it has been leaked for no reason. You must immediately bring the law enforcement team to capture the slave Ju'er and interrogate her strictly to see if there is any other hidden story behind this. As you command, my lord. Xingnu and Chu Tian quickly disappeared over the mountain peak. Chapter 5. That's not the case. Chu Tian, let me explain. Lu Yun's face was pale, and she was too frightened. She collapsed on the mountaintop and shouted weakly towards Chu Tian's back. She really couldn't understand why Chu Tian's attitude towards her, and even towards Yi Fan, had taken a 365-degree turn. Aren't the Yi family and the Chu family closely related? What's wrong with her helping Yi Fan? However, she was precocious and understood that she might cause big trouble, which might even affect the survival of her family. The sect patrolling disciples and strong men hidden in the clouds were terrified. Since little Saint Child, the Chu family, and the Lu family were involved, they dared not intervene, and they didn't even dare to help Lu Yun up and left quickly. Soon, news of what happened on the mountain spread throughout the sect at lightning speed. The good-for-nothing Yi Fan relied on the fact that he had saved Lu Yun and threatened her with the favor of saving his life, forcing the little Saint Child to steal the sect's divine medicine flower fruit. The little Saint Child came to his senses and, in a rage, slapped his fiancée and ordered her to arrest the good-for-nothing Yi Fan herself. Little Saint Child even said in person that Lu Yun was not worthy of being the future mistress of the Chu family. In less than half an hour, with the authorization of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, Xingnu led the sect's law enforcement team to forcibly break into the Lu family and arrest Lu Yun's personal servant Ju'er. The Chu Tian sect was shocked. Not long after, the Yi family announced that Yi Fan had been arrested and was being interrogated strictly. If the crime was proven, he would not be forgiven, which put the Chu family at ease. On the top of the mountain, it was not until a long time later that a strong man from the Lu family arrived and brought back the frightened eldest daughter Lu Yun. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the lucky girl Lu Yun and rewarding 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing son of Fortune Yi Fan and rewarding 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The lucky girl Lu Yun has developed a strong fear of you. I will reward you with 500 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Son of Fortune Yi Fan has a huge grudge against you and rewards you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. On the way back to the sect, the system's gentle and pleasant reminder sounds rang in Chu Tian's ears from time to time. In a short period of time, the destiny points he obtained had reached more than 10,000 points. Chu Tian was not in a hurry to return to the sect. After coming down from the mountain, he asked Xing Nu to rush back to the sect to capture Devour. This is the territory of Xing Tian's sect. Anyone who dares to attack him must be tired of living. Chu Tian was thinking about the situation in Xing Tian's sect. The Xing Tian sect has been passed down for millions of years, and the position of sect leader has been taken turns by the two founding families, who have always maintained a delicate balance with each other. But in this generation, as his father, King Chu Tian, married his mother, a divine maiden from the extraterritorial divine race, the Chu family's power grew greatly. Although he was only the deputy clan leader, his authority was already above that of the Yi family. In addition, with the birth of this chaotic god-fiend body and his marriage with the innate Tao body, his power reached its peak, causing the Yi family to have a huge sense of crisis. As far as he could remember, what King Chu Tian told him most was that he must keep a low profile, be cautious, don't strive to be the first in everything, and don't show off his talents easily. Obviously, the deputy sect leader, Chu Tianwang, also sensed that something was wrong with the situation. In order to maintain the unity within the sect, he asked him to keep a low profile so as not to irritate the already sensitive Yi family. The original owner was also very obedient. Although as a saint child, his strength was almost comparable to that of the cubs of ancient behemoths, but he had never stood out and kept a low profile. He had a great reputation but few achievements. You should know that the powerful immortal ancient clan, an apex-level sect, will let their prodigies start to gain experience from a very young age, cultivate and hone their prodigies' talents from a young age. The invincible mentality is cultivated from childhood. Only in this way can one hone an invincible will and compete for supremacy in the world. It is strange that someone like Chu Tian, who has a supreme physique and apex-level background, has remained unknown. The outside world has also been speculating whether Chu Tian is useless or something went wrong in his training, and it has even affected the reputation of the Chu family. Even in the original plot, until the very last moment, when the conflict between the Chu and Yi families had completely erupted and the Yi family's true colors were revealed, King Chu Tian still put maintaining the unity of the sect first and did not completely break off relations, choosing to trust his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiu. Otherwise, with the Chu family's heritage accumulated over 1,000,000 years, even if they were deserted by their friends and relatives and fought back with all their might, the Xingtian sect would not only be torn apart, but at least be severely damaged and fall from the throne of the apex-level sect. If you take a step back, there will be no broad horizon. If you take a step back, you will eventually hand over the foundation left by your ancestors to the other party. Chu Tian said to himself. As a godfather of his generation, Chu Tian has always believed that one punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Deterrence is achieved through fighting, not through humility. Ordinary people have room to be low-key. After all, they don't have the capital to show off. But the Chu family, standing in this position, with such a huge size and terrifying strength, actually wants to develop in a low-key manner. This is an extremely strange thing. Although King Chu Tian is invincible and powerful, he obviously does not understand how cruel the struggle involving the survival of his family is. From Devour's point, it is obvious that the Yi family has definitely begun to lay out its plans. It is even possible that Yi Tianxiong was the one who arranged and set up the scheme personally behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a waste of the Yi family repeatedly come into contact with the jewel in the crown of the Lu family, the future mistress of the Chu family, and thereby interfere with the cultivation of the young master of the Chu family? This is simply something that cannot be explained by common sense. System tasks have been issued. The villains are no longer low-key. A gentle female voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. As a transcendent-level villain, the only child of destiny in the future, you should shine like a star and be feared by the heavens. This mission is a continuous plot mission. Rank 1. Get the first place in the body-tempering realm of the Hengtian ranking. Suppress all prodigy of the same realm, and you will receive a generous system reward. Even the system understands that as a prodigy, you should be feared and powerful. But my father doesn't understand. He keeps a low profile and gives in. This will only make outsiders think that the Chu family has fallen, and they will all want to pounce on us and take a bite or step on us. Hearing the task issued by the system, Chu Tian smiled slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked up to the front. At the sect's entrance, there stands a huge golden stone that is 100 meters high. Hung Tian list, 3 large golden characters, sparkling brightly on the top of the boulder. The Hung Tian list was jointly created by many apex-level sects in Hung Tian continent. It has been passed down for endless years and has a history longer than that of Chu Tian's sect. Every apex-level sect and family in Hung Tian continent will have a list erected at the entrance. The Hung Tian ranking is divided into the Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Realm ranking. The Heavenly ranking carries the ranking of the strongest people in Hung Tian continent. The local ranking includes talented people under the age of 30, and their ranking is determined by their potential. The Realm list is a list of those who rank among the top in combat power in a certain realm. It is also one of the important bases for evaluating the heavenly and earthly lists. Being able to make the list means that your name will be remembered forever, which is the most apex-level honor in Hung Tian continent. There are small golden characters on the boulder, which are the names of people. They are all prodigies who have left their names on the list over the endless years in Hung Tian continent. The first on the heavenly ranking, Lord Hung Tian, the strongest man in the Hung Tian continent since ancient times, blocked the attack of the extraterritorial demons and protected hundreds of millions of lives. 96th on the heavenly ranking, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, deputy leader of the Holy Heavenly Sect, who had occupied the top 3 on the earthly ranking for 27 years, second in the bone-tempering realm, first in the soul-refining realm, third in the body integration realm, first in the heavenly god realm. The 97th on the heavenly ranking, Emperor Venerable, the leader of the Holy Heavenly Sect, had been in the top 3 of the earthly ranking for 27 years, the first in the bone-tempering realm, the second in the soul-refining realm. It has to be said that from the Hung Tian ranking, one can see how fierce the competition is between the sworn brothers Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiu. They have loved and hated each other for decades, fighting for power and winning and losing against each other. Behind this, it also represents how cruel the struggle between the 2 founding families of Chu Tian's sect is in secret. However, this balance was suddenly broken after King Chu Tian married the broken sword divine, maiden Jian Kongzhu, from the ancient sword god clan and gave birth to 3 daughters and 1 son. Chu Tian looked up and saw the 28th on the heavenly ranking, the wife of the Holy Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, who killed the heavenly demon Forbidden Desert Demon Venerable with 1 sword. That's right, Jian Kongzhu not only leads the 2 leaders of Chu Tian's sect by a huge margin, but also has only a short introduction and no past battle record. He directly rushed into the 28th place on the heavenly ranking with just a single sword strike to kill the demon Venerable in the forbidden area. Because the Hung Tian list only records the strong people in the Hung Tian continent, Jian Kongzhu started to appear on the list after she married King Chu Tian, which also completely established Chu Tian's sect's position as the #1 sect in Hung Tian continent. She directly killed her way into the top 30 of the heavenly ranking with just 1 sword. You can imagine how ferocious this old lady, the Great Hate Demon Lord, is. With such a good hand, the Chu family's power reached an unprecedented peak, but it fell from grace and was wiped out in less than 30 years. From the perspective of Godfather Chu Tian, something abnormal must have happened. The biggest evildoers are his father, King Chu, and his 3 sisters. After all, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Son of Fortune Yi Fan and external enemies like Divine Maiden Lu Yun were never the key in Chu Tian's view. Fortresses always begin to collapse from the inside. Chapter 6. Low-key. How can I be low-key? With such an invincible mother and a supreme physique, it is impossible to be low-key. Chu Tian continued to complain about his father, King Chu Tian, in his heart. In the original plot, Demon Venerable's incompetent rage was largely responsible, but the biggest responsibility for the Chu family's demise must be this old man. He ruined a good hand of cards and also restricted the performance of his wife Jian Kongzhu and son Chu Tian. If a genius keeps a low profile for too long, he will really become a mediocre person. Which prodigy doesn't show his unusualness from childhood? Chu Tian looked down at the Hung Tian list. #1 on the Earth ranking, Sihong Saint Sect, Huilian Saintus, Saintus's body, born with immortal chi in mouth, blood condensation at 1 year old, bone tempering realm at 2 years old, soul refining realm at 4 years old. Once ranked first in blood condensation realm, second in bone tempering realm, first in soul refining realm, first in body integration realm. Looking down, there is a series of shocking events. This one was directly passed over by Chu Tian, although this one is indeed very fierce and beautiful, and is a very important female character. But after all, the protagonist Yi Fan, the nemesis of Hualien Saintus, is probably still a waste at the moment, and it is not time for her to be born yet. Deal with her later. Fourth on the Earth list, Yi Feng, son of Emperor Venerable, was once ranked third in the blood condensation realm, fifth in the bone tempering realm, and fifth in the soul refining realm. Yi Feng. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. This man was the fiancé of his elder sister Chu Yunshang, who was born with saintly bones. He was even more mean-spirited, cold-blooded, and ungrateful. The eldest sister Chu Yunshang would later be called the Heartless Witch, spurned by the Hengtian continent, and hunted down by all the major sects, all for him. But Chu Yunshang died in his hands in the end. He killed his own Taoist partner for the sake of justice, which actually enhanced his reputation. In this lifetime, I will never allow such a tragedy to happen to my family. Chu Tian looked at the name Yi Feng, his eyes flashing with terrible murderous intent, and the name finally fell on the 5th place on the bone forging list, a name called Yi Chang. Yi Chang, Yi Fan's elder brother. Yi Fan is such a waste, but he can stay in the Yi family and not be expelled, all thanks to the support of this elder brother. Later, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable died tragically, and the Chu family was wiped out. It was Yi Chang, who was honest, simple, strong, and resolute, who killed the most cruelly. He even spared no babies in the Chu family. It was like telling Yi Fan that if you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Let him do this kind of dirty work. Yi Chang is also the strongest bone-tempering realm in Xingtian's sect. He is 12 years old, has 9th layer of bone forging, has a strength of 300,000 pounds, and can kill 10 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Number 1 on the bone forging ranking, Sihong Xingzong, Hui Mei, bone forging 10th layer, 900,000 genes of strength, 1 minute. 6th place on the bone tempering list, Lu Yun from the Shengtian sect. 9th place, Yi Tian from Shengtian sect. 13th place, Saint Heaven Sect's Yi. On various lists, the names of the Yi family members were often seen, and there were also many other disciples of the Shengtian sect. However, the Chu family was the founding family of the Shengtian sect, and the names of the family members were rarely seen, almost non-existent. In order not to arouse the Yi family's fear, King Chu Tian not only asked his own son to keep a low profile, but also did not allow the other children of the Chu family to compete with the Yi family. The rumors from outside speculating about the Chu family's decline are not without reason. There was a cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. When the beast put away its fangs and claws, it would definitely make people feel that the beast was old. This situation is extremely dangerous and must not continue. After having a preliminary plan for the future in mind, Chu Tian strode into the sect and did not choose to return to the Chu family, but headed towards the Hengtian Palace. Hengtian Palace. As soon as Chu Tian stepped into the palace, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in front of him, followed by an overwhelming sound of flattery. In just 30 seconds, Yi Chang has killed 15 ancient mammoths. 40 seconds, 20 statues. Is Yi Chang going to make a push for the top spot on the bone forging ranking? Except for that loser Yi Fan, everyone in this generation of the Yi family is so fierce. Could it be that the rule of rotation of the position of the sect master of this generation of our Shengtian sect is going to be broken, and the Yi family will continue to be the boss? The sect leader's son Yi Feng is already amazing enough, and Yi Chang is catching up with him so fiercely. 50 seconds, 25 mammoths, and 10 seconds left. 28. Chu Tian looked up and saw that behind the name of Yi Chang, who was ranked 5th on the body tempering list, the words kept jumping. The 1-minute countdown had not yet ended, and the number of ancient mammoths killed had reached 30. But Chu Tian didn't care too much and stood there quietly waiting for Yi Chang to come out. Yi Chang was not his target, and he didn't have the time or energy to cause trouble for such a supporting character. In the end, when 1 minute was over, the number of mammoths killed by Yi Chang reached 33. Almost every 2 seconds, an ancient mammoth with a strength of 100,000 kilograms was killed, which was very close to the level of instant kill. Yi Chang's ranking instantly came to 3rd place on the bone tempering list. Yi Chang, 9th layer of bone forging, 500,000 pounds of strength, killed 33 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Suddenly, the Hengtian list and the D list also began to glow, and Yi Chang's name appeared at the end at number 99. 99th on the Earth list, Yi Chang, 12 years old, had reached 4th in the blood condensation realm and 3rd in the bone tempering realm. Hiss. Inside the palace, many disciples of Chu Tian's sect cast envious and jealous glances. There are millions of inner disciples in Chu Tian's sect alone, but less than 1 in 10,000 can make it onto the list, and only one person can make it onto the Earth list every few years. Being on the Earth ranking meant that one had entered the sect's key training area. Even if you were the last one, it is still a huge honor and an endless supply of resources. A whirlpool appeared on the golden boulder, and a young man with a sturdy build, wearing gray coarse cloth and a crew cut, walked out of it. The fake son of fortune, Yi Chang, has been scanned. A gentle and pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Tian's ears. System, what is the fake son of fortune? Chu Tian asked. The son of fortune has great luck. The people close to him will also be enveloped by the overflowing luck and will grow up with the son of fortune. Therefore, they are classified as fake son of fortune. After the system explained, it reminded again. Targeting the fake son of fortune also falls into the category of suppressing son of fortune, which will deal a huge blow to son of fortune's luck. At this time, Yi Chang, who had just walked out of the golden vortex, immediately noticed Chu Tian at the door, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chu Tian, you slandered my brother, and you dared to come to Hengtian Palace instead of hiding in the Chu family. There was a strong murderous aura flashing in Yi Chang's eyes. He had hurried to Hengtian Palace for testing after learning that his brother had been arrested by the sect. After all, only if he is outstanding enough, the clan will save his younger brother Yi Fan for his sake. But what he hated more was Chu Tian. It's pitiful enough that his brother's tendons and veins are broken, but this guy not only has no sympathy, but he even slanders his own brother and puts him in danger. The reason why he recognized Chu Tian was that when Chu Tian went to Lu's house to look for Lu Yun, he happened to be at Lu's house with his younger brother Yi Fan and saw Chu Tian from afar. Chapter 7. Chu Tian. Is he the little saint child, Chu Tian? Inside the hall, many disciples were shocked and turned their gazes towards Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian is famous and shook the Hengtian continent as soon as he was born, he lives in seclusion and ordinary inner disciples cannot recognize him at all. This matter concerns the two founding families. What just happened has already spread throughout the Chu Tian sect, and even ordinary disciples have heard about it. Boom. Yi Chang's eyes were cold. He leaped up, and his mountain-like body made a loud sound of breaking through the air. He fell in front of Chu Tian like a meteorite, and a dark shadow enveloped Chu Tian. Chu Tian, why do you want to slander my brother? Yi Chang didn't finish his question. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian moved, and threw a punch as fast as lightning, going against the trend, and his fist hit Yi Chang's lower abdomen directly. Puff! Yi Chang spat out a large mouthful of blood, and before he could react, he flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came, and hit the golden boulder on the bone forging list heavily. With a loud bang, the terrifying collision sound was so dull that it seemed to shake the entire palace. Click, click, click. Along with this, there were constant sounds of bones breaking and shattering on Yi Chang's body. Yi Chang slipped off the bone tempering list and fell in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and finally blood continued to flow out. He struggled for a few times, but still couldn't get up. At this moment, the whole audience was suffocated. Everyone in the field opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, filled with shock. No one expected that little saint child Chu Tian would be so domineering and tough. He attacked without saying a word. What was even more unexpected was that prodigy Yi Chang, who had just entered the 3rd place on the body tempering list and squeezed into the end of the Earth list, was instantly crushed by Chu Tian without even a chance to react or fight back. They were all confused. This little saint child, who seemed to be only up to Yi Chang's chest and had a childish face, actually had such terrifying power hidden in his body. At this time, Chu Tian raised his foot and walked towards Yi Chang step by step. The invisible and terrifying power almost stagnated the airflow in the hall. Many disciples thought that Chu Tian wanted to kill Yi Chang. After all, he was Yi Fan's brother. But unexpectedly, Chu Tian didn't even look at Yi Chang. He walked straight past Yi Chang lying in a pool of blood and stepped into the golden vortex of the bone forging list. The whole audience was shocked. During the whole process, Chu Tian didn't even respond to Yi Chang with a single word. He just threw a punch without even looking at Yi Chang. They couldn't describe what it felt like. Just give them the impression that attacking Yi Chang was a natural thing to do. If Yi Chang hadn't come up to him, Chu Tian wouldn't even have had the motivation to attack Yi Chang, because Yi Chang was too weak to be his opponent. It seemed that his purpose of coming to Hung Tian Palace was to challenge the bone-tempering list, and Yi Chong was just asking for a fight. I killed Yi Chong, who is ranked 3rd on the bone-tempering ranking and 99th on the earth ranking, and possesses a huge strength of 500,000 pounds, with one punch. I am not dreaming, am I? Even if it's the cub of the ancient beast golden-winged Great Pong, it's impossible to kill a monster of the same level on the earth list in 1 second. Prodigy on the earth ranking is the most apex-level monster in our Hung Tian continent. Is the Hung Tian ranking wrong? Is there something fishy about Yi Chong's inclusion on the list? All the disciples in the audience were stunned and began to talk a lot, even forgetting that Yi Chong was struggling in a pool of blood and seemed like he might die at any time. All the bones in his body were shattered by Chu Tian's punch. Even if he didn't die, he would be disabled for life. Just at this moment, a name suddenly appeared on the bone-forging list on the golden boulder. Chu Tian, 1 second, 10 mammoths. The word count quickly jumped again. 2 seconds, 30 mammoths. In an instant, everyone in the audience was stunned. What the hell? In the test space, thousands of ancient mammoths made sharp and heavy roars that were deafening. Their snow-white tusks flashed with sharp light. They rushed towards Chu Tian like small hills. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he moved among the mammoths like a flash of lightning. With a wave of his hand and a step, the ancient mammoths were blown up one by one. Wherever it passed, blood mist rose into the sky. He once led a mercenary corps to charge against an army of 100,000 men and witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although this scene was grand, it was not enough to move him. Chu Tian's current strength is too terrifying. With the Chaos Demon God visualization technique, the Chaos Creation Sutra, and the 10th layer of bone tempering, he possesses a strength of 1.5 million kilograms. Even a true dragon cub could not have such terrible power when it was in the bone-tempering realm. 1.5 million pounds. Chu Tian's full-strength punch could even blow up a small mountain. The mammoth, which only possesses a strength of 100,000 pounds, is as fragile as tofu in his hands. Chu Tian was filled with blood and energy, and he charged back and forth among the elephants like a lightning tank. Wherever he passed, the blood of the elephants splattered and no corpses were left. With just a wave of his hand, several mammoths were blown up. At this moment, the atmosphere outside was so weird that it seemed as if there was no one in the Hung Tian Hall. Even the sound of breathing no longer existed. On the bone-tempering ranking, the number at the end of Chu Tian's row was jumping wildly. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 365 ancient mammoths. 15 seconds, 500 ancient mammoths. 20 seconds, 675 ancient mammoths. 30 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. Buzz. The bone-tempering list shook suddenly, and Chu Tian's time calculation stopped at 30 seconds, above 1,000 ancient mammoths. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at the string of numbers with wide eyes. In a pool of blood, Yi Chong was shaking violently, his eyes wide open, and he was coughing up blood continuously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Heavy breathing sounds like those of wild beasts began to appear in groups, and everyone in the palace seemed to be crazy, with bloodshot eyes. Impossible. Absolutely not. It must be cheating. Killing ordinary beasts in the wild wouldn't be this easy. This is an ancient mammoth, with a strength of 100,000 kilograms. It's not a chicken. For many 10th layers, it is extremely difficult to kill an ancient mammoth, and some may even be killed in return. Everyone was stunned. Is this the level of the bone-tempering ranking? Chu Tian muttered to himself in the test space, frowning as he looked at the empty land in front of him. He held his breath, wanting to launch a big attack directly to give a small shock to the Shengtian sect and even the sects in Hung Tian continent. But unexpectedly, I was too focused on killing and killed all the mammoths before the time was up. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, earth-shaking dragon roars and piercing and sharp cries resounded throughout the vast space. 10 nine-clawed golden dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged great pung cubs, and 10 true roar cubs appeared at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and they all rushed towards Chu Tian. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and when its tail swung, the space was shaken. The golden-winged great pung was as fast as lightning. It flapped its wings like teleporting and instantly traveled through space. Its dark golden claws tore towards Chu Tian's face. The roar of Zhen Huo was even more tangible, like a sound wave of divine ability, which made Chu Tian's eardrums slightly painful and his head a little dizzy. 30 cubs of ancient ferocious beasts. It's so terrible that it's unimaginable. Each one of them had the ability to slaughter the top prodigy of the human race. but there were 30 of them at once. Duh. Chapter 8. That's the effect we want. Chu Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out a low roar, raised his hand filled with chaotic black light, directly grasped the sharp claws of the young Peng bird, and tore it apart fiercely. Puff! The baby rock was torn into two, and golden blood splattered everywhere. Chu Tian roared, his blood rushed to the sky, and a chaotic light flowed on his body. The true dragon cub's tail hit his back, leaving only a faint mark, which could not even break his defense. Chu Tian turned around and punched out, directly blowing the dragon cub's head apart. He pulled out his leg, and the Jinho cub exploded on the spot. At this time started moving again on the bone-tempering list outside. Chu Tian, bone-forging 10th layer, killed 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and killed a golden-winged great Peng cub and a true dragon cub in 3 seconds. 10 seconds, 2 true dragon cubs, 3 golden-winged great Peng cubs, and 1 true roar cub. Did I see it wrong? Isn't it after the soul-refining realm, or even the body integration realm, that the ancient beasts will appear in the test? Fighting against a real dragon cub, is this a human? Human race is in the physical realm. Fighting against the cubs of the ancient giant beasts, isn't that the limit of human beings? Kill one in 3 seconds. No, kill a young ancient beast in 2 seconds. Time passed second by second, and the numbers behind kept changing. The heavy breathing sounds in the hall became heavier and louder, like a cow panting. If the Chu Tian ranking trial process could not be interrupted, they would even want to rush into the test space to see if Chu Tian was cheating. Soon, when the time reaches 1 minute, the test ends. Chu Tian's name instantly came to the top of the bone-forging list. Chu Tian, bone-forging 10th layer, 1.5 million pounds of strength, kills 1,000 ancient mammoths in 1 minute, 10 true dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged great pengs, and 10 true roar cubs. Second place, Sihong Holy Sect, Huimei, bone-forging 10th layer, 900,000 pounds of strength, 1 minute, 1.5 million pounds of strength. My eyes are blurry. Someone muttered to himself, looking at the person next to him and asking, "How much did you see?" 150. I saw 152. Chu Tian is in the bone-tempering realm. He possesses a strength of 1.5 million gene, which is almost twice that of a young ancient beast. Is chaotic godfiend body so amazing? Is this the saint child of my Xingtian sect? Cough, 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 cough. In a pool of blood, Yichang's face was extremely pale. He coughed violently, and his whole body kept twitching. It seemed that he would die at any time. But at this time, no one has time to pay attention to him. Buzz. At this time, Chu Tian walked out of the golden vortex. His black clothes were meticulously worn. His face was calm. He glanced at Yichang lightly, then glanced at the bone-tempering list. He seemed not to feel the strange atmosphere in the hall, and left Hengtian Hall. His purpose of coming to Hengtian Palace was to suppress all the peers of the Yi family, including Yichang, not a certain individual. If Yichang didn't come over, Chu Tian wouldn't even have the motivation to actively cause trouble for him. Defeating him would just be a piece of cake. If he wants to die, give him a ride. It's that simple. As for paying too much attention, Chu Tian feels that his energy is precious and should not be wasted on insignificant people and things. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the fake son of fortune Yichang, severely striking his mentality and causing him an irreversible shadow. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Luck in suppressing son of fortune Yi Fan, and reward of 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Chu Tian left. But at this time, in the Hengtian Palace, the ranking of the Earth list suddenly changed, and Chu Tian's name suddenly appeared in the first place. First on the Earth ranking, Saint Child Chu Tian of the Xingtian sect, 8 years old, chaotic godfiend body, ranked first on the bone-tempering ranking. Second on the Earth list, Sihong Saint Sect, Huilian Saintus, Saintus's body, born with immortal chi in mouth, blood condensation at 1 year old, bone-tempering realm at 2 years old, soul-refining realm at 4 years old. Once ranked first in blood condensation realm, second in bone-tempering realm, first in soul-refining realm, first in body integration realm. Ranked third on the Earth ranking, the Heart Demon Sect. Yichang, who had just squeezed into the 99th place on the Earth list, also disappeared from the list. The Heaven and Earth ranking list only records the 99 prodigies with the greatest potential who are under the age of 30. The whole place was in complete silence. In a pool of blood, Yichang's eyes bulged out in anger, and then he fainted. The Xingtian sect has 2 main peaks, representing the 2 founding families, the Chu family's Saint Emperor Peak and the Yi family's Saint Emperor Peak. the main hall at the highest point of Saint Emperor Peak. Chu Tian returned to the Chu family. As soon as he arrived outside the hall, a hunchbacked old man came up to him and saluted him respectfully. Young master, Madam Spirit Partitioning has descended from the God clan and is discussing something with the master. Please wait for a moment. The hunchbacked old man had a face full of wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless, like a dying man. But Chu Tian knew that this was just Tua Lao's appearance. No one knows Tua Lao's real name, but he has been in charge of guarding the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. Even Chu Tianlong has to call him Tua Yi when he sees him. There seem to be countless strong men on Saint Emperor Peak, but this old man could at least be ranked second. After King Chu Tian died, Chu Tian, who had fallen into Demon Dao, was able to escape thanks to the old man who saved Yi Tianxiong with his life. Although he is not a member of the Chu family, he has been in the Chu family all his life. He is better than the people of the Chu family and even more reliable than a group of direct descendants of the Chu family. Okay, Mr. Camel. Hearing that his mother Jian Kongzhu Spirit Partitioning was coming, Chu Tian's heart moved slightly. He returned the gift politely and then stood at the door with Tua Yi waiting. It seems that the butterfly effect caused by his action appeared. In the original plot, Jian Kongzhu had been in seclusion in the ancient sword clan outside the domain. No one knew what he was busy with, and he finally died in the internal struggle of the clan. It was precisely because of Jian Kongzhu's death that without her deterrent power, which dealt a huge blow to King Chu Tian and the Chu family, that the Yi family dared to launch the final blow against the Chu family. However, Yi Tianxiong once had a conversation with Yi Fan, which vaguely revealed that Jian Kongzhu seemed to have had a fierce dispute with the ancestors of the ancient sword god clan because she wanted to get something important for Chu Tian, and Yi Tianxiong fanned the flames behind the scenes, which led to her death. Now that Jian Kongzhu can descend through spirit partitioning, it means that she is still a free person and can return to Xingtian sect at any time. At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from the hall. King Chu Tian, I don't care about the overall situation and unity of the Holy Heaven sect. I just know that if something like this happens again, I will return immediately and chop down the Saint Emperor Peak of the Yi family with one sword. A piece of trash from the Yi family actually dared to bully my precious son. How can you be the deputy sect leader? You might as well change your name to Yi Songbao. Ahem, 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 madam. Please keep your voice down. There are people outside the palace. King Chu Tian's slightly embarrassed voice sounded. Why are you whispering? I'm just saying this to my son. My son has a chaotic godfiend body, a talented body that is rare in ancient times. He's also the son of my broken sword goddess Jian Kongzhu. He was born to stand on top of the starry sky, shining his light on the heavens. Yet in your Shengtian sect, he has to be low-key and cautious at all times. What? Jian Kongzhu's voice was still cold, not leaving any face for King Chu Tian. Even though only spirit partitioning had descended, Jian Kongzhu could actually clearly sense everything inside Saint Emperor Peak. Chapter 9. Tianer did a good job this time. A waste from the Yi family and a little b*** *ch from innate Dao body. Who do they think they are? How dare they bully and plot against my Tianer? It would be best if this is just a farce between children and does not involve the Lu family or even the Yi family. Otherwise, I will demolish them all. And King Chu Tian, let me tell you, if you dare to interfere and say something like, forgive others when you can, and ask Tenor to give up the pursuit, I will kill you with my first sword when I come back, and then I will uproot that Saint Emperor Peak and cripple Yi Tianxiu. King Chu Tian kept smiling bitterly, but facing his angry wife, he could only nod his head repeatedly. Madam, I didn't agree to let Xingnu lead the sect's law enforcement team to break into the Lu family and arrest Juer. The Yi family should understand our tough attitude. Haha, if I hadn't been in spirit partitioning this time, you, King Chu Tian, would have just killed Juer and not pursued the matter any further. Well done, Xiaodian. Juer must be tried and the truth must be revealed. I want to see whether Yi Tianxiong is the one plotting against my son behind the scenes. Jian Kongzhu said resolutely. Madam, that's not the case. That's not the case. It should be some old guys from the Yi family who are behind the scenes. Tianxiong is my sworn brother. He has traveled the continent with me, explored the starry sky, and experienced life and death together. I know him very well. He would never do these shady things to plot against me behind my back. If there is something, he will communicate with me directly. Tianxiong is also a witness to our acquaintance. Why should we delve into it to the bottom of it, disrupt the balance, and make the scene so ugly? Look, Tianer is fine now. I have trained him personally. Now he has forged bones to the 7th layer and has a strength of 700,000 kilograms. almost comparable to a real dragon cub. King Chu Tian tried to persuade him earnestly, brought up past events, and gave Yi Tianxiong a guarantee. Father still values the brotherhood, with Yi Tianxiong too much. Chu Tian lowered his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The reason why he left Hengtian Palace and rushed here quickly was to persuade King Chu Tian to let him handle the matter. Even participating in the Hengtian Temple Bone Tempering Ranking Test was for the purpose of breaking the deadlock. Chu Tian was still thinking about how to convince King Chu Tian. After all, his age was his biggest weakness at the moment, and it was difficult for him to get involved in many things. Fortunately, his mother Jian Kongzhu is not pedantic. With Jian Kongzhu's support behind the scenes, he saves a lot of energy. Hearing Chu Tian's words, the old camel's cloudy eyes flashed with surprise, and he said unintentionally, after the master became the deputy clan leader, he took many things too seriously, which led to a loss of advance and retreat and the loss of initiative. However, many people can't say that the young master's tough counterattack this time actually excited many strong men in the clan. It is my fault for speaking out of turn and making irresponsible remarks about the deputy sect leader. Please punish me, young master. After saying this, Tuo Lao immediately bowed his head tremblingly and apologized. Old Tuo, you are an old elder in the clan. You are embarrassing Xiao Tian by saying this. Chu Tian helped Tuo Lao up, but his eyes were shining with brilliance. What Tuo Lao meant by this was obviously to tell him that there were many people in the Chu family who supported him. Many people in the Chu family were dissatisfied with King Chu Tian's conciliatory and concessionary strategy towards the Yi family. My strong counterattack this time has inspired these people. Tianer, come in quickly and let your mother see if you are injured. At this time, Jian Kongzhu's voice was heard. As soon as Chu Tian stepped into the hall, a beautiful woman in a white gauze dress, with slanted eyebrows and a sharp spirit, came to him and hugged him. She asked about his well-being and checked on Chu Tian's body. Her eyes were full of doting, as if she was afraid that her son had suffered any injustice at the hands of King Chu Tian. Madam, Tianer is also my son. How could I bear to let him suffer any injustice? A tall middle-aged man at the side, King Chu Tian, looked helpless. Outside, he is the invincible Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, the deputy leader of the Holy Heaven sect, and has great power. But at home, he is just an ordinary middle-aged man. Facing his strong and protective wife, he is too scared to interrupt. It was obviously his son who stole the fruit of the holy vein flower and beat his fiancée. In the end, he even threatened to skin and tendons the useless people in the Chu family, otherwise he would destroy the Lu family. But in Jian Kongzhu's eyes, it seemed that his son had suffered a great injustice. But facing the fierce lady, he did not dare to say much. Otherwise the lady would get angry and really run back from outside the domain to destroy the Lu family and chop down the Saint Emperor Peak with a sword, and the situation he had worked so hard to build would collapse. After asking about each other's well-being, Jian Kongzhu let Chu Tian sit in her arms and asked, Xiao Tian, mother doesn't want to argue with your father, this coward. What do you think we should do with that waste from the Lu and Yi families? King Chu Tian smiled bitterly and was about to explain that he was not a coward, but Jian Kongzhu glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that his neck shrank, and he could only look to his own son for help. His purpose, of course, was to hope that Chu Tian would forgive others while he could and not make the matter more serious. Chu Tian felt a little uncomfortable with Jian Kongzhu's intimacy. After all, he was an adult soul. But after feeling Jian Kongzhu's deep maternal love, that feeling of resistance no longer existed. As for King Chu Tian's look of help, Chu Tian simply ignored it. If it weren't for his status, he actually wanted to call him Coward Dad. Chu Tian just hesitated for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes cold and firm. Mom, my opinion is that we must investigate to the end and find out all those who plotted against me behind the scenes. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. In order to maintain the stability and unity of the sect, we must not make mindless compromises. If we keep giving in, the other side will only think that we are weak and can be bullied, and then they will take advantage of us. King Chu Tian, who was smiling bitterly, was shocked when he heard this and looked at his son in surprise. Is this something his well-behaved and obedient son could say? Jian Kongzhu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in praise. What a great man! One punch can prevent 100 punches from coming. You are worthy of being my son, Jian Kongzhu. Just do as you say, Xiao Tian. The old camel standing at the door shuddered all over, and shock flashed in his turbid eyes. Is this something an 8-year-old child could say? The young lady is worthy of being the descendant of broken sword divine maiden and the master. Not only does she have an amazing physique, but her knowledge can also be called a talent. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Just 10 short words, but the more you chew on them, the more you feel that they contain endless truths of life, giving you a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Ha ha ha. A good way to start a fight is to use one punch to prevent 100 punches. This is the attitude of my Chu family. Third uncle also expressed his full support for you, Chu Tian. To get to the bottom of this and find out the real culprit behind this. A middle-aged man walked into the hall, laughed heartily, and applauded. Brother, you gave birth to a good son. I, the third brother, am really envious. The person who came was Chu Tian, the third elder of the Chu family, the younger brother of King Chu Tian, the fifth elder of the Tian sect, and the head of the sect's law enforcement hall. He was also a big shot in the Tian sect, so big that the whole sect would tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Tianyun, greetings, sister-in-law. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Chu Tian has won the first place on the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. This has greatly won honor for our Chu family and enhanced the reputation of our Tian sect. Chu Tianyun saluted Jian Kongzhu and said with a smile, with excitement on his face. Chapter 10. First on the Earth list. Do you mean the Hengtian list? Jian Kongzhu asked. She was not born and raised in Hengtian continent. Although she knew about the Hengtian list, she did not quite understand its status in Hengtian continent. I only know that the ranking of this thing is very important in Hengtian continent. At this time, Chu Tianwang's pupils shrank drastically. He had been somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Tianyun's arrival, but now he threw it all to the back of his mind and said in horror, Third brother, what did you say? Chu Tian ranked first on the Earth ranking. Are you making fun of me and your sister-in-law? I guess everyone in Hengtian continent knows what it means to be number one on the Earth list. The most promising prodigy under the age of 30. But how old is Chu Tian? 8 years old, only in the bone-tempering realm. This is really horrifying. Brother, you are not doing a good job as the deputy sect leader. The whole sect is in chaos. Some old antiques who have been in seclusion for many years have come out of the secret realm to see if there is a problem with the Hengtian ranking or if it is a mistake. And you are personally responsible for teaching Chu Tian. Don't you know how strong Chu Tian is? Chu Tianyun looked at Chu Tian strangely, as if he was looking at a monster, and said, Just now, Chu Tian killed Yi Chong, who was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, with one punch, killed 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and killed 30 ancient giant beast cubs in 30 seconds. Directly broke into the first place of Hengtian bone-tempering list and the first place of Earth list. Now not only our Tian sect, but the entire Hengtian continent has been in an uproar. A large number of old monsters have come out to see who exactly our Tian sect's saint child is, and whether it is a cub of an ancient mythical beast that has transformed into a human form and was brought back by us. The 3 great elders of the sect have come out in person and are currently entertaining those old monsters outside the sect. As Chu Tianyun spoke, his eyes became more and more weird, which made Chu Tian's scalp cold. He felt as if this middle-aged uncle wanted to dissect him, but he actually made it to the top of the local list. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. He was just trying his best to make a big move, telling the outside world that the younger generation of the Chu family had not declined, and to complete the system task at the same time. You are worthy of being my good son. This is the bloodline of my ancient sword god clan, the legendary chaotic god-fiend body. Boo! Coming back to his senses, the extremely excited Jian Kongzhu kissed his son's fair and tender face hard. If your father hadn't been such a coward, Mom would have taken you to travel the stars a long time ago. At the very least, you would have to defeat all the major apex-level sects, the prodigy of the ancient clan, and the cubs of the ancient beasts one by one. My son is indeed the best. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the rank 1 mission of the host, no longer keeping a low profile. You will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points and a soul formation pill, which can bring back the dead, turn bones into flesh, and heal all injuries. At this moment, the system's gentle and pleasant reminders sounded in Chu Tian's ears at the same time. First on the Earth list, first on the Earth list, first on the Earth list. King Chu Tian on the side kept muttering to himself. The emotions on his face were extremely complicated. He was both excited and relieved. After all, Chu Tian was his only son, and every father wanted his son to be successful. There were also helpless smiles. First on the Earth list. This meant that all his years of low-key efforts to prevent the Yi family from being wary of the Chu family had gone to waste. My son is so outstanding that he has directly ranked first on the list. How can I keep a low profile? Forget it, Chu Tian. Dad also supports you to investigate this matter thoroughly, but try not to involve too many people. After all, Yi Tianxiong is Dad's brother in life and death, and our Chu family is the founding family. We must maintain the overall unity and stability of the sect. King Chu Tian sighed. At this point, how could he still not understand that not only his wife, but even his 8-year-old son was dissatisfied with his attitude and secretly ran to Hengtian Palace to take the test without telling him? Chu Tianyan came running over in a hurry. Although he didn't say anything directly, he was using Chu Tianyan to express his dissatisfaction with him. Xiaotian, you are gifted. You were named Saint Child when you were born. In the future, Shengtian sect will definitely be yours. Daddy must be careful in everything and maintain the overall interests of Shengtian sect for your own good. King Chu Tian instructed. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I am doing. Chu Tian smiled and clasped his fists towards King Chu Tian. Finally, this big internal trouble was solved. After all, what he was most worried about was not how amazing Yi Fan, the son of fortune, was, but rather, his father, Chu Tian, who was worried that Yi Fan would be conservative and would hinder him from behind. That would be really troublesome. You are such a coward. You still have some conscience and know who are your family members. Jian Kongzhu rolled his eyes at King Chu Tian. Buzz. At this moment, King Chu Tian, Chu Tianyun, and Jian Kongzhu's eyes moved slightly at the same time, and they looked outside the palace. Master, Madam, the leader of the Tianxiong sect is here with a young man, and they are waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Tu Lao reported. What a terrifying power. Chu Tian looked up at the sky outside the hall, only to see the wind and clouds rolling. The originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. The strong in this world are indeed terrifying. Their power is externalized, and their words and actions can even affect the celestial phenomenon. Xiaotian, Mother is trying to secure a very important opportunity for you in the ancient Sword God clan, so she can't always be by your side. Jian Kongzhu placed his hand on Chu Tian's head, his eyes full of doting. But whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. Everything will be supported by your mother. Well, your cowardly father will also support you from behind. Jian Kongzhu glared at Chu Tianwang, and his figure began to slowly dissipate. Old thing, if you dare to bully my youngest son, I will cut you into pieces with my sword when I come back. Also, take good care of my 3 daughters. If even a hair of yours is hurt, my sworn brother is here. Why don't you let Tianxiong in? Never mind. I will go and greet Tianxiong myself. 3rd brother, Xiaotian, you wait here. King Chu laughed loudly and flew down the mountain quickly. Xiaotian, don't blame your father. He and Yi Tianxiong are brothers for life and death. Plus, our Chu family's ancestral precepts are to put the sect first. Otherwise, with your father's temperament, he wouldn't be so tolerant. Of course, your father is your father, and you are you. Do what you think. Don't be afraid. Your 3rd uncle will be here. Chu Tianyun explained with a smile, then looked at Chu Tian in amazement. It is worthy of being the legendary supreme physique, chaotic god-fiend body. If you don't make a sound, you'll be nothing. But when you do, it will shock the world. At the age of 8, Bone-Tempering Realm directly ranked first on the Earth list. No novelist in the mainland dared to write this. Yi Tianxiong. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, How could it be? This is also human nature. I am also a member of the Chu family, so I will naturally put the overall interests of the sect first. My nephew just wants to find out the truth behind the scenes and resolve the misunderstanding between my Chu family and the Yi family. Chapter 11. Old Tuo, I once heard my mother say that you had a hidden injury in your body. Chu Tian turned his head and looked at the old Tuo at the door and asked. Of course what he said was all made up. Tuo Lao had stayed in St. Emperor Peak for many years and had never taken action. He had hidden injuries in his body, which were only exposed when the Chu family was destroyed in the original plot. Even King Chu Tian didn't know about it. But since Jian Kongzhu is not here, if there is anything that cannot be explained, just put the blame on her. Just now, when Xiaotian came out of Hengtian Palace, the void suddenly cracked and a pill fell down. It looks very much like the legendary soul formation pill to me. Old Tuo, please take a look and see if it is true. Chu Tian made up a story and walked over to put the pill into old Tuo's hands. King Chu is a little unreliable. Since the soul formation pill is produced by the system, it cannot be fake. And he doesn't need it now, so it's better to heal the old camel and add an apex-level combat force to the Chu family. Buzz. A strong medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the entire huge palace. Make soul formation pill. The old camel was shocked and looked at the pill in his hand. It is said that only the Emperor Venerable of the Medicine God clan can refine this apex-level divine pill, which can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh. Chu Tian instantly appeared beside Tua Lao. When he saw the 9 purple lines on the pill, he was horrified. It's exactly the same as described in the classics. Just by sniffing a breath of Dan Qi, the minor Dao injuries I suffered when I was young have been healed. Chu Tianyan looked at Chu Tian with angry eyes and said, "Xiao Tian, did you really pick this up on the street? It's actually the legendary soul formation pill." Chu Tian was surprised. This kind of apex genius in the fantasy world can trigger the roar of the great Dao when they are born. Although it is rare for them to be hit by treasures while walking on the road, it does happen. As the chaotic god-fiend body and the only child of destiny in the future, why can't Chu Tian do it? In that case, please take it quickly, old Tua. It should be good for your hidden injuries. Chu Tian said, "My lord, you absolutely cannot do this. This soul formation pill is so precious that it can bring the dead back to life. It is almost like a second life. I am just a servant of the Chu family. How dare I accept such a great gift from my lord? Madam, you have a keen eye? You can actually see the hidden injuries of this old servant. They are just minor injuries and will not cause any harm. After being tortured by hidden injuries for so many years, day and night, how could Tua Lao not be moved? But he still returned the divine pill to Chu Tian. Old Tua, it's just a pill. Compared with your contribution to the Chu family, it's nothing. Xiao Tian is just doing his part on behalf of his parents." Chu Tian said modestly. After all, there is a system, and there are so many Son of Fortunes that can be exchanged for destiny points. This soul formation pill is said to be precious, but it is really nothing to him. No matter how precious external things are, they are not as reassuring as having an apex-level warrior in charge. Old Tua, you really have a hidden injury. We didn't even notice it for so many years. Chu Tianyun was shocked and immediately said, "Xiao Tian is right. Old Tua, you have made great contributions to the Chu family, and these are what we young people should do. Consider this creation pill as a gift from your family. The tribe will use other things to exchange with Xiao Tian." Chu Tianyun hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, "Xiao Tian, in 3 days, the sacred land of the sect will be opened. Now within the family, I will use this opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake in exchange with you. The Holy Heavenly Lake is the incarnation of the physical body of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, and it is of great use to forging the souls of powerful gods. You have reached the 10th layer of bone refining and have reached the stage where you can start soul refining. The Holy Heaven Pond will also be of great benefit to you in your soul refining journey, and its value is in no way inferior to that of soul formation pills." After Chu Tianyun finished speaking, he looked at Tua Lao and said, "Tua Lao, now you can take the soul formation pill with peace of mind, right? In that case, I have overstepped my bounds. Thank you very much, young master and third master, for your kindness. Everything I have in my life were given by the Chu family. How could I be so worthy of such care?" Tua Lao did not continue to be pretentious. He understood how important this pill was to him, and immediately took the soul formation pill. Buzz. The old camel closed his eyes, a purple divine aura flowed, and the power of creation flashed by. Holy Heaven Pond. When Chu Tian heard this name, his heart trembled slightly. He didn't expect to come across this place so soon. There is a great opportunity hidden in the Shengtian Pond, which was later obtained by Son of Fortune and directly affected the balance of the Shengtian sect. The Shengtian sect has been passed down for millions of years and has experienced many changes. Naturally, it has experienced various ups and downs, as well as crises. And this Saint Ancestor Duanmu was the ancestor of the revival of the Shengtian sect, and he helped the Shengtian sect overcome a critical period of decline. The Duanmu family is also an apex-level family in the Shengtian sect, second only to the 2 major families. The body of Saint Ancestor Duanmu is hidden in the Holy Heaven Lake. After hundreds of thousands of years of baptism by the essence of heaven and earth, his immature spiritual consciousness has begun to emerge. More than 10 years later, when the Holy Heaven Pool opened, Yi Fan gained the recognition of the young disciples in the once-in-a-century baptism for young disciples. The ancestor Duanmu became extremely dependent on him, and thus indirectly gained the support of the Duanmu family, and from then on he gained a firm foothold in the Holy Heaven sect. The living Saint Ancestor Duanmu. This is definitely a huge opportunity, and one of the greatest opportunities Yi Fan has ever obtained. If we can get in earlier, we can do something about it. Chu Tian smiled at his third uncle Chu Tianyan. Although this guy was not of much use to the Chu family in the original plot, and was a villain who died in less than 3 rounds, his role is definitely maximized now. Moreover, He learned from his memory that it was not like what Chu Tian said, that the family exchanged soul formation pills with him, and the opportunity to enter Xingdianxi actually belonged to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the initiative to give soul refining this precious opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake. Thank you, third uncle, for giving this precious opportunity to me. I am also planning to enter the Holy Heavenly Pond soul refining to build a unique foundation. Chu Tian was a little surprised when he heard this. Chu Tian actually knew this. Then he smiled with emotion and said, Third uncle is old. If he enters Xingdianxi, he will only be 1 or 2 small realms higher. The mainland has not been peaceful in recent years. The major sects are on the verge of war, and the younger generation is full of evildoers, fighting each other. There are undercurrents in our sect, and the Yi family is eyeing us covetously. If this continues, my Chu family, although it has a deep foundation, may be in danger. It would be better to give this opportunity to you, Chu Tian, and build a future for our Chu family. If you have a chance in the future, just help me take care of that evil beast in my house. Chu Tian said with a smile, raised his hand and patted Chu Tian on the shoulder, telling him not to worry about it. In fact, if Chu Tian had not ranked first on the Earth list, he would not have given up this opportunity. Thank you, uncle. Chu Tian said sincerely, feeling emotional in his heart. They are indeed an old family that has been passed down for millions of years, united and far-sighted. Chu Tian said it simply. It was just 1 or 2 small realms higher, but many strong people risked their lives to make some progress, but failed. Cowardly dad, cowardly dad. It was clearly a good hand, but you played it so badly that in the end the whole family was wiped out, the children died, and some became possessed by a demon. At this time, the star slave with a snow-white veil appeared outside the palace, knelt on one knee, and said, Star slave, I greet the young master, the third master. Get up, Chu Tian said calmly. Did you get any results from the interrogation of Devour? Xingnu glanced at Chu Tian. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Ah, ha ha ha. Even I don't believe it, Chu Tian. You have a loyal and good servant. Chu Tian smiled and didn't mind. He turned around and walked aside. It's okay, Xingnu, just tell me directly. Third uncle is one of our own. Chu Tian said calmly. There was no need to conduct the forcible attack on Lu's house and capture Devour in secret. Not to mention that Chu Tian is the head of the law enforcement hall. Without his consent, Devour would not be able to command the sect's law enforcement team. Young master, I and many disciples of the law enforcement hall used many harsh punishments. Even though Devour was on the verge of a mental breakdown, she still preferred death to confess. Xingnu gritted her teeth and said, Under desperation, I used the soul-searching method on my own and learned all the facts. This servant used the secret method of Demon Dao. Please punish me, third master and young master. Countless years ago, the heavenly demon nearly destroyed the Hengtian continent, so the Demon Dao secret method was not tolerated in the Hengtian continent. This was also the reason why the great demon lord later fell into Demon Dao and was hunted down by all the sects in Hengtian continent. Go on. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. He knew all this, of course, but in his heart, there was no distinction between good and evil. There is no good or bad in secret techniques. They are just tools, a means to achieve a goal. Chapter 12. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Chu Tian's face was calm. The Shengtian sect governs a territory of tens of millions of miles and a population of hundreds of millions. The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining order, and secretly using some Demon Dao secrets is nothing but a common occurrence. All major sects have used it to varying degrees. It's just that everyone keeps it a secret and doesn't make it public. Devour is the assassin trained by the Supreme Elder Yi Hongwu. She is responsible for instilling the good ideas of the Yi family into Miss Lu Yun and destroying the relationship between Miss Lu Yun and the young master. The news that the fruit of the holy vein flower is ripe and can help Yi fan practice was revealed to Miss Lu Yun by Yi Hongwu. After Xingnu finished speaking, he immediately lay on the ground and held up a jade slip in his hands. This contains records of Devour's memories of Yi Hongwu instructing her to interfere with Miss Lu Yun's many actions. Please check it out, young lady and third master. This matter involves the Yi family's supreme elder, and it is of great importance. Chu Tian looked calm. It was the Yi family's doing, which was not unexpected to him. It was just a procedure. Chu Tian, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face, with a strong murderous look on his face. At this time, King Chu Tian and a dignified middle-aged man with a square face came side by side, and said with a hearty smile, Chu Tian, Why don't you come and greet Uncle Tianxiong? Your Uncle Tianxiong dotes on you the most. Not long after you were born, you even peed on Uncle Tianxiong's face. Saint Child Chu Tian, greetings to the sect master. Chu Tian was very polite, but he did not address Yi Tianxiong as uncle. Instead, he addressed him as sect master and followed the sect's etiquette, which was impeccable. He then turned his gaze to the young man following behind Yi Tianxiong. The boy was probably in his early teens, but despite his young age, his face was stern. While Chu Tian was looking at him, he was also staring at Chu Tian, with a strong murderous look in his eyes that was inconsistent with his age. It was obvious that he was a child who had experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since childhood, and he revealed the maturity of an adult. It's interesting to ask for forgiveness by carrying a thorn stick on one's back. Chu Tian curled his lips. He had too many impressions of this young man in his memory, and Lu Yun was always present. Son of Fortune, Yi Fan. He was an important figure and played a great role in the destruction of the Chu family. Yi Fan was shirtless at this time, with his arms tied with iron chains. There were several thorny iron vines behind him, and the sharp hooks pierced into his back, tearing out his flesh and blood, with scarlet blood dripping continuously. However, Yi Fan's eyes did not show any pain. Instead, he stared at Chu Tian with gritted teeth and suddenly yelled, "Chu Tian, you be asterisk 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 D. If you want to kill me, come to me. There is no need to involve Lu Yun and the Lu family, and there is no need to vent your anger on my brother." Yi Fan was extremely angry, and suddenly rushed towards Chu Tian like a wild beast. Chu Tian stood there quietly, expressionless, but a hint of murderous intent flashed across his young face. This scene was very similar to the scene in Huntian Palace, where Yi Chong took the initiative to provoke. Although Yi Fan is the son of fortune and has experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since childhood, he is still young and lacks cunning. Since Yi Fan wanted to die, Chu Tian didn't mind fulfilling his wish. But at this moment, Yi Tianxiong's majestic and indifferent rebuke suddenly sounded. "You are rude. You made the mistake first. Chu Tian is the saint child of the sect. You are not a loser like me, and you can't yell at me. Kneel down." Yi Tianxiong had a blank expression on his face. He pulled the chain in his hand, and Yi Fan fell directly to the ground and knelt in front of Chu Tian. "Xiao Tian, your uncle came here in person this time. First, to congratulate you on being ranked first on the Hung Heaven and Earth ranking list, and to congratulate your father. Second, it is to resolve some misunderstandings you have about the Yi family, so as not to hurt the brotherly relationship between your uncle and your father and affect the unity of the sect." Yi Tianxiong looked at Chu Tian with a kind smile on his face, and he didn't seem to notice that Chu Tian only addressed him as the sect master. "Uncle has brought this piece of trash here. You can kill him or chop him up, skin him alive, whatever you want. Even if he is my third brother's child, Uncle will never show favoritism. Advertisement. If this incident hurts the brotherhood between your father and me, or even affects the relationship between our two families, this idiot won't be able to make up for it even if he has 10,000 lives." Chu Tian's eyes were slightly cold. This old fox was indeed much more difficult to deal with than son of Fortune Yi Fan. It is obvious that Yi Tianxiong knew that King Chu Tian regarded him as his brother for life and death and would protect his face. So he played the emotional card and acted like an iron-faced and impartial person. Otherwise, he is the saint child of the sect, and a mere waste like Yi Fan would surely die if he faced him. No one saw Yi Chong take the initiative to provoke him, but he was almost crippled by his punch, and no one dared to cause trouble to him until now. Rules are important, but strength is more important. This is a world where the strong and the prodigy are respected. The waste took the initiative to provoke the prodigy strongman. If he was beaten to death, no one would stand up for him. The high-level people in the sect would also stand on Chu Tian's side. When Yi Fan rushed over just now, he was ready to kick Yi Fan to death, but Yi Tianxiong pulled him and saved Yi Fan's life. Son of Fortune is indeed a strong person, and Yi Tianxiong actually came out to protect him. Yi Tianxiong probably realized that something was wrong when he learned that he had reached the top of the Earth list. So this shrewd old man actually made a prompt decision and tied Yi Fan up like a dog. If he really attacked Yi Fan, he would probably appear petty and would be actively destroying the relationship between the two families and the unity of the sect. There was also discussion within the sect about the Chu family's lack of vision. But Yi Tianxiong probably didn't expect that his target from the beginning was not Yi Fan, the waste, and dealing with him was just a side job. His ultimate goal is to awaken King Chu Tian and the Chu family through Yi Fan's affairs, and then strike at the Yi family. Xiao Tian, the Chu and Yi families are brothers. Do you think this matter should end here? Let Xingnu bring Juer here and kill her directly. King Chu Tian could not help but persuade him. If Jin Kongzhu had not come and asked Chu Tian to handle it, he would have let Yi Fan go directly. Chu Tian frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, but before he could speak, Chu Tianyun's cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded. You can't let go. Brother, I know you are thinking about your brotherly relationship with the sect master, but this matter is not just about a piece of trash. Someone is plotting against your legitimate son, the young master of our Chu family, the hope for the future of the sect. We cannot let this end so easily. Chu Tianyun strode over, holding a jade slip in his hand, staring closely at Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and said, Master, I am the head of the law enforcement hall. Do I have the qualifications to interrogate a girl? The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining the order of the sect and has functions such as arrests and interrogations. Naturally, it has the qualifications. Yi Tianxiong said calmly, but there was a dangerous cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Then I would like to ask, Sect Master, what crime should our sect's supreme elder, who is also your uncle Yi Hongwu, be punished for training assassins and inserting them around the fiancée of the son of the Chu family's patriarch? He instigated sabotage in various ways and revealed the sect's top secrets, and instigated our sect's saint child Chu Tian to steal the fruit of the holy vein flower for Yi Fan to take. Chu Tianyun's voice was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were cold. Now I seriously suspect that there are a large number of people in your Yi family who are deliberately plotting against Prodigy, the eldest son of the Chu family. Boom, boom, boom. As Chu Tianyun said this, the sky began to change, the world was distorted, and thick dark clouds covered the sky above St. Emperor Peak. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Chu Tianyun's words were suffocating, and he actually pointed the finger directly at the Yi family. Chu Tian's eyes were calm as he glanced around, keenly sensing the moment Chu Tianyun said this. Although there seemed to be no one around, a large number of terrifying fluctuations emerged. Yi Tianxiong came in person. The strong men of the Chu family, and even the high-level leaders and big families of the sect, are probably paying attention to this place. Advertisement, but Chu Tian had no intention of stopping it. The Chu family has been silent for too long and needs a thorough confrontation to let the outside world know that the Chu family's fangs and claws are still there, and even if the Yi family offends, they will have to pay a heavy price. Chu Tianyun, do you want to disrupt the unity and stability of the sect? Yi Tianxiong's eyes darkened instantly. He looked at the jade slip handed over by Chu Tianyun and did not take it. Instead, he put a big hat on it and shouted coldly, Do you know what you are saying now? It is slandering the Grand Elder. You know this is a serious crime. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you should take it as your responsibility to maintain the order of the sect. Don't you think before you say anything? Back off immediately, Yi Tianxiong shouted angrily. The moment Chu Tianyun came out and spoke, he was keenly aware that something was wrong, as if something had happened that he didn't know about. After all, King Chu Tian's attitude had not changed, but Chu Tianyun dared to come out and provoke him without the order of the head of the family, and even directly involved the supreme elder of the Yi family, his uncle. His keen sense of smell told him that he must not continue with this topic. Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I will settle the score with you later. But at this time, King Chu Tian came over with an extremely ugly expression, raised his hand, and snatched the jade slip from Chu Tianyun's hand. Chu Tianyun actually dared not ask for instructions from the head of the family for such a big matter. King Chu Tian quickly scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense. For a moment, he froze in place. Yi Hongwu. Suddenly, King Chu Tian uttered these 3 words in a hoarse voice, almost from his throat. The terrifying murderous intent instantly filled the vast sky. When Emperor Venerable was angry, mountains collapsed and tsunamis occurred, and the sun and moon lost their light. Elder Hongwu, no, how is this possible? There must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, turned pale and turned to look at Yi Tianxiong. Didn't they say they were here to resolve this dispute? How did it suddenly spread to such a large area? Yi Fan felt cold all over. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who was kind to him and provided a lot of protection to him and his brother Yi Chong. Even the fact that he was able to survive despite his damaged tendons and veins was something Yi Hongwu had spent a huge price to preserve. At this time, Chu Tianyun strode over, looked down at Yi Fan's eyes, and said fiercely, You were poisoned when you were born, and the poison has penetrated into your internal organs. Just to save your life, huge resources are consumed every moment. In these years, to eliminate the toxins, all kinds of precious divine medicine and natural treasures are consumed. Heavenly origin fruit, star spirit, dragon blood vine, etc., and this time's holy vein flower fruit, which one is not a wonder in the world. In order to save your life, Yi Hongwu used your kindness in saving Lu Yun's life to repeatedly instigate our Chu family's young master to steal, causing huge losses to the sect. The crimes he committed are too numerous to list. Bang! Chu Tian raised his hand and hit Yi Fan's chest, making it cave in. His eyes were full of murderous intent. A waste like you is worthy of spending so many rare things in the world to prolong your life. Without the help of my Chu family's young master, you would have died long ago and your bones would have rotted away. How dare you roar at my Chu family's young master? Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Chapter 13. I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel down and apologize to him? Yi Fan was bleeding, his chest collapsed, and his mouth was full of scarlet sticky blood. But instead of giving in, he glared at Chu Tian and roared, I, Yi Fan, will not kneel to the sky, nor to the earth. I will only kneel to my parents. So what if I'm number 1 on the heaven and earth ranking list? If I hadn't been cut off from tendons and veins since childhood, I wouldn't be inferior to him. If I'm given some time, Chu Tian won't be my opponent. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. Don't involve Elder Hongwu. You be ********D. Congratulations to the host for striking a powerful blow to Son of Fortune Yi Fan's mind and rewarding him with 1,000 destiny points. Chu Tian walked over, half squatted down and looked down at Yi Fan and said calmly and indifferently, Waste. In fact, with your talent and strength, you are not worthy of my attention at all. You are even less worthy of me killing you myself. It would only dirty my hands. But Yi Hongwu and some people have been plotting against me behind the scenes to help you. They want you to suck blood from me. This is simply lawless. Tell me, who is behind you? Is it just Yi Hongwu, the Supreme Elder? Chu Tian seemed to be asking Yi Fan, but his eyes were looking at Yi Tianxiong, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Uncle Tianxiong, you are the leader of my Shengtian sect. You know more. Do you think that Yi Hongwu, the Supreme Elder, is really capable of controlling the overall situation of the sect, evading the attention of many powerful people in my Chu family, playing with the Lu family in the palm of his hand, obtaining the sect's top secrets, taking away many treasures, divine medicine, from my Chu family, and prolonging the life of this waste? Why do I feel like there might be a bigger guy hiding behind the scenes? Yi Tianxiong stared at Chu Tian's tender little face. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke. Grand Elder Hongwu is a half-step Emperor Venerable. He has been in charge of many important departments of the sect and has made great contributions to the sect. He is highly respected. Xiaodian, if you think he is not a big shot, then who can be considered a big shot? The heads of the various halls, or the heads of the various peaks, or even me, the sect master, is not enough. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were cold, showing little emotion, but his hands holding the chains were clenched tightly. A terrifying aura filled the air, making the sky dark and changeable. Slandering a supreme elder is a serious crime, and it has even affected the overall unity and stability of our Shengtian sect. Xiaodian, although you are a saint child, you are still young after all. You don't understand or know many things. Don't be influenced by the villain. Yi Tianxiong glanced at Chu Tianyun with a murderous look. He believed that there must be someone from the Chu family behind the scenes, and it was most likely Chu Tianyun, the head of the law enforcement hall and one of the most important figures in the Chu family. Someone was plotting against me behind the scenes. Uncle San was speaking up for me. But how did it become the Chu family that was destroying the unity and stability of the sect? Chu Tian's young face was filled with coldness as he said word by word, Master, this hat is too big for you. You should take it back and wear it yourself. Since this involves Grand Elder Yi Hongwu, then we should first arrest Yi Hongwu and interrogate him carefully to see who is destroying the unity and stability of our Shengtian sect. Uncle really underestimated you, Xiaodian. Yi Tianxiong looked at Chu Tian deeply and said in a deep voice, Every supreme elder has made great contributions to our Shengtian sect and is ranked at the top. They must be carefully investigated and have sufficient evidence before they can be arrested. Yi Tianxiong looked at King Chu Tian and said in a low voice, Heavenly King, there must be a misunderstanding here. Don't be misled by false and fabricated information. If you are not careful about this matter, the sect will be in turmoil. You and I, as the chief and deputy chief, have great responsibilities and must not be easily misled by emotions. Misleading. Xiaoju's soul was searched. What was in her memory was clearly recorded. She was the assassin trained by Yi Hongwu. But at this time, King Chu Tian rarely raised his head, and asked Yi Tianxiong with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. "Brother, the facts and evidence are all there, and you're telling me this is misleading? The heavenly origin fruit, the star spirit, the dragon blood vine, and even the holy vein flower fruit this time. Which one is not a treasure of the sect? Xiao Tian is my son and your nephew. How can you say such things so openly?" Fortunately, Xiao Tian arrested Xiaoju resolutely and decisively this time. Otherwise, in a few years, Xiaoju would suddenly disappear, and the news of the theft of the sect's divine medicine treasures would leak out. Xiao Tian would not be able to clear himself of these charges, even if he jumped into the Tianqing Sea. Advertisement: how will the other families, strong men, and hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect view Xiao Tian, the young saint child? Heavenly King, don't get excited. There may be a misunderstanding. Let me go back and ask Uncle Hongwu, Yi Tianxiong said in a deep voice. He understood that this involved the Yi family's supreme elder and Chu Tian. King Chu Tian was also angry this time. Chu Tianwang suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "Brother, I can make some concessions for the sake of the overall situation of the sect, but this does not mean that I can allow others to plot against my son behind the scenes. I thought it was just a joke between kids. But you, the people of the Yi family, have gone too far this time. Yi Hongwu must pay a heavy price." The terrifying aura emanated from King Chu Tian's body, squeezing each other, causing the sky to twist and then collapse. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying and terrifying. This is a confrontation between two Emperor Venerables who are famous on the heavenly ranking and are counted among the most famous in the history of Hengtian continent. Heavenly King, for the sake of the sect's stability, and also because it involves Uncle Hongwu, can't you let your eldest brother go back and investigate it in detail? Yi Tianxiong's eyes were majestic and cold, and he refused to give in. The sky was suffocating, and inside the Shengtian sect, countless powerful people were frightened to the point of being frozen cold. The Shengtian sect has not faced such a serious crisis for a very long time. The confrontation between the chief and deputy sect leaders represents the two founding families. If one is not careful, a civil war will break out within the sect, which could be a world-destroying scene, and even the Shengtian sect might split. "If you want to kill me, come at me. Don't hurt Grandpa Hongwu." Yi Fan on the side was shaking with fear, but no matter how he struggled and roared, he could not move at all. A trace of Chu Tianwang's breath leaked out, causing blood to ooze out of the pores all over his body. At this moment, a faint breath suddenly enveloped his body, blocking most of the pressure from the overflowing breath. Everyone's eyes were on the two Emperor Venerables, but Chu Tian kept his eyes on Yi Fan and immediately noticed the black ring on the middle finger of his left hand. It was this ring that emitted a ray of black light just now. It seems that the Tianxian divine ring has begun to revive. I wonder if the Tianxian saintess inside has awakened. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly stepped forward and stepped on Yi Fan's arm, saying coldly, "My father is talking to the sect master, and it involves the supreme elder. Is it your turn to speak nonsense?" He exerted force with his feet and crushed Yi Fan's arm bones into powder, but Chu Tian's other hand was as fast as lightning, taking the black ring on Yi Fan's finger and putting it in his pocket. Tianxian Divine Ring. This is the origin of the name Tian Profound Emperor in the original work. Yi Fan began to rise to prominence with the help of this ancient divine ring and the Tianxian Saintess inside it. Tianxian Saintess is equivalent to an old grandfather. Since there is an opportunity, Chu Tian will naturally not allow Yi Fan to have such a chance to rise again. Yi Fan screamed miserably as his arm was completely broken. He didn't even feel that the black ring on his palm had disappeared. Moreover, Chu Tian deliberately squatted down to block his sight, and many eyes in the sect were also on Yi Tianxiong and King Chu Tian. No one noticed that he took the black ring from Yi Fan's palm. Congratulations to the host. You have plundered the protagonist's great opportunity Tianxian Divine Ring, and are rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. The host plundered the Son of Fortune's treasure, the Tianxian Divine Ring, triggering a hidden mission to subdue the Tianxian Saintess. Host, come on. If you conquer Tianxian Saintess, you will receive generous rewards from the system. A gentle and pleasant female voice cheered Chu Tian on. What a vicious little beast. Yi Tianxiong on the side subconsciously glanced at Chu Tian, but thought that he was deliberately taking revenge on Yi Fan, so he looked at King Chu Tian. Advertisement. Heavenly King, what do you think of this? Brother, I will go back immediately to arrest Yi Hongwu and interrogate him personally. I will give you a satisfactory explanation within 3 days at most. Faced with Yi Tianxiong's dominance, King Chu Tian's face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. He keenly felt that something was wrong, but it was not easy to refuse directly. After all, Yi Tianxiong personally brought his nephew Yi Fan to apologize, and his courtesy was very considerate, which gave the Chu family enough face. Yi Hongwu is indeed an important figure in the Yi family and the uncle of Yi Tianxiong. If he is captured directly, the impact will be huge. Uncle Tianxiong, I don't think this is appropriate. Seeing that King Chu Tian was about to retreat again, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He immediately stood up and spoke calmly, no longer paying attention to Yi Fan, who was wailing. 3 days is too long. What if Yi Hongwu has other accomplices or bigger figures behind him? Wouldn't that give him a chance to clear himself of any connection? Moreover, as a supreme elder, he knows many important secrets of our sect. If he defected or did something irrational, it would cause great harm to the interests of the sect. He must be controlled immediately and interrogated strictly. Heavenly King, is this what you mean? Yi Tianxiong asked coldly, unwilling to get entangled with Chu Tian. He was also a little confused. Although Chu Tian was a saint child, he was so young. How could he analyze things so clearly and dare to interrupt their conversations repeatedly? At such a young age, he seemed to have devoured King Chu Tian. This doesn't make sense. According to the past, King Chu Tian should have the final say in the Chu family. There were too many things happening today that were beyond his expectations. King Chu Tian had an ugly and gloomy expression on his face and ignored Yi Tianxiong's inquiries, not only because he had agreed to let Chu Tian handle the matter, but also because he was filled with deep anger. Seeing this, Chu Tian's young face showed a ruthlessness and determination that was not in line with his age. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Tianyun and said fiercely, "Uncle San, this matter is of great importance, and there is no time to lose. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you have the power to execute first and report later and make a prompt decision. Xiaotian, you are right. We must arrest and interrogate him immediately. If you hadn't acted decisively and arrested Jewel last time, the Liu family would have almost sent her away secretly." After receiving Chu Tian's personal instruction, Chu Tianyun was filled with evil spirit, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Law Enforcement Hall, listen to my order. Immediately seal off Elder Xingtian's secret realm, and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. If there is any problem, this hall master will be responsible." Chu Tianyun was filled with evil spirit and flew out directly without asking for the consent of King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong. This matter was handed over to Chu Tian's nephew to handle, as Jian Kongzhu said, and King Chu Tian promised it himself, so he could not be held responsible afterwards. Crash, crash. On the other side, above the law enforcement peak, thick golden chains pierced through the sky, covered with runes and flashing divine light, binding a huge secret realm deep in the void. One after another, the most powerful ones flew out from the law enforcement peak and followed Chu Tianyun to the secret realm, with murderous aura filling the air. The entire Xingtian sect was shocked. The third most important person in the Chu family actually led the law enforcement hall to seal off the Elder's secret realm. This is really going to be a big deal. Chapter 14. Bull, Chu Tianyun, who gave you the power to seal off the secret realm of Elder Xingtian? Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted angrily, "Heavenly King, it's not that I don't want to give face to your Chu family. It's that some people are really too much. In order to maintain the unity of the sect, Big Brother has no choice but to do this. Drink." Yi Tianxiong stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and the universe was distorted. It seemed as if there was a world hidden in his palm, directly covering Chu Tianyun. Upon seeing this, King Chu Tian's face changed from gloomy to bright, and he kept clenching and unclenching his fists with a strong murderous aura. But at this moment, an old voice resounded through the sky. "You plotted against the young master of the Chu family and tried to escape." Old Tuo walked out of the main hall, his turbid eyes flashing with sharpness. He stretched out his big hand, past Yi Tianxiong's big hand, and suddenly grabbed into the void. Boom! The vast void collapsed and became dark. The terrifying power of Emperor Venerable Divine Ability raged, destroying the heaven and earth. Puff! In the void, an old man with white hair and beard, a strong and tall figure, spitting blood, with disheveled hair, fell heavily from the depths of the void onto the Saint Emperor Peak. This person was none other than Yi Hongwu, and no one knew when he had learned the news, but he had actually escaped to the secret realm of Elder Xingtian and was preparing to escape from the sect. If you were to escape from the sect by assassinating the young master of our Chu family, how would our Chu family maintain its reputation? Camel Old Man said softly, then turned and walked back into the main hall. But at this moment, There was a suffocating atmosphere in the sect, and countless strong men were stunned. In addition to King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong, the sect actually has another Emperor Venerable, and he is hidden in the Saint Emperor Peak. The old hunchback turned out to be the hidden Emperor Venerable. Oh my God! I visited the Chu family and met Tua Lao countless times, but I never realized that Tua Lao was Emperor Venerable. Using Emperor Venerable to guard the door, the Chu family. Inside the sect, there were countless strong men whose mouths twitched wildly, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Now, there are 3 Emperor Venerables in the Chu family, and it also includes Jian Kongzhu, the heaven-defying Sword Emperor, who is the strongest person in Hengtian continent today. At this moment, inside the Yi family of Saint Emperor Peak, there was complete silence. The Yi family Supreme Elder was severely injured and knocked down, and terrifying auras kept flashing in the Yi family. Inside the sect, countless people were terrified and desperate, wondering if the 2 founding families would really fight. Heavenly King, does your Chu family still take the sect rules and me, the sect leader, seriously? Yi Tianxiong withdrew his hand with a gloomy face and questioned King Chu Tian loudly. Without my permission and the consent of the Council of Elders, what power do you, the Chu family, have to directly suppress a Supreme Elder and surround the secret realm of Elder Shengan? Although Yi Tianxiong kept questioning, his voice was obviously much smaller, and he did not continue to attack Chu Tianyan. It was obvious that Tua Lao's move and the appearance of an Emperor Venerable in the Chu family again brought him a great shock. Grandpa Hongwu, are you okay? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white-haired old man lying on the ground, bleeding continuously, his whole body trembling. It turns out that the cowardly father is unreliable. Fortunately, the old camel has recovered from his injuries. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was about to stand up and respond to Yi Tianxiong. But at this time, King Chu Tian did not answer the question of his eldest brother Yi Tianxiong, but came to Yi Hongwu, pinched his neck, lifted him up with one hand, and said with a murderous look in his eyes, "Uncle Hongwu, tell me, why do you want to plot against my son? Is there someone behind the scenes instructing you?" These words were suggestive, and it was obvious that King Chu Tian had also begun to have some doubts. When Yi Tianxiong heard this, his body trembled slightly, and his face became even gloomier, as if water could drip from it. He really didn't expect that things would develop like this and be beyond his control. This was not what he knew. King Chu Tian acted so vigorously and decisively. He rushed into the Lu family, captured Juer, and searched her soul. The Chu family dared to be so powerful that they directly suppressed Yi Hongwu, the Supreme Elder, without even seeking the consent of King Chu Tian. What on earth happened? Deputy Sect Leader, everyone has their own share of responsibility. I just couldn't bear to see my Yi family's prodigy crippled for life, so I took the risk. Yi Fan is a monster that only appears once in a million years in the sect. Please don't hold him accountable. Yi Hongwu's cloudy eyes turned with difficulty and glanced at Yi Tianxiong. Suddenly, flames burned in his old eyes. Brother, he is burning himself in soul fire and trying to commit suicide. Stop him quickly. Chu Tianyun's loud shout came from outside the peak and was flying towards them rapidly. But it's too late. Bang. Suddenly, the fire in Yi Hongwu's eyes went out, his vitality dissipated, the spirit chi in his body scattered, his head tilted, and he died in the palm of King Chu Tian. Chu Tianyun flew over, furious, and shouted, "Brother, he must have committed suicide to hide the person behind the scenes, to obtain all kinds of top-secret information of the sect, and to plot against the sect's saint child. The evildoer of our Chu family is definitely not something that a mere supreme elder who withdrew from the core of the sect's power and entered the secret realm of Xingtian could do. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly." Chu Tian stood up and said coldly, of course with some regret in his heart, "We are almost there, and we can follow the clues and pull out the real big fish behind the scenes." Although King Chu Tian exploded, it was obvious that he still had some illusions in his heart. But it is obvious that Yi Hongwu had already prepared to commit suicide. It is impossible to search the soul of a strong man of this level, who is not Juer and is determined to die. Congratulations to the host. Yi Hongwu's death has dealt a heavy blow to Son of Fortune Yi Fan. I will reward you with 2,000 destiny points. Of course we have to investigate. This matter will also be investigated thoroughly by this sect master. Yi Tianxiong said with a gloomy face, but it can be seen that after Yi Hongwu's death, he was more relaxed than before, and said to King Chu Tian, "Heavenly King, this time, Big Brother will not let it go. If I find out that someone is behind the murder of Uncle Hongwu, I will never let it go." "Brother, I will also investigate this to the end. King Chu Tian raised his head forcefully, looked at Yi Tianxiong, and said word by word, Xiao Tian is my bottom line. Brother, you'd better tell some people in the clan and stop. Yi Tianxiong regained his composure, smiled slightly, and said, Okay, Heavenly King, I still say the same thing. As long as we brothers work together, no one can interfere with the unity and development of the Holy Heaven sect. King Chu Tian's face was gloomy, but he still nodded. Grandpa, Cole, you killed my grandfather, I will fight you. At this time, Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast. He pounced on King Chu Tian and started biting him madly. His blood was filled with rich energy, and his bones made popping sounds, which was even more terrifying than Yi Chong's. He had reached the peak of bone strengthening, and his strength was even over 600,000 pounds. Of course, with his limited strength, even if King Chu Tian just stood there and let him hit him, he would only be able to shock himself to death. Sure enough, you have been hiding your strength. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Fan was already able to practice, which was not surprising to him. It is obvious that the reason why Yi Fan has been hiding is that he wants to use Lu Yun to get more divine medicine treasures from him. Yi Hongwu, and even the people behind him, probably never expected that he would suddenly turn against him and continue to investigate. You've wasted so much of the sect's divine medicine and natural treasures, but you can only produce less than 700,000 kilograms of strength. What a waste. Chu Tianyun fell from the sky with murderous intent in his eyes. Brother, just kill this kind of trash and let everyone in the sect see what will happen if you plot against Saint Child. Buzz. Yi Tianxiong, who had just calmed down, suddenly turned his head, with a terrifying murderous aura in his eyes, and said coldly, Chu Tianyun, Uncle Hongwu has already paid his life for this matter and took the initiative to bear everything. Yi Fan is just a child, is it necessary? Heavenly King, what do you think? Yi Tianxiong stared at King Chu Tian. Yi Fan's tendons and veins are all broken, and many divine medicines have been swallowed by him. There is no point in pursuing it further. King Chu Tian remained silent. In his heart, he actually felt that it was meaningless to pursue this piece of trash. It would be better to just give up. The stability of the sect was still the top priority. Who said it's meaningless? At this time, Chu Tian stepped forward and said with a smile, Uncle Tianxiong, so much divine medicine is wasted on a waste. If it gets out, no disciple in the sect will be convinced. Furthermore, Yi Fan was only in the bone-tempering realm and was in the stage of sharpening his muscles and bones. Most of the power of divine medicine was hidden in his body. My nephew thought that it would be a good idea to send him into the realm of sin, where the spirit chi would be cut off, thus preventing Yi Fan from continuing to refine the divine medicine in his body. The second sister has been practicing with the Lord of Poison for many years and has a deep understanding of the human body. She must have the means to extract these medicinal properties. Even if it is impossible to extract it, let my second sister refine it into a pill. With so much divine medicine, it must be a peerless divine pill. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, a faint sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard in the surrounding sky, turning living people into elixirs, and it came from the mouth of Saint Child, a great righteous man, which was simply suffocating. Chapter 15. Refining a living person into a divine pill is a typical demon Tao behavior and a major taboo in the righteous path. Who could have imagined that these words came from the mouth of the sect's little Saint Child? The Sheng Tian sect is a great and righteous sect. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. In his heart, there was no distinction between good and evil. In the original plot, the great demon lord was hunted down by many sects on the mainland because he fell into the demon Tao. The biggest reason is that the Chu family is gone, and without the support of the background, everyone wants to step on this famous unparalleled genius and pounce on him to take a bite. The Chu family is at its peak and has great power. Not to mention just talking about refining the divine pill to make a living person. Even if he refined Yi Fan into a pill right now, who could punish him, and who would dare to hunt him down? In the original plot, these hidden properties of divine medicine provided great help to Yi Fan. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yi Tianxiong was present, so it was difficult for him to kill Yi Fan directly, but it was also impossible for Yi Fan to get away with it so easily. Yi Fan's face turned pale instantly, and his voice became sharp. Chu Tian, you are so vicious, you will definitely die a miserable death. So vicious. My Shengtian sect is a great righteous sect. How can they use such demon Tao methods? Yi Tianxiong was furious and looked at Chu Tian coldly, almost unable to control his emotions. He never thought that Chu Tian, at such a young age, could say such vicious words. Moreover, he, the sect leader, came to his house in person, but the man didn't even give him any face and wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Chu Tian, what you said is a very good method. Chu Tian clapped his hands in praise, and did not mention good or evil, as those were things only children would care about. Yueyao has been training with the deathly poison master for many years. She has sent a message to the tribe saying that she will be back in 2 months. She should have a way. With so many divine medicines, natural treasures, once refined, it will definitely be an amazing divine pill, and it will also be an explanation for the sect's losses. Chu Tian turned around and smiled at his eldest brother, Chu Tianwang. Brother, don't forget what sister-in-law said. This matter is under Xiaoyan's disposal, and the clan also thinks that Xiaoyan's decision is not wrong. Hearing this, King Chu Tian was silent for a while, then nodded and said to Yi Tianxiong, Brother, the sect suffered such a huge loss and caused such a big commotion. Although Yi Hongwu committed suicide, as the chief and deputy chief, we should give an explanation to the whole sect. I am responsible for the order of the sect. It is reasonable to arrest Yi Fan according to the laws of the sect. Considering Yi Fan's young age, if he can be exchanged for a divine medicine treasure of equal value, I can spare his life. Take him away and throw him into prison. Someone, take this trash away. Chu Tianyun waved his hand, and soon a law enforcement disciple arrived, arrested Yi Fan, who looked pale, and flew to the prison. At this point, there is no need to let my son suffer for a piece of waste. Let Chu Tian vent all the anger and frustration in his heart. He and Chu Tianyun both believed that Chu Tian was pursuing the Yi family and Yi Fan, the waste, so relentlessly because of Lu Yun's matter. He's just a piece of trash, just kill him. Uncle Tianxiong, save me, save me. Yi Fan was so frightened that his face turned pale. After all, he was just a teenager who had just experienced the heavy blow of his grandfather's tragic death in front of him. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme. A hellish place like the prison of sin, isolated from the world and devoid of spirit chi, is a place where the great demon is suppressed, and where the most evil people in the world are. If he goes in there, he will probably be completely ruined. You said that as long as I come with you to Saint Emperor Peak, you will keep me safe. Yi Fan was escorted and soon disappeared into the horizon. Yi Tianxiong clenched his fists, his face changing from gloomy to bright, and the terrifying aura made the sky change color. He slowly opened his fists, looked at Chu Tian and said, Nephew, your uncle is an experienced man, and he and your father are sworn brothers, and we have been through the myriad worlds together. So, my uncles and uncles advise you to forgive others when you can. There are countless strong people in the world, and countless strange people and things. If you are in a favorable position everywhere, but fail suddenly, you may fall into the abyss from which myriad tribulations will never recover. Chu Tian clasped his fists and smiled. Nephew will follow the sect master's instructions, but nephew also wants to say something to the sect master. What are you talking about? Yi Tianxiong's face was cold. You were too clever and calculated everything, but it ended up costing your life. Chu Tian said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong looked at Chu Tian deeply before flying away from Saint Emperor Peak. Heavenly King, congratulations, big brother. You have a wonderful son. Ha ha, so refreshing, so refreshing, so G refreshing. Chu Tianyun saw Yi Tianxiong leave in disgrace and burst into laughter. On the Saint Emperor Peak, many of the Chu family's powerful men who were paying attention also showed wanton smiles. It may feel good for a moment, but it will cause endless troubles afterwards. King Chu Tian sighed slightly, but he did not regret it. His son is his bottom line. It would be good to warn the Yi family this time, so that they understand that the Chu family is not without the means and power to fight back. Chu Tian, what are you going to do with the Lu family? King Chu Tian asked his son. Chu Tianyun, who was standing aside, said with murderous intent in his eyes, Of course, we have to make them pay a heavy price. They are a bunch of overconfident guys who want to play both sides, take advantage of our Chu family, and want to climb on the Yi family's boat. They are looking for death. He thought that since Chu Tian was so angry, he would not let the Lu family go. Dad, please discuss this matter with Uncle San and let the clan handle it on my behalf. Chu Tian shook his head and said calmly, I don't want to spend my precious energy on such an insignificant matter. As a godfather of his generation, in this world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Chu Tian understands what is most important. Strength. Strength is everything. If he hadn't gone to Hengtian Temple for the test, and ranked first on the Earth ranking this time. Chu Tian wouldn't have come to express support on behalf of the Chu family's upper echelons. King Chu Tian would not change his attitude so easily. Even Yi Tianxiong would not suddenly bring Yi Fan to ask for forgiveness. Strength, the foundation of everything, is strength. Being ranked first on the Earth ranking list caused everyone's attitude towards him, a mere 8-year-old kid, to undergo an almost earth-shaking change. The Lu family is just a second-rate family in Xingtian's sect. It cannot affect the survival of the Chu family. Chu Tian is too lazy to pay too much attention to it. This time he just wants to express his attitude through the Lu family and strike a blow to the arrogance of the Yi family. Congratulations to the host for striking hard at Son of Fortune Yi Fan. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for striking hard at Son of Fortune Yi Fan. Reward. A gentle and pleasant voice kept ringing in Chu Tian's ears. Dad, third uncle, I passed the Hengtian ranking test and have some new insights. I will go back and meditate to digest them first and try to break through the soul-refining realm as soon as possible. Chu Tian saluted with a fist, then turned and stepped into the main hall. Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun were both stunned for a moment, thinking that they had heard wrongly, and looked at Chu Tian's back in astonishment as he left. This kid really seemed to have no intention of paying attention to the Lu family, which was completely different from his relentless pursuit of the Yi family just now. I really don't understand this kid. Doesn't he hate Lu Yun's betrayal? Chu Tianyun complained speechlessly. After all, Chu Tian's proposal just now to refine Yi Fan into the peerless divine pill scared them all. However, they thought that the reason Chu Tian was so angry was because Yi Fan hooked up with Lu Yun. But suddenly he turned around and didn't bother to care about the Lu family, which was confusing. The child is old, and his father can't understand his thoughts. King Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. Tianyun, Yi Hongwu committed suicide this time, and I have to deal with many things. You will handle the Lu family. Just warn them and teach them a lesson. Lu Yun is a young girl who doesn't know much. After all, she will be Xiaoyan's legal wife in the future, so there is no need to worry too much. Okay, don't worry, big brother. I will handle it properly. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Tianyun's eyes. They had long been dissatisfied with the Lu family's affair with the Yi family, but since this was their eldest brother's family affair, and King Chu Tian and Chu Tian hadn't said anything, it was not easy for them to intervene. But now it has even affected the reputation of the Chu family and almost harmed Chu Tian. Chu Tian's words had been spread, and the two options given to Lu Yun were widely circulated in Xingtian's sect, and almost everyone knew about it. How can I let it go so easily? How can the young master of my Chu family let outsiders bully me so easily? After Chu Tianwang left, Chu Tianyun muttered to himself, then flew out of St. Emperor Peak, bringing with him thousands of law enforcement hall experts, and headed straight for the Lu family outside the sect. Xiaotian gave you two choices. You personally skinned Yi Fan, but you didn't do it. In other words, you chose the first option, which is to confiscate the property and exterminate the entire family. Chapter 16. Law Enforcement Peak, Crime Zone Prison. Uncle, Grandpa's death was so unjust. I will never accept it even if I die. In prison, Yi Fan roared hoarsely, covered in blood, and knelt heavily in front of Yi Tianxiong, kowtowing repeatedly. The supreme divine medicine and the sect's treasures were clearly stolen by Chu Tian himself. Even if Grandpa Hongwu leaked the news behind the scenes, it is not entirely his fault. Chu Tian is the main culprit with the greatest responsibility, and the Chu family is also responsible for failing to supervise. Why? Why did my uncle commit suicide to apologize for his crime? I was also thrown into this prison, but Chu Tian was safe and sound, and the Chu family was unscathed. And Brother Yichang was attacked by Chu Tian for no reason in Hengtian Hall. He was severely injured, most of his bones were broken, and he was seriously injured and dying, but Chu Tian didn't have to bear any responsibility at all. Yi Fan is dissatisfied. I beg you to help me for my father's sake. Yi Fan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he kowtowed to Yi Tianxiong frantically. Please ask uncle to order me to go out. I have to go out to take care of my elder brother and Lu Yun. Because she helped me, the Lu family is now under tremendous pressure. I have too many things to do and cannot die in this sin domain. Please, please, save me. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan kowtowed frantically, his forehead hitting the black stone floor, blood dripping, and the heavy impact sound spread throughout the empty and dark earth. After all these years, you are finally willing to ask me, your uncle, for help. Yi Tianxiong turned his back to Yi Fan, with his hands behind his back, and said in a majestic but low voice, I know that you feel wronged, dissatisfied, and unwilling to accept it. But if you don't accept it, you can only endure it now. Even if you are unwilling, you have to hold it in for me. Your life was bought by your uncle with his own life. Otherwise, no one in the entire Chu Tian sect can save you, not even me. And you still don't even understand how Chu Tian, that brat, managed to get to the top of the earth ranking. Yi Tianxiong's voice became deeper and deeper. My Chu Tian sect has been passed down for millions of years. During these long years, we have experienced ups and downs. We have declined countless times, but we can still rise again. Why is this? It is because the philosophy of our Chu Tian sect is always strength and talent are respected. As long as he has the strength, our two founding families have to give way to him. The ancestors of the three major sects, the apex-level families, Duanmu Xingzhu, Gumozu, and Su Shinzu, were once rising stars in the sects and did not belong to our founding families. But as long as they have enough strength, our two founding families will have to give them the position of sect master. These three founders of the sect's revival were once ranked first on the heaven and earth ranking list. Do you understand? Bang! Yi Fan's face turned pale and he slumped to the ground. Only at this moment did he understand why his uncle, upon learning that Chu Tian had ranked first on the earth ranking, did not even care about his eldest brother Yi Chong, who was at the bottom of the earth ranking and was severely injured, and hurriedly tied him up and went to apologize to Chu Tian. What is the concept of the three great founders of the revival? Without them, the Chu Tian sect would probably no longer exist. It was they who turned the tide, saved the sect from dire straits, and led the sect to rise again. And when they were young, they also ranked first on the local list. The three apex-level families are now the families within the Chu Tian sect, second only to the Yi family and the Chu family. They are qualified to own a mountain that belongs to them alone within the sect. And Chu Tian, although only 8 years old, has already made it to the top of the earth ranking, comparable to these three founders of the restoration. This kind of monster, even if he didn't have the Chu family's background, would probably be nothing if he stole some supreme divine medicine, a treasure. And a waste like me almost affected the cultivation of this monster. This is a heinous crime that is unforgivable. If Chu Tian kills him, no one will say anything. Yi Hongwu took on the greatest sin with his own life. I was the one who killed my uncles. I am a waste. Yi Fan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cried loudly. Yi Tianxiong's voice was heavy, like a heavy hammer. He slowly turned around and stared into Yi Fan's bloodshot eyes. Remember, this is a world where strength is respected. Strength is the cornerstone of everything. Is it useful for you to keep a low profile? Uncle is telling you now that it's of no use at all. Crying, what's the use of crying? He swallowed so many divine medicines, the sect's treasures, and clearly possessed great strength, but he was low-key, forbearing, hiding behind the scenes, not fighting or competing, and he didn't even have a name on the Hongtian list. If this isn't trash and cowardice, then what is it? Throughout history, there have been countless emperor venerables who became famous at a young age, dominated the world, and pushed their way to the top. Yi Fan wiped the tears from his face and kowtowed heavily with a loud bang. His blood rushed to the sky, and he no longer hid his strength. Uncle, I was wrong. Please help me and show me a way forward. After my nephew gets out, he will strive to enter the heaven and earth ranking list and the bone forging list. He will no longer hide his strength and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. My nephew is going to challenge Chu Tian and defeat him personally. I want to avenge my grandfather and elder brother. I want to rescue Lu Yun. Chu Tian is so vicious. If Lu Yun follows him, she will not have a good ending. Qi and blood are like a dragon, with a strength of nearly 800,000 kilograms. Looking at Yi Fan's blood, Yi Tianxiong sighed, bent down and helped him up. Uncle chose to end his own life to save you. But you are so strong. You are also doing well, and you are worthy of your uncle's sacrifice. You were born with a piece of Hongmeng holy bone between your eyebrows. Your talent is not inferior to Chu Tian's chaotic godfiend body. You are a prodigy that only appears once every million years in our Yi family. But when you were in your mother's womb, you were harmed by a traitor who used divine ability. After you were born, you were poisoned and your tendons and veins were completely disabled. Your parents died in their search for the supreme divine medicine to save you. I, your uncle, have been secretly investigating for more than 10 years. I have secretly checked the Yi family and even the strong men from all the major clans including the Chu family, but I still haven't been able to find the traitor. The reason why my uncles didn't take care of you these years is because they were afraid that you would be noticed by that traitor again and harmed. I can only ask Uncle Hongwu to take care of you in secret. Uncle Yu. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan trembled all over and his eyes turned red. Time is running out. Don't talk. Just listen to Uncle. Yi Tianxiong's face turned grim. He turned around and put his hands behind his back. What my uncle did was for the future of our family, to protect the pride of our Yi family. But this time, although my uncle is the clan leader, the law enforcement hall is under the control of the Chu family, and I cannot just overstep my authority and release you. In this prison of sin, spirit chi is exhausted, and even the most powerful person will quickly become a useless person. But you are different. You have a lot of divine medicine power hidden in your body. Take this opportunity to hone your strength and absorb the power in your body. Uncle is outside and will find a chance to release you. Yi Tianxiong turned around and stared into Yi Fan's eyes, saying solemnly, "But you must remember that the only thing that can really save you is your own strong strength." Yi Fan was silent for a moment, and suddenly he lightly tapped his forehead, and instantly a purple holy light flashed by. "Uncle, in the past 10 years, I have had a great adventure. I obtained a precious treasure, the mysterious heavenly ring, which was passed down from ancient times. With the help of the mysterious heavenly ring, the Hongming's sacred bone between my eyebrows has shown signs of recovery. That's why my nephew's strength is improving so quickly. But my nephew just found out that Chu Tian crushed my arm and snatched the Tianxian divine ring away." Hearing this, Yi Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, and the scene of Chu Tian suddenly squatting down, torturing Yi Fan and crushing his arm quickly emerged in his mind. At that time, he thought that Chu Tian was deliberately taking revenge and torturing Yi Fan, and he didn't care too much. Yi mortal physique has the power of divine medicine. Even if all the bones in the body are broken, as long as he is not dead, he will recover quickly. The goal of that little b*** d Chu Tian is actually the magic ring on your finger. Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely gloomy. What a treacherous and vicious little b**********************. D. Uncle, the Tianxian divine ring is very precious. You have to help your nephew get it back. Yi Fan's voice was hurried, and his heart was bleeding. Yi Tianxiong shook his head. It was too late now. If he had discovered it on the spot, he could have taken it back. But now this was a fight between the younger generation, and he could not intervene. Otherwise, the strong men in the Chu family would also intervene. As for the little girl from the Lu family, you don't have to worry too much. She won't die. At most, the family will be implicated, with some damage and sacrifice. The Chu family also needs the little girl to save their face. Yi Tianxiong began to persuade Yi Fan that since the Hongming holy bone had begun to revive, he should not worry too much. The current task was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He originally thought that Chu Tian was absolutely invincible in the bone-tempering realm, and he could only slowly plan to suppress him. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan's Hongming holy bone has begun to revive. Perhaps he really has a chance to suppress Chu Tian in the bone-tempering realm. As long as you can prove that you are better than Chu Tian, everything will be fine. Yi Tianxiong encouraged Yi Fan and then left. It's just 1,500,000 pounds of strength. I can do it. Uncles, believe me. I will take revenge with my own hands. Yi Fan's hysterical roar echoed throughout the prison. Chapter 17. At night, the moonlight shines on the Saint Emperor Peak, as if covering the main peak with a piece of silver silk. Chu Tian leaned naked in the medicine barrel, with thick mist covering his face. He closed his eyes, guiding the spirit chi that had just been absorbed by the Chaos Creation Sutra in his body to complete a large circulation in his body. His body was flowing with chaotic divine light, like a piece of chaotic divine iron that was constantly being hammered. Impurities were constantly being removed, and the essence of the medicine in the medicine barrel was constantly being absorbed by him. The expelled impurities made the water turbid. Call. Chu Tian exhaled a long breath, and it turned into a dragon with bared fangs and claws, which lasted for a long time before dissipating. This dragon chi could probably kill an ancient mammoth. If someone else saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death. What kind of strong body must one have to have such powerful force just by breathing? With a strength of 1.7 million kilograms, I can kill a real dragon cub with one punch now. Chu Tian opened his eyes, feeling the powerful explosive power in his body, especially the complex and mysterious trajectory of that strand of chaotic spirit chi. The Chaos Creation Scripture is worthy of being a product of the system. It is indeed extremely mysterious. The trajectory of its operation is more than 10 times more mysterious than the trajectory of the Chu family's inherited scripture, the Great Emperor Scripture. It is as if the stars in the sky are twinkling, planning a magnificent picture in Chu Tian's body. Even the Shungtian Sutra passed down by the Shungtian sect to Chu Tian long ago, which can only be practiced by the contemporary Saint Child and the sect master, is far inferior to the Chaos Creation Sutra. After completing the training, Chu Tian's heart moved, and the system panel opened in front of him. Host, Chu Tian Realm. Bone-tempering realm 10th layer, possessing 1.7 million kilograms of divine power, able to kill a true dragon cub in seconds. The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Physical fitness. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Skill. Chaos Creation Sutra, 1st layer, divine ability. None treasures. Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman. Can gain Emperor Venerable Combat Power for 10 minutes. Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring. Costs 1,000. Destiny Points to refine. Contains a trace of the residual soul of an ancient strongman. Poses a certain threat. Host should be cautious. Destiny Points. 36,500. The system's prompt sound would occasionally ring in my ears, rewarding hundreds of destiny points, either about Lu Yun or about Yifan. Advertisement. System. Recommend to me the most suitable redemption items in the mall at this stage. Chu Tian said in his heart. He had already looked at the system mall. There were too many products, including myriad worlds, divine objects, treasures, divine medicine, runes, formations, etc. There were a wide variety of products, and they were divided into dozens of major categories and thousands of minor categories. If you look at all the products and then pick out the right ones yourself, it will take a lot of time and energy. As a godfather of his generation, Chu Tian doesn't like to waste precious time on meaningless things. He will never waste any extra energy on things that can be done by just asking or spending money. The host has currently completed the bone-tempering realm and is at a critical juncture in breaking through the soul-refining realm. The system's gentle and pleasant voice soon sounded. The soul-refining realm is the foundation for the birth of the divine soul, the ignition of the divine fire, and other realms, so it is named soul-refining. It focuses on polishing and training the god in the brain, gradually solidifying the empty spirit and even turning it into substance. At this stage, understanding, spirit, and physique are of utmost importance. It is recommended that the host exchange for the supreme grade divine pill, the aura of enlightenment, the aura of spirit, and the aura of physical strength. Supreme grade divine pill. Take 1 pill a day to boost your spirits at all times. The 3 halos can keep the host's understanding, spirit, and physique in the most perfect state at all times. Supreme grade divine pill, 400 life points per pill, 3 major auras, 600 life points per day, a total of 1,000 points. It is estimated that within a month, the host will be able to achieve the most perfect posture, condense his spirit into substance, and break through the soul-refining realm. Exchange. Chu Tian said calmly without hesitation. According to the logic of transmigrate novels, anything produced by the system must be high quality and there will be no mistakes. After all, with his current strength, he would not be able to exchange for supreme divine medicine, treasures, weapons, etc. There is no need for that. Improving your strength is the first priority. The exchange was successful. A total of 1,000 destiny points were spent, and 35,500 destiny points are left. The system voice sounded. A light blue pill appeared in Chu Tian's hand, and after practicing, his originally somewhat decadent spirit immediately became full and complete, and the power in his body surged vigorously. He also observed the operation trajectory of the Chaos Creation Sutra in his body more carefully. He understood that this was the effect of the 3 halos. After swallowing the divine pill, Chu Tian felt as if he was pricked by a needle at the back of his head. He felt a slight stinging sensation, but his strong spirit directly offset the stinging sensation and it had no effect on him. Chu Tian understood that this was the effect of the supreme grade divine pill, which was constantly beating his spirit. Advertisement based on his understanding of this world, elixir of this level is extremely difficult to refine. The various medicinal materials required are secondary. However, because it involves the spirit and soul, ordinary alchemists cannot refine it at all. Only alchemists at the venerable level who have a deep understanding of the soul dare to refine it. But Emperor Venerable Alchemist, how powerful and noble, refining elixirs for the soul-refining realm is basically a waste of their precious time and energy. Therefore, although it is only a pill for soul-refining realm, the price of supreme grade divine pill is higher than divine medicine. Even the Chu family can't afford a few pills, and they are only of medium-high grade quality, not supreme grade, which is harmful to the mind. In the apex-level forces of Hengtian continent, Young disciples only rely on their willpower and talent to hone their spirits, with very few external aids. This is why cultivation talent is so important. Body refining, strengthening bones, can be assisted by natural resources, but soul refining can only rely on one's own talents. In just a moment, Chu Tian felt that his vision, hearing, smell, touch, etc. had greatly improved. He could clearly feel the strength of the breeze when it brushed across his face. Chu Tian understood that this was the great benefit of spiritual improvement. Even though his physical strength has not improved, his combat power has greatly improved compared to before. The soul represents reaction ability, insight, closeness to the world, adherence to nature, etc. These are all very illusory, invisible, intangible, but extremely important things. The soul refining realm is very important. The strength and concentration of the spirit can almost determine how far a practitioner can go in the future. In Chu Tian's mind, there are memories of King Chu Tian describing the soul refining realm when he was there, and it is also his intention to cultivate his only son's perception of the soul refining realm. When King Chu Tian's soul refining reached its peak, he could sense the friction and vibration between leaves and the air when they fell in the wind from 1,000 meters away. Within 100 meters, no movement could escape his observation. His mental power was so powerful that he could kill an ancient mammoth with just one glance. As powerful as my father Chu Tian Wang and Yi Fan in the original plot are, even if they have reached the peak of soul refining, they have not been able to condense and materialize their spirits. At best, their spirits are as majestic as lakes and oceans. But even though it is majestic and magnificent, it cannot be condensed into essence. It is ultimately disorganized. If the spirit is materialized, it should not be difficult to kill a real dragon cub with one glare. Chu Tian muttered to himself, then asked the star slave guarding the door to change a bucket of medicine for him, and began to continue to hone his body and practice the Chaos Creation Sutra. This medicine liquid is also extremely precious. It is made from thousands of spirit medicines. It has incredible benefits for strengthening qi and blood and forging bones. Only an ancient family like the Chu family, which has been passed down for millions of years, can cultivate the younger generation at this cost. The system played a big role in Chu Tian's rapid achievement of his current strength, but the strong foundation laid by the Chu family also played an important role. The Tianxian divine ring worn on the ring finger of his left hand was also constantly absorbing his energy and blood and would return the power to cleanse his body. Chu Tian understood that this was the function of the Tianxian divine ring, which could cleanse the body and spirit, and was of great benefit to building a solid foundation. The Tianxian saintess who was sleeping in it was also unconsciously absorbing his blood and energy to enrich his spirit. He did not intend to use his destiny points to forcibly awaken Saintess Tianxian in advance. A forced melon is not sweet. Some things will be better if you let nature take its course and let things happen naturally. Chapter 18. The next day, around noon. My lady, the third master has sent a message asking you to go to the Liu family. He said there is something urgent that he needs to discuss with you. Xingnu's voice came from outside the door. And the master has also sent servants to inform you that some powerful people from the clans have come with their children and valuable gifts to visit us. There are also many powerful people from the big clans, powerful people from the older generation in the continent, etc. Please go as soon as possible. Buzz. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed, and his eyes actually punched two small holes in the wooden door, making the inside and outside transparent. The sunlight shone through the door from outside and shone on Chu Tian's body. His skin actually reflected a heavy light, like chaos divine iron. Today, his body seemed like a piece of chaos iron that had been hammered millions of times. No, Chu Tian responded, stood up and walked out of the barrel, standing in front of the floor-length mirror. The boy in the mirror had a childish face, but his eyes flashed with an extremely discordant cold light, which was totally inconsistent with his immature appearance. After a night of strengthening his body and practicing the Chaos Creation Sutra, Chu Tian actually grew another 5 centimeters taller. Although he was still young, his height had reached 1.65 meters, which was no different from some shorter adults. Xingnu entered the room to change Chu Tian's clothes, and when he saw the body radiating chaotic divine light, his cheeks turned slightly red, and he lowered his head to put clothes on Chu Tian. My lord, where are you going first? Xingnu tied the belt for Chu Tian and asked in a low voice. Chu Tian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Leave the socializing to Dad, and tell the servants that I am at a critical moment of cultivation. Let's go to the Liu family first. Since third uncle said it's extremely urgent, it must be an urgent matter. Chu Tian understood that this was just a follow-up reaction to his ranking first on the Hung Heaven and Earth ranking list. These people came to congratulate the Chu family and, by the way, wanted to let their younger generations get to know him and continue the relationship and friendship between the family and the next generation of the Chu family's head. Whether it is the wealthy and powerful families in the previous life or the ancient families in this world, it is all like this, intermarrying with each other, making friends, sharing resources, and so on. It was because of King Chu Tian's concession and low-key attitude that he gradually alienated these guys. Now he, the young master of the Chu family, has been ranked first on the local list. In the eyes of many people, this is a signal of a change in the Chu family's attitude. Naturally, it has attracted people who are on good terms with the Chu family or want to curry favor with them to come. As for the powerful men and old antiques from other sects, there were naturally many who wanted to get information and see with their own eyes the true strength of this chaotic godfiend body. Chu Tian no longer wants to deal with these hypocritical and time-wasting things, so he leaves them to his father, King Chu Tian, to deal with. His mission is to become stronger, and continue to become stronger, and plunder all the resources of the Son of Fortune. Luck. Okay, my lord. I will arrange it right away. Not long. Chu Tian rode on the palace carriage arranged by the star slaves, dragged by 9 flaming lions, and quickly left the sect and arrived at the Lu family, 100 miles away. What comes into view is a vast and continuous palace complex and manor. As soon as I arrived at the door, a strong smell of blood rushed into my nose, making me feel nauseous. Hundreds of strong men from the law enforcement hall, with long swords on their waists and faces as cold as sculptures, stood in 2 rows at the door. There were many scattered corpses around their feet, and blood spread like a stream into the distance. There were still some members of the Lu family who were not yet dead lying on the ground, uttering faint cries for help. With a quick glance, the number of people from the Lu family killed at the door alone exceeded hundreds. The star slave who was driving the vehicle turned pale. Although he was a warrior trained by the Chu family, it was the first time he saw such a brutal scene. Chu Tian stepped out of the car and glanced around, his face expressionless, without even a frown on his face. He has seen too many small scenes like this. Compared with the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere caused by thousands of heavy artillery bombarding at the same time, the visual impact is more than 100 times greater. But he keenly felt that something was wrong. Even if Chu Tianyun wanted to vent his anger on the Lu family, he shouldn't just kill them all right away. According to the sect's rules and procedures, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the Lu family. I'm afraid something unexpected happened. Xiaodian, this is urgent. Let's talk while we walk. Chu Tianyun's face was solemn. He strode out of the manor with blood splattering under his feet. With terrible murderous intent in his eyes, he took Chu Tianyun and flew directly into the depths of the Lu family. Let's not waste time talking. This is a matter of great importance. Uncle San has not yet reported this matter to your father or the sect. I would like to hear your opinion first. Chu Tianyun said solemnly. Uncle San led people to the Lu family to search and found that your fiancée Lu Yun's innate Dao body was actually fake. Our Chu family was deceived by the Lu family. Chu Tian was suddenly shocked. This was not in the original plot that he was familiar with, and as he followed the clues, he actually dug out this inside story. As they finished speaking, they arrived at the deepest part of the Lu family, in front of a palace that was 1,000 meters high. Around the palace, the ground was dyed dark red with blood, and a strong smell of blood wafted into the air. It could be imagined that a fight 100 times more brutal than the one at the gate had taken place here, and the Lu family's resistance was extremely fierce. There was still a terrifying pressure spreading across the sky, mixed with Chu Tianyun's aura. It must be Chu Tianyun who took action personally and killed the strongest man of the Lu family. Xiaodian, you are here. At this time, a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a low-cut palace dress at the door suddenly cried loudly and shouted to the 2 law enforcement disciples who were holding her. Let me go! Let me go! My son-in-law is here. You are done. She is Lu Yun's mother, Luo Yushan. Chu Tian has respected Luo Yushan since he was a child, and when he came to the Lu family, he always called her aunt. Fake innate Dao body. Chu Tian frowned slightly and followed Chu Tianyun into the palace. When he heard the shouting, he looked up and saw the beautiful Lu Yun standing next to Luo Yushan. Everyone else around them had messy clothes or scars and blood on their bodies, but her snow-white dress was spotless and intact. As an innate Dao body, the Chu family did not propose to cancel the engagement or anything like that. With these titles, naturally no one dared to touch her. When Lu Yun saw Chu Tian appear, she seemed slightly startled, Then a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Her mouth pursed with some grievance. Then she snorted and turned her head, as if waiting for Chu Tian to come over. As usual, even if she and Chu Tian had some unhappiness, Chu Tian would take the initiative to find her and reconcile early the next morning. But this time it took so long to come and apologize to her, and her family suffered such a great loss. It's too late. Luyan decided to give Chu Tian some time to think. Girls may mature earlier and become sensible earlier than boys. But she didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. Uncle San, the innate Tao body was conceived by heaven and earth, and conforms to the laws of heaven and earth. Can this be faked? Chu Tian asked, just glanced at the mother and daughter, then looked away. Even when he passed by them, he didn't look at them again. With a serious look in his eyes, he and Chu Tianyun walked into the palace. Innate Tao body is a fake, which was not in the original plot. Perhaps there is a deep hidden story behind it. Lu Yun's face turned pale. She raised her hand in confusion and grabbed Chu Tian's back, as if she wanted to grab something, and opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak. But Chu Tian's figure had disappeared in the palace. The palace gate was also closed by the law enforcement disciples. Lu Yun felt very aggrieved. She was clearly ready to apologize, as long as Chu Tian took the initiative to talk to her and give her a way out. Why? Why didn't Chu Tian even look at her? Chapter 19. You damn little girl, what did I tell you just now? Why didn't you call Xiaodian? Luo Yushan screamed in panic, as if she was about to drown. What sin have I committed to make me live in fear every day after marrying into your Lu family? Inside the palace. In the myriad worlds, there are countless magical Tao bodies, and among the Tao bodies, there is also a division between innate and acquired. The innate condenses Tao fetus in their abdomen. The acquired, through some powerful scriptures, secret techniques, or the unique great Tao divine medicine, also have the opportunity to forge a Tao body. Chu Tianyun explained to Chu Tian. So, after Lu Yun was born, someone from the Lu family used some means to create a Tao body for her? Chu Tian frowned even tighter. But I heard that when Lu Yun was born, the great Tao roared, and the strange phenomenon shocked the world, and it was felt within 1,000,000 miles. Could this kind of strange phenomenon in the world be faked? Even if it was a man-made vision, it couldn't possibly deceive so many powerful people in the sect, right? There are so many powerful people in Shengtian's sect. Among the Emperor Venerables alone, there are Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong, two of the strongest people on the Hengtian list, not to mention that Jian Kongzhu was also in the sect at that time. The Lu family was just a second-rate family in the sect, and it was really unbelievable that they forged the great Tao vision to deceive the entire sect. It's because the Lu family made this scam so real that our family didn't notice it for all these years. Xiaodian, if you see it with your own eyes, you will understand everything. Chu Tianyun's face looked unhappy, and he took Chu Tian into the palace. The palace was very large, and the underground seemed to have been dug through by the Lu family, forming an extremely long and deep tunnel. Chu Tian suddenly felt a strong sense of Tao spreading. He had felt this feeling from King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong. It is this kind of Tao essence that allows them to change the situation when their mood changes, and even the celestial phenomenon is affected by their mood. Soon, Chu Tian walked into a cave and immediately saw the source of the rich Taoist aura. It was a female corpse in a white gauze dress, floating quietly in the air in the cave. Advertisement, but even though he had lost all vitality and his eyes were closed, his earth-shaking aura was still astonishing. Emperor Venerable's corpse. Chu Tian was moved and blurted out. Emperor Venerable, the most apex-level existence in myriad worlds, is invincible. Even in some apex-level sects in Hengtian continent today, there may not be an Emperor Venerable. The Shengtian sect has 2 Emperor Venerables in the current era, and even directly suppresses the oldest sacred land Zihang Shengzong, and is hailed by the outside world as the #1 sect in Hengtian continent. The corpses of such powerful people contain the principles of Tao, are immortal, and contain great power. It was shocking to find that under the Lu family, there was a body of a female Emperor Venerable hidden, and no one had discovered it. He is more than just an ordinary Emperor Venerable. He is an Emperor Venerable with innate Tao body great accomplishment. He is the leader of the Holy Zihang sect, who disappeared 100,000 years ago. His name is Tianming Tao Venerable. Chu Tianyun's face was solemn, and he told Chu Tian in detail what he had learned. After Chu Tian learned everything behind the scenes, he was extremely surprised. There were actually things hidden in it that were not described in the original plot. It turns out that the cause of all this was that King Chu Tian married Jian Kongzhu, a divine maiden from the extraterritorial race. The two founding families of Chu Tian's sect have a convention, that is, the wife of the head of the family, that is, the current chief and deputy chief, can only be married within the sect, so as to unite the many families in the sect, share interests, and stabilize the situation. The successive patriarchs of the Chu and Yi families had looked for women from other forces, but they could only be concubines. However, King Chu Tian broke this convention. He not only married Jian Kongzhu as his principal wife, but also did not even take a concubine in the sect. This unconventional behavior caused widespread dissatisfaction among the major families within the sect. After he was born, he possessed a chaotic god-fiend body and a world-shaking talent, which caused the Yi family to be strongly wary and shocked many sects and apex-level families. After all, Chu Tian's bloodline has nothing to do with the families within the sect. If he becomes the sect leader in the future, it is likely to harm their interests. Advertisement. This is why King Chu Tian is eager to find a girl worthy of his newborn baby, to establish a marriage between them, and to quell the many doubts and dissatisfactions within the sect. The Lu family was a fast-rising second-rate clan. The current head of the clan, Lu Zhong, saw this opportunity as his wife was about to give birth. Lu Yun just appeared out of nowhere. Lu Yun also has an innate body. He was born with a breath of innate energy in his mouth. He looks similar to the innate Dao body, but in fact, the difference between them is as big as the difference between heaven and earth. Chu Tianyun's face was gloomy, and he said, Lu Zhong, that guy, released the aura of the emperor corpse of Tianming Dao Venerable, and the great accomplishment innate Dao body was born, which naturally caused a huge phenomenon in the world, and used secret techniques to extract the Dao in Tianming Dao Venerable's body and refine it into the body of Lu Yun, who just went out. The rich Dao actually deceived everyone in our Chu family, including your mother. Over the years, Lu Zhong has been secretly inserting the innate Dao into Lu Yun's body to deceive our entire clan. The Lu family also took advantage of the power of our Chu family to make a fortune and seized countless sect resources. It's not that your father doesn't know about it, but because of Lu Yun, he has been turning a blind eye to it, so we can't get angry. But the Lu family knew in secret that they were courting death and that their true colors would be exposed sooner or later, so they secretly extended an olive branch to the Yi family and moved closer to them, trying to get them to stay after the truth was revealed. The Lu family's top brass were not unaware of the origins of Lu Yun's maid Juer, but they tacitly accepted it for this reason. Even Lu Zhong has been secretly ordering his subordinates to collect evidence of our family's crimes, trying to counterattack and accuse our Chu family at the critical moment. If this matter were to get out, my family would probably become a laughingstock in Hengtian continent, and our status within the sect would also be affected and seriously shaken. Chu Tianyun's face was extremely gloomy, and he was murderous. Actually, I, third uncle, originally just wanted to use this incident to warn the Lu family and ask them to behave more restrainedly. After all, what they did was tacitly instigated by our family behind the scenes, which was smearing our family's reputation. But I never expected that the Lu family would resist fiercely, refusing to allow the law enforcement hall to search, and even killing several disciples of the law enforcement hall. In a rage, third uncle led his men all the way in and discovered this underground cave. Afterwards, the ancestor of the Lu family actually took action himself and wanted to kill third uncle to silence him. But the old man has been killed by me, third uncle, and this matter has become a big deal. After that, Chu Tianyun smiled helplessly and said, Originally, the mission of you young people should be to concentrate on cultivation, but this matter involves your childhood marriage, which has a great impact. Third uncle can only call you over to discuss it. Chapter 20. Uncle San, you must not tell my father about this. We must keep the news strictly secret, especially from the Yi family. Otherwise, they will definitely take advantage of the situation to attack our family, and even affect his position as deputy clan leader. There was a cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. He originally didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Yun, who was just a little girl. However, the existence of the Lu family had affected the status of the Chu family, so he couldn't just sit back and watch. Uncle San, are all the law enforcement disciples you brought with you trustworthy? Our family has been in charge of the sect's law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the roots are deep-rooted. These law enforcement disciples are absolutely our own people. Uncle San has this confidence. Chu Tianyun said immediately. He also agreed with Chu Tianyun's statement. If this matter reached the ears of King Chu Tian, it would basically be equivalent to reaching the ears of his sworn brother Yi Tianxiu. Even King Chu Tian might do something irrational in his rage. In the sect, don't many people agree that the actions of the Lu family were directed by our Chu family, and agree that the Lu family is part of our family? Chu Tian said coldly. In this case, now that things have come to this, let's stage a large-scale anti-corruption campaign for the sect. Uncle San, immediately block all movement of the Lu family, keep Lu Zheng under strict control, and conduct an in-depth interrogation. Do not allow him to have any contact with the outside world. Find out all the resources and wealth that the Lu family has plundered over the years, and hand them over to the sect. And immediately secretly send out law enforcement disciples to secretly arrest all the Lu family members who are outside and in important positions in various departments of the sect, and destroy all the evidence they have collected about our family. Those who are seriously involved in confidential matters will be killed directly. Chu Tianyun frowned, a little hesitant, and said, Xiaotian, isn't this too much of a fuss? The Lu family is also a second-rate family. Over the years, they have accumulated a lot of influence. If we suddenly take action, the Yi family and the other 3 apex-level families have been somewhat dissatisfied with us over the years. Uncle San is afraid that it will not end well. Especially your father. He is the head of the family after all. It is not good for us to hide it from him like this. That's why we must be impartial and ruthless, and kill relatives for the sake of justice. Chu Tian said coldly. We will not take any of the natural treasures, wealth, and resources that the Lu family has embezzled, and we will hand them all over to the sect's treasury. All the Lu family members involved in the case will be openly tried by the sect's disciples, without any favoritism. In this way, the Yi family and the other 3 apex-level families will be speechless. As for the dissatisfaction of the Duanmu family and other 3 major families with our family, Chu Tian curled his lips slightly and said, Uncle San, don't worry, this situation will be reversed soon. His self-confidence naturally comes from the holy ancestor Duanmu in the holy heaven lake. It is hard to say about other families for now, but at least the Duanmu family will take the initiative to get closer to the Chu family in the future. As for my father, Chu Tian hesitated for a moment. This old guy was indeed a headache. After all, according to King Chu Tian's idea, it is basically to stop at the right time and to maintain the unity of the sect first. Apart from the rather tough act of marrying Jin Kongzhu, he has basically not been very tough so far. Well, I'll find a chance to tell my mother, and she will definitely agree. Ha ha. Chu Tianyun laughed loudly after these words came out, patted Chu Tian on the shoulder, and said, Third uncle is waiting for you to say this. With the support of you, Xiaotian, and your mother, that is, my eldest sister-in-law, third uncle is not afraid of anything. Just do as you say, Xiaotian. Chu Tian also smiled slightly. After all, it seemed that the only one who could rule King Chu Tian was Jin Kongzhu. But what should we do with this corpse of the venerable emperor? Chu Tianyun frowned slightly, a little hesitant. The Zihong Holy Sect is the oldest sacred land in Hengtian continent and has long held the title of the #1 sect in the continent. It was only in recent years that the 2 brothers Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong fought their way into the heavenly ranking together, and with the marriage of Jin Kongzhu, they were able to barely suppress this ancient sacred land. Logically, the corpse of Emperor Tianming Dao Venerable should be returned to the Holy Zihong sect for burial. But what a huge opportunity it is to have an emperor's corpse. Not to mention it is a great accomplishment in innate Tao body. One can attain enlightenment by getting close to it, which is of great benefit to practitioners in the heavenly god realm. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have risked their lives to protect it. The hair, blood, and other materials on the emperor's corpse are all extremely precious treasures. Even if the corpse is directly refined by an artifact refining master, it will immediately become an invincible killing weapon. I don't know how the Lu family got so lucky to get an emperor's corpse. Chu Tianyun was unwilling to return it to the Zihong Holy Sect like this. Congratulations to the host for the great opportunity of plundering the daughter of luck, Lu Yun, the corpse of the heavenly Dao Venerable Emperor, and the reward of 10,000 heavenly destiny points. System prompt. The host can spend 5,000 destiny points to get the chance to plunder the emperor's corpse. A gentle and pleasant system prompt sounded. Chu Tian was happy. There was such a good thing. Not only could he get a lot of destiny points as rewards, but he could also directly plunder opportunities by spending half of the rewards. It seems that this emperor's corpse of Tianming Dao Venerable is indeed a great opportunity in Lu Yun's life, but she probably doesn't know it at the moment. Plunder, Chu Tian said in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, boundless Dao energy burst out from the emperor's corpse. Divine light filled the air, and the emperor's corpse of Tianming Dao Venerable flew across the sky, eyes opened, as if alive, and stretched out a finger to point at Chu Tian's brow. Is this, the Emperor Venerable's inheritance from one generation to the next. Chu Tian was stunned. He was still hesitating whether to return the Emperor's corpse to the Zihong Holy Sect, but he never expected that Chu Tian would directly gain the Emperor's recognition and want to pass the inheritance to Chu Tian. That's not right. Xiao Tian is not an innate Tao body, not even an innate body, and he has never practiced the scriptures of the Zihong Holy Sect. How come he suddenly obtained the inheritance? Chu Tian was shocked and confused at the same time. Is this the man of destiny who can be seen making soul formation pills even when walking on the street? Chu Tian was a little skeptical at first. He thought that Chu Tian could pick up the soul formation pill on the road. After all, this was a pill that would make Emperor Venerable break his head over it. But now he kind of believed it. After all, a bigger surprise lay before him. The Tao transformed into a divine chain, covering every corner of the huge cave. The divine light was vast, and the Tao essence was surging, pouring into the space between Chu Tian's brows. Chapter 21. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Emperor's corpse scripture and the heavenly destiny scripture. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Emperor's corpse's divine ability, the Eye of Heaven. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a great Tao pearl, which is condensed from the Tao essence of Tianming Tao Venerable's lifelong practice. It is of great assistance to the practice and understanding of the Tao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, under Chu Tianyun's shocked gaze, the boundless Tao contained in the Emperor's corpse surged out, condensing into a 9-colored bead the size of a baby's fist and falling into Chu Tian's hands. Oh my God, this! Chu Tianyun opened his mouth wide. Extract the Tao principles from Emperor Venerable's body and condense them into great Tao beads. Whoever can comprehend the Tao principles will probably be the next Tao Venerable. What an amazing treasure this is! It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a great adventure. Even if you cannot fully comprehend it, as long as you practice it in your hands, there will be unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, the Tao aura flowed through Chu Tian's body, and an eye opened between his brows, seemingly able to see through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Chu Tianyun, a half-step Emperor Venerable, felt a chill on his back, as if he was naked in front of Chu Tian. The Eye of Heaven, the peerless divine eye that was condensed from the lifelong understanding of Tao Venerable, is known as the 3,000 Great Taos, and all of them are included in it, reaching up to the 9 heavens and looking down to the 9 underworlds. Chu Tianyun just felt dry mouth. Even though the person in front of him was his nephew, Chu Tian's strength was good for both his family and him, but he still felt jealous for no reason. What kind of luck is this? Bang! The Emperor's corpse that had been drained of its energy lost its laws of circulation and crashed to the ground. In an instant, the earth shook, the sky collapsed, and the ground broke apart. Even though the Emperor's corpse had lost its laws of circulation, it still contained terrifying energy, but it had lost the mighty power to destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. The underground cave, which was originally supported by the might of the great Tao Emperor's corpse, collapsed with a loud bang, and dust and smoke billowed. Chu Tianyun took Chu Tian with one hand and the Emperor's corpse with the other and flew out, appearing outside the palace in an instant. Chu Tian closed the great Tao eye between his eyebrows and digested all the heavenly fate Tao Sutra. Then he slowly opened his eyes, but suddenly a big face with some flattering intentions came up to him. Xiao Tian, can you lend this great Tao bead to me, third uncle, for a few days? There was a hint of embarrassment in Chu Tianyun's voice. After all, as the elder, he should give Chu Tian benefits. But Chu Tian's parents are both emperors, and they have so many good things that he has nothing to give Chu Tian. On the contrary, this great Tao pearl, which contains the Tao principles of the heavenly fate Tao Venerable, will be of great benefit to his comprehension of the great Tao, and may even help him reach the threshold of the Emperor Venerable. Chu Tian burst out laughing, wondering what Chu Tianyun was going to do, and casually threw the great Tao bead in his hand to Chu Tianyun. Uncle, Tao essence is something that can only be touched by the God realm. I am only in the bone-tempering realm now, and I am a long way from igniting the divine fire. It is useless to keep this thing in my hands. You have made a great contribution to the family, so it is only right for you to use it. Uncle San, you can discuss this with Dad later. With this great Tao pearl as the core, we can build a secret realm similar to the Holy Heaven Pond. Anyone who has made great contributions to the family can enter and practice in it. As a godfather of a generation, he was never a short-sighted and shallow person. The same principle applies to giving the soul formation pill to Tualao. The stronger the Chu family is, the more secure his position as saint child of the sect will be. Moreover, expanding the Great Tao Pearl into the secret realm can also maximize its function. As the young master of the Chu family and the owner of the Great Tao Pearl, he can enter it to practice at any time. Looking at the Great Tao beads in his hand, Chu Tian was stunned for a moment before he said, "It is I, third uncle, who am shallow." Chu Tian, your mind and vision really don't look like that of an 8-year-old child. If my arrogant brat was even 1/10 as good as you, I would die with my eyes closed. Chu Tian sighed endlessly. Thinking of that D in his family, and comparing him with Chu Tian, he became furious again. He would definitely beat him up when he got back to vent his anger. Uncle San, actually cousin Chu Xiong, is not bad. Chu Tian laughed in silence. He naturally understood who Chu Tian was talking about. Chu Tian, Auntie is here. Tell them to let me go. At this time, Luo Yushan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. She screamed and turned to glare at Lu Yun beside her. Chu Tian is out. Why don't you go and apologize to Chu Tian? Have you forgotten what I told you? Luo Yushan was held down by 2 law enforcement disciples, kneeling on the ground, screaming at Chu Tian like a pig being slaughtered, trying to attract his attention. There were mists in Lu Yun's eyes, but her snow-white dress was still spotless. Her face was full of grievance, but at the urging of her mother Luo Yushan, she still walked towards Chu Tian step by step. I have to say that although she is still young, she has the foundation of being a stunning beauty. Her aggrieved look with tears in her eyes is so heartbreaking at first glance. Hearing the voice, Chu Tian glanced over subconsciously and met Lu Yun's eyes for a moment. Chu Tian's eyes became dull and cold, and he quickly turned his head and walked out of the manor with Chu Tian. In his 2 lifetimes, he had seen too many stunning beauties, apex-level stars, royal princesses, but in his eyes, they were all no different from pretty skeletons. Even if Lu Yun would become a famous divine maiden in Hengtian continent many years later, it would be difficult for him to have any impulse. On the contrary, because of the plot he knew, he not only couldn't feel the slightest bit of favor towards Lu Yun's tearful look, but instead felt disgusted. Seeing Chu Tian's cold expression, Lu Yun's eyes became even redder. Endless grievances surged in her heart. She stopped and stood still, tears streaming down her face. Uncle San, it seems that Luo Yushan and Lu Yun don't know the truth and have been kept in the dark by the Lu family. In this case, we can relax the control over Lu Yun appropriately and release some confusion to the outside world. Chu Tian said lightly. It's not that he feels pity, but he wants to control and blockade the Lu family. Such a big move will definitely attract the attention of the outside world. It would be better to use Luo Yushan and Lu Yun, who don't know the truth, as smoke bombs, release them, and stir up the muddy water, making it easier for Chu Tian to completely control the actions of the Lu family in secret. Chu Tian heard this and nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Our family is destroying the Lu family under the banner of righteousness. Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are indeed a living sign. Innocent people will never be held accountable. Otherwise, our family will be implicated and become a waste of resources. Just do as you say, Chu Tian. Chu Tian raised his hand to signal, and the 2 law enforcement disciples quickly let Luo Yushan go. Luo Yushan stood up and glared at Lu Yun fiercely before pulling her to quickly catch up with Chu Tian. Aunt Luo. Seeing Luo Yushan catching up, Chu Tian still called out politely. Chu Tian, this girl is ignorant. Don't bother with her. Those relatives and side branches of the Lu family, who use the Chu family's name to do those dirty things, are always opposed by Auntie. Luo Yushan glared at her daughter angrily before saying, Auntie has always believed that it is Lu Yun's blessing to be engaged to you. It is this girl who has always been stubborn. She relies on the support of that D Lu Zheng and hangs out with that loser, Yi Fan, every day, clamoring to repay her gratitude at any cost. Aunt Luo, I'm not angry. Chu Tian's face was calm. He didn't take these little things seriously. Auntie heard that you, Chu Tian, made it to the top of the bone forging ranking and the top of the earth ranking. I haven't had time to congratulate you yet. Luo Yushan flattered him before carefully stating her real purpose. Chu Tian, since you are not angry, can you please say hello to your third uncle? If it is nothing serious, just let that be D Lu Zheng out. Although he did make mistakes, he is Xiaoyun's biological father, your father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan glanced at Chu Tian beside her with fear. Chu Tian's killing spree just now made her feel terrified. P.S. New person, new book, novice author. Please support me in every way. Chapter 22. Let him beg for mercy. Chu Tian turned his head and looked at his third uncle Chu Tianyun, then smiled and said, "Okay, Auntie, I will ask my third uncle for mercy." Chu Tianyun, who was standing next to him, also burst out laughing when he heard this. The one who asked him to imprison Lu Zheng and closely monitor and interrogate him was none other than his son-in-law Chu Tian. Luo Yushan actually turned to Chu Tian for help. Auntie is taking the place of that B***************** D Lu Zheng. Thank you, Xiaotian. Don't worry, Xiaotian. When he comes out, I will keep an eye on him and will never let him do anything wrong. Luo Yushan thanked him repeatedly before turning around and scolding Lu Yun beside her. Girl, how come you don't understand anything? Xiaotian doesn't bother with you, but you can't even apologize and say thank you to Xiaotian. Chu Tian, thank you for saving my father. Lu Yun bit her lip and spoke in a low voice, as if saying this had exhausted all her courage. After all, no matter how willful she was or how excessive her demands on Chu Tian were, Chu Tian had always taken the initiative to tolerate her, forgive her, and be considerate of her. But in the past 2 days, Chu Tian has become a different person. He looked at himself as if he were looking at an unrelated person. He would not secretly bring the precious cultivation resources given to him by King Chu Tian to share with her, and he did not even apologize or show tolerance, let alone take the initiative to say hello. It seems like I am just an irrelevant passerby. Especially after hearing the news that Chu Tian had ranked first on the local list, Lu Yun felt more and more aggrieved, always feeling that she seemed to be disliked by Chu Tian. But why do you, Chu Tian, despise her? What did she do wrong? It was your Chu family who took the initiative to propose marriage to the Lu family and arrange the marriage. And it was you, Chu Tian, who took the initiative to find her and willingly helped her. What did she do wrong? When she saw Chu Tian coming to the Lu family just now, she had thought that as long as Chu Tian took the initiative to talk to her, she would take advantage of the situation, forgive him, and not care about his third uncle killing so many people from the Lu family. But Chu Tian ignored her. Isn't it just that he made it to the top of the bone-tempering list, and luckily made it to the top of the earth list? What's so great about that? It's not certain how long you can stay at the top of the local list. Why did Chu Tian suddenly become so mean to her? He was so mean to her yesterday, and even beat her for a slave girl. Lu Yun was full of grievances, but still didn't think she had done anything wrong. She pouted and lowered her head, unwilling to apologize. Seeing her daughter like this, Luo Yushan was furious and anxious. She hurriedly explained, Xiaotian, don't be angry. Xiaoyan knows she did something wrong. She is a little girl and has a thin skin. Please forgive her. Although you are still young, you have already decided on your marriage. You will be a family in the future. Don't take it to heart. A family? Hearing these 3 words, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes subconsciously. Thinking of the disgusting things in the original plot, murderous intent surged in his heart. Chu Tian was too lazy to continue pretending and said indifferently, It's not a small matter, it's worth my concern. As for the family, forget it, it can't afford it. Luo Yushan's face suddenly turned pale. The meaning of this sentence was too profound. Xiaotian, listen to what your aunt is explaining to you. Chu Tian ignored the mother and daughter and walked forward. But at this moment, Lu Yun's eyes were red, tears were rolling down her cheeks like beads, and she suddenly ran to Chu Tian and opened her arms to stop him. Chu Tian, explain to me clearly, are my affairs trivial in your eyes? Yi Fan saved my life, and I want to repay him with everything I have. Is that wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Explain it to me clearly, or don't even think about leaving. Chu Tian's eyes were cold and he said indifferently, What you do has nothing to do with me. Get out of the way. I won't let you. You must explain it to me clearly today. Lu Yun shouted. Bang! There was a violent sound of breaking wind and a crisp slap, and Lu Yun flew backwards. Chu Tian withdrew his palm, said hello to Chu Tianyun, left the Lu family manor, and returned to the palace carriage. 9 flaming lions snorted, soared into the air, and flew towards the sect. He was never some saint. We are reborn to see the wonders of this world, to reach the pinnacle of this world, and to see the scenery above the pinnacle. This kind of girl who likes to be clever, all her little thoughts are really exposed in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that the Chu family and the Lu family had been deeply involved because of the marriage alliance over the years, he really wouldn't even look at Lu Yun. Chu Tian you be ********** D. You hit me again. Lu Yun's face became red and swollen again. She lay on the ground and cried very sadly. She really didn't understand why Chu Tian's attitude towards her had changed so much. It felt like the puppy that had always belonged to her would rush over to her with its tail wagging, but suddenly it would ignore her. When she went up to talk to her, the puppy would bite her. Girl, why are you so stubborn? Luo Yushan hurried over to help her daughter up and said angrily, You were taught badly by your father. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. What about repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of water? And what about giving everything to repay a favor? That's all nonsense. All the benefits you have given that loser over the years are worth 100 of his lives. Now it's all right. Retribution has come. But no matter how much she scolded him, she was her daughter after all, and the life and death of the Lu family still depended on Chu Tian. Luo Yushan whispered, I'm an experienced person, and I can see that Xiao Tian still values you very much. As long as you bow your head, admit your mistakes, and promise not to associate with that loser and the people of the Yi family in the future, Xiao Tian will forgive you. Mom, I just want to repay you. What's wrong with that? Lu Yin gritted her teeth, retaining the last bit of stubbornness in her mouth. But for no apparent reason, she suddenly felt a trace of regret. In order to repay his kindness, did I go too far and ignore Chu Tian's feelings? Should I find an opportunity to apologize to Chu Tian in person? You want to repay a favor, but what does it have to do with my Chu family? Suddenly, Chu Tianyun's voice sounded with a strong murderous aura. The mother and daughter turned their heads and saw Chu Tianyun staring at them, causing them to shudder all over, and their faces turned pale instantly. It has been investigated. The Lu family's violation of clan law has nothing to do with you. You can return to your residence in the manor and go back and forth to the clan. However, you are not allowed to walk around the manor, and you are not allowed to talk to people casually. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chu Tianyun didn't pay much attention to the mother and daughter. There were still many things in the Lu family that needed him to deal with. After all, it now seems that retaining Lu Yun's title of child marriage is only a temporary measure. Without the blessing of Tianming Dao Venerable, Lu Yun's true talent will soon be revealed. Then, after the Chu family sacrifices their own relatives for the sake of justice, they can cancel the engagement in a natural way without causing any doubts in the sect. How can an ordinary girl who only possesses an innate body and whose family has original sin and whose physical condition is fake be worthy of the young master of the Chu family? Chapter 23. Congratulations, host. Luck's daughter Lu Yun feels a little sorry for you, so I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The fate of the lucky girl Lu Yun has suffered a major blow. Her luck has declined. I will reward you with 5,000 destiny points. Just as he returned to the foot of Saint Emperor Peak, the system's gentle reminder suddenly rang in Chu Tian's ears. Lu Yun regretted it? Chu Tian's eyes were calm, with a cold glint in them, and he didn't care too much. What does it have to do with him if he regrets it? Demon Venerable was so angry that he gave everything for Lu Yun and ended up in disgrace, with his entire family killed. But what he got in the end was that Lu Yun personally led strong men to hunt him down and finally pierced the Star Slave's head with a sword. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. If there is a connection, then there is a connection. Then forgive Lu Yun. That is what God should do. What he should do is send Lu Yun to see God. But there is still a lot he needs to do. As long as Lu Yun doesn't come to provoke him, he doesn't have the time to cause trouble for Lu Yun. The decline of the Lu family was a matter of days. Without the protection of the Lu family, Lu Yun, who is just an innate, will see his luck continue to decline. Within the Xingtian sect, he will be just a slightly better prodigy. From now on, they will be like two completely parallel lines that do not intersect. For the time being, he does not have the energy to take the initiative to cause trouble for Lu Yun. Why would I bother with a little girl like this? I'm just too bored. Chu Tian came back to his senses, suddenly burst into laughter, and put this boring thought behind his mind. With a thought, the system panel opened in front of him, just in time to check the many benefits he had gained from the corpse of the Tianming Dao Venerable Emperor. Host, Chu Tian Realm. Bone-tempering realm 10th layer, possessing 1.8 million kilograms of divine power, able to kill a true dragon cub in seconds. The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Physical fitness. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Skills. Chaos Creation Scripture. First layer, Heavenly Fate Scripture. This scripture is not suitable for the host. It is not recommended to practice. It can be sold to the system. The price is 10,000 Heavenly Fate points. Divine Ability. Eye of Heaven Treasures. Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman. Can gain Emperor Venerable Combat Power for 10 minutes. Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring. Costs 1,000 Destiny Points to refine. Contains a trace of ancient residual soul. Poses a certain threat. Host should be cautious. Great Tao Pearl. A treasure to assist cultivation. Already refined Destiny Points. 51,500 Chu Tian didn't expect that the emperor's scripture obtained by plundering could be sold to the system. He didn't hesitate and sold it to the system. The amount in the destiny points column directly increased to 61,000 points. My lady, old Tuo wants to see you. At this moment, Xingnu's voice came from outside the car. Advertisement. A vertical pupil opened between Chu Tian's brows, and he immediately looked through the palace and saw Tuo Lao standing respectfully at the foot of Saint Emperor Peak, as if he was waiting for his return. Even after his injuries recovered, Tuo Lao still regarded himself as a subordinate and did not behave in any way that would overstep his authority. Chu Tian stepped out of the car, clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Tuo. You came all the way here to wait. Has something happened?" The camel old man grinned, his yellow and leaky teeth attracting the eye, and said, "The young master is really smart, and something did happen, but it's not a big deal. You have made it to the top of the bone refining ranking and the earth ranking, suppressing the two contemporary prodigies of Zihong Holy Sect. Now they have come to see you, but after waiting for a whole day, you did not show up." Huimei, the pride of Zihong Holy Sect, set up a ring in anger to challenge all the disciples below the soul refining realm in our sect. The master doesn't want to be too conspicuous, so he asked this old servant to wait for you here and remind you that he and the Tianxiong sect master will handle this matter, and you don't need to show up. This is a slap in the face of our sect. It's too unscrupulous. Xingnu was shocked when he heard this. You must know that this is the base of the Xingtian sect. What kind of lawless person can do such a thing? If Hualien really swept through the entire sect, the reputation of Xingtian sect, the #1 sect in the continent today, would be ruined. Generally speaking, apex-level sects would not do things so dishonorably and would always leave some wiggle room. It's just kids fighting. Chu Tian smiled and explained to Xingnu that this was indeed Huimei's style of doing things. She was eccentric, lawless, and liked to show off. Otherwise, in the original plot, she would not have been beaten up so many times by the protagonist Yifan. But now, Yifan was suppressed by him and his Tianxin divine ring was snatched away. Now he may not be Huimei's opponent. However, Huimei's eccentric behavior does not mean she is stupid. She is definitely capable. Looking across the myriad worlds, she is a first-rate monstrous genius. Chu Tian felt that there were almost no people in Xingtian sect or bone-tempering realm who were qualified to be Huimei's rivals. Yi Tianxiong and his father Chu Tian Wang might have a headache. Moreover, he didn't expect that he would come into contact with this person so soon. He wondered if Saintess Hualien came with him. When the old camel heard this, he was speechless. He glanced at the young lady and thought, "You are also a child, and Huimei seems to be 2 years older than you. Old Tuo, is this also what the sect leader wants me to do, asking me not to show up?" Chu Tian's smile was intriguing. "Yes, my lord," Tuo Lao said. "The meaning of sect master Tianxiong is that now that things have come to this, the Chu family should not confront the Zihong Holy Sect, so as not to hurt the relationship between our family and the Zihong Holy Sect. Let him handle this matter. You speak better than you sing. You just don't want the young master to achieve merit and want the Yi family to take the limelight." Xingnu whispered to speak up for Chu Tian. That Huimei is also mentally ill. He actually set his sights on challenging those below the soul refining realm in the sect. He doesn't think this is the same as the bone-tempering realm test in the Hengtian Temple, where only physical strength can be used. Chu Tian naturally understood what Xingnu meant. After all, he had also started to concentrate his mind last night. Some bone-tempering realms who have begun to condense their spirits can exert their strength exponentially. It is common for some prodigy on the bone-tempering list to exert a strength exceeding 1 million pounds after condensing their spirits. Advertisement, therefore, even if one is ranked first on the bone-refining list, it only means that one's physical strength is invincible, and it does not mean that one is invincible below the soul-refining realm. And Hualien's strength on the list is only 900,000 pounds. Yi Tianxiong probably seized on this loophole, so he dared to tell Chu Tian, who was #1 on the bone-tempering list, not to worry about the matter and let him handle it. "Xingnu, since the sect master and my father both mean this, then I will not get involved in this matter. Besides, it is not easy to get in the limelight." At this time, Chu Tian said meaningfully that he did not think Huimei would not understand these things. Even if Huimei did not understand, the people behind him would definitely understand them. But Huimei still set up the stage, which obviously had a problem. However, Chu Tian was too lazy to pay attention. He clasped his fists to Tuo Lao and said, "Tuo Lao, since there is no need for me to intervene, Xiao Tian will go back to practice first. Please come in, young master." The camel old man said respectfully. Nightfall. As soon as the effects of Supreme Grade Divine Pill and the 3 auras ended, Chu Tian immediately redeemed them from the mall and continued to forge spirit. With the Supreme Grade Divine Pill, Chu Tian didn't have to spend any energy on honing his spirit, so he focused all his energy on honing his body and practicing the Chaos Creation Sutra. In fact, according to common sense, even those who are in the soul refining realm or even higher realms cannot practice all the time and need sleep and breathing regulation. But after being blessed with the 3 halos, Chu Tian's energy will always be in a sufficient and prosperous state no matter how much he consumes, and he does not need any rest or respite at all. For him, as long as he has the halo blessing, he will not feel tired even if he practices for billions of years. Chu Tian first practiced the Chaos Creation Sutra, causing the spirit chi to circulate in his body for 9 great Zhou Divine Sovereign days, polishing his body and absorbing the medicine. In the second half of the night, he began to study the Eye of Heaven that he had just obtained. Buzz! Chu Tian opened the Eye of Heaven between his brows, and all of a sudden, he felt his spirit expand instantly. He even saw the star slave who was guarding outside the door and meditating with her eyes closed. He even saw her true appearance through the veil on her face. It was a flawless, stunningly beautiful face. However, Chu Tian did not linger too much and quickly regained his composure. Xingnu seemed to notice something and opened her star-like eyes. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. It seemed as if someone was spying on her just now and gently stroking her face. Was the movement very light? Just like the young master's hand. It must be an illusion. This is the Saint Emperor Peak, which is full of powerful people. Whoever dares to use spiritual sense to spy on the residents of the young master of the Chu family, unless he doesn't want to live. As the Supreme Elder, Yi Hongwu plotted against the young lady behind the scenes, and he will also die. There is a lesson in the past. Pooh! Xingnu spat at herself in her heart, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. Star Slave, oh Star Slave, what are you thinking about? How old is the young master? Yet you have such bad thoughts and even imagine that the young master is touching her face. Shameless. Xingnu cut off the reveries in his mind, closed his eyes, and entered the state of cultivation again. Chapter 24. The Star Slaves didn't even notice my snooping. Chu Tian had been paying attention to Xingnu's reaction, thinking deeply. The Star Slaves were sent to follow him, so they must be extremely talented. Now that they have reached adulthood, their strengths have far exceeded the soul-refining realm. Their spirits have been condensed for many years, and a divine soul has been born. But even so, the Star Slaves were only slightly aware of it, and could not sense the source of the spying. The magic of the Eye of Heaven was even beyond Chu Tian's imagination. It was worthy of being a great accomplishment in innate Tao body, the supreme divine ability created by the heavenly Tao Venerable with his lifelong comprehension. With the blessing of the Eye of Heaven, although he has not yet entered the soul-refining realm, he can already achieve spiritual separation. The concentration of his spirit has been amplified more than 10 times. People who have broken through the soul-refining realm are probably not as good as him. Although he has not yet broken through the soul-refining realm, his spirit is already superior to soul-refining, and his physical body has not yet reached the limit of the bone-tempering realm, so he has huge room for improvement. At this moment, a spirit insect shaped like a mosquito suddenly flew past the screen window. Suddenly, a silver needle as thin as a hair appeared in Chu Tian's hand, and he flicked his finger. Buzz! The spirit insect was directly nailed to the tree trunk by the silver needle, and the silver needle only poked its almost transparent wings and did not hurt its life. Buzz! Another silver needle popped out and accurately nailed the other wing of the spirit insect to the tree trunk. As the spirit becomes stronger, the control over power becomes more subtle, and the control over the body becomes more handy. No wonder the soul-refining realm is classified as the next realm after the bone-tempering realm. Chu Tian said to himself. He now possesses a strength of 1.7 million pounds, but with the tenfold spiritual blessing of the Eye of Heaven, he is comparable to the soul-refining realm, and his insight is far beyond that. I'm afraid that the strength he can exert is at least 3.5 million pounds. Practice overnight. Chu Tian was already an extraordinary person, and with the blessing of his enlightenment aura, after just one night, he was able to control the Eye of Heaven with ease. His own mental strength has also improved greatly, and when he opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed, and his concentrated gaze could already leave marks on the solid bluestone floor. Chu Tian's physical strength also increased by 100,000 jin, reaching 1.8 million. If word of this speed of improvement were to spread, even the cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts would be frightened to death, unable to tell who was the ferocious beast and who was the human race. Even if it was an ancient ferocious beast with extraordinary talents, a strong body, and powerful bloodline, it would be impossible to achieve such a speed of improvement. However, that night, the amount of medicine Chu Tian consumed increased exponentially, reaching 4 barrels. Chu Tian woke up Xing 3 times during the night. Young master, after I changed your medicine last night, I went to St. Emperor Peak to take a look at the arena. The Tianxiong sect master is in a state of panic right now, Xing said as she changed Chu Tian's clothes, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Ever since the young lady rewarded her with the holy vein flower fruit, their relationship has become closer, and she even dares to tell the young lady some private things. Oh, what do you mean? Chu Tian smiled, raised his hand, and asked Xing to squat down and fasten the belt for him. The bone-tempering realm prodigy of the Yi family who haven't broken through soul refining took turns to challenge, but almost none of them could withstand a single blow from Hui Mei of the Zihong Holy Sect. Once they fought, they were beaten to the point of having their arms and legs broken, and were seriously injured and vomiting blood. Xing voice was filled with relief. Even the prodigy of the Yi family who have been on the bone refining ranking for several years, Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yi Qin, are all 12 years old this year. They have a strength of 300,000 or 400,000 pounds, are full of energy, and have stepped half a step into the soul refining realm. They can even exert a strength of more than 1 million pounds at full strength. But none of them can withstand Hui Mei's move. When I went there, the sect disciples were all in a frenzy, and the senior leaders all had dark faces and said nothing. The atmosphere was very heavy. I heard that in a desperate situation, the Tianxiong sect master gave Yi Chong, the young man who was paralyzed by you, divine medicine, and used a secret method to condense his spirit so that he could challenge Hui Mei. Even the master was anxious and asked some of our Chu family's prodigies to prepare to go on stage. Anyone who could defeat Hui Lian would be directly rewarded with the sect's divine medicine. Oh, by the way, I heard that the third master's eldest son Chu Xiong was also preparing to go on stage at that time. But I hurried back to change the medicine for you. I don't know what happened next. Chu Tian smiled slightly. This was what he expected. In the original plot, Hui Mei is a notorious evildoer in the myriad worlds. In Sheng Tian's sect, the evildoers who could rival Hui Mei were either still in the prison of sin or had already transcended the bone-tempering realm and were unable to take the field. Yi Tianxiong actually thought of letting other disciples in the sect at the same level defeat Hui Mei. This was simply underestimating Hui Mei. Chu Tian could imagine the irritability and heaviness of the sect's top leaders at this moment. If a 10-year-old kid was allowed to sweep away the same generation of the Shengtian sect, and no one could even take the next move, the Shengtian sect would have no face to survive in the Hengtian continent. At this moment, Chu Tian Wang walked into the door, looking heavy and a little tired, and said, "Xiao Tian, come with me to the ring. If things can't be done, you will have to go on stage." If it weren't for being helpless, King Chu Tian really didn't want Chu Tian to continue to be so prominent. It would be better to let the Yi family take the limelight to ease the current situation. But as the deputy sect leader, at this time, he must consider the reputation of the sect. "Okay, Dad," Chu Tian said with a smile. Not long, Chu Tian and King Chu Tian came to another main peak of Shengtian sect, St. Emperor Peak, which is also the main peak where the current leader of Shengtian sect, Yi Tianxiong, is located. Just as he flew to the middle of the mountain, Chu Tian heard a slightly immature but arrogant voice. "I have heard of the prestige of the Shengtian sect for a long time. It has surpassed my Zihong Shengzong and is known as the #1 sect in Hengtian continent. But now I see that I am really disappointed. Such a huge sect, but there isn't even a single disciple who can withstand my attack." On the ring, a small bald man with red lips and white teeth was arrogant, with his arms folded across his chest. He was wearing a milky white coarse linen shirt and glanced at everyone below the ring with disdain. The little bald boy has delicate and beautiful features, red lips, and white teeth. He is about 1.6 meters tall. Although he has no hair and is a boy, he gives people a sense of enchanting beauty. Many women would probably feel ashamed when they see him. Below the arena, many disciples from various sects looked extremely aggrieved and indignant, hating themselves for not being from the bone-tempering realm and being looked down upon by a brat from an outer sect. Where is little Saint Child Chu Tian? Why isn't he allowed to play? Little Saint Child is the strongest bone-tempering realm of our Shengtian sect, ranked first on the bone-tempering list. What are the sect leaders, the 2 founding families, and the 3 apex-level families doing? Are they just here to eat and do nothing? I actually let a little bald guy speak so brazenly and belittle my sect on the main peak of my Shengtian sect. It's so frustrating. If you are not as skilled as others, you will just get beaten. It is said that Yi Chong reached the 3rd place in bone-tempering realm. After taking divine medicine to recover from his injuries, his strength increased to 600,000 kilograms. The sect leader also used a secret method to force him to concentrate his spirit before going on the field. The strength he could exert even reached 1.3 million kilograms, which was already considered cheating. But even so, he was still killed instantly by this little bald guy. If this cheating thing gets out, our Chu Tian sect will really become a laughingstock. The frustrated discussions of the sect disciples continued to echo in the square. The faces of the sect leaders sitting at the top of the viewing platform became even gloomier, as if water could drip from them. "Why is the sect leader nowhere to be seen?" a senior official said in a deep voice, turning to look at Yi Tianxiong's seat, which was empty. "The deputy leader is missing too. Did he go to invite the little saint child?" An old man with white hair and beard frowned slightly. "This concerns the reputation of our Chu Tian sect. Now is not the time for internal fighting. If it really doesn't work, let's ask Saint Child to take action. This little bald guy is too arrogant. He actually despises our Chu Tian sect." A supreme elder's face turned ashen. "P.S. Ding. New author. New book. Is anyone reading it? Please support me in every possible way. Chapter 25. Just as many high-level officials and supreme elders were discussing, King Chu Tian brought Chu Tian to the high platform and sat down, pointing at the little bald man on the stage, and said in a deep voice, "This little bald man is only 900,000 pounds of strength according to the bone forging list, so Dad and your Uncle Tianxiong were careless. He should now have at least 1.1 million gene of strength, which is stronger than many of the cubs of ancient fierce beasts. Moreover, his mental strength is strong and condensed, and his eyes are focused. He has reached the realm of seeing the big picture from the small details and knowing the falling leaves from the autumn wind. He is only half a step away from the soul-refining realm, and the strength he can exert is at least 2 million gene. Chu Tian, are you sure you can beat this little bald guy?" King Chu Tian said in a low voice with anger, but he did not let his son play immediately. After all, Chu Tian is 2 years younger than Hui Mei, and it takes time and energy to concentrate his spirit. If his son refuses, he will not force him. King Chu Tian was in a high position and rarely cursed people, but he pointed at Hualian and called her little bald head. It can be seen that Hualian's arrogance and lawlessness made him, the Emperor Venerable, a little upset. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant and contemptuous of the Chu Tian sect. But the target was just a 10-year-old kid, and no one had the nerve to teach him a lesson. If it was someone a little older, even if he was from the Zihong Holy Sect, he would have been killed without leaving any trace. At this time, many sect leaders also looked at Chu Tian with scrutiny, amazement, and expectation in their eyes. Chu Tian was personally taught by King Chu Tian and lived in seclusion. Although he was named Little Saint Child as soon as he was born, even they rarely saw him. Chu Tian does not look very strong, and even has the aura of a gentle and elegant young man. If it were not for the fact that he had never made a mistake in the Hengtian ranking test, they really would not have thought that it was this boy with a somewhat elegant appearance who slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and used another 30 seconds to kill 30 ancient ferocious beast cubs, including mythical creatures such as real dragon cubs. Little Saint Child, this concerns the reputation of the sect. This little bald guy is too arrogant. Are you sure? A senior member of the sect couldn't help but ask. If you have any requests, feel free to ask the sect. We don't ask you to defeat him, Little Saint Child. As long as you can take 3 of his moves, at least our sect won't be too embarrassed if we tell others about it. The white-haired and bearded Supreme Elder said in a low voice. The other sect leaders also nodded. At this point, they didn't ask for too much. After all, Hui Mei, the monster from the Zihong Holy Sect, was indeed abnormally powerful. There were so many monsters in the sect who were famous on the Hengtian bone tempering list. They were several years older than him and had concentrated their spirits, but they couldn't even take a single move. They were beaten to the point of breaking bones and tendons, vomiting blood, and directly losing their combat power. This kind of monster only appears once in tens of thousands of years in Hengtian continent. They would be satisfied if they could withstand 3 moves and save the reputation of Chu Tian sect. Chu Tian glanced at Hui Lian on the ring. Although he was still young and had not yet appeared on the stage in the original plot, he was just like in his memory. He was so charming, arrogant, and lawless in his childhood, which made people subconsciously want to slap him hard on the bald head. No wonder the protagonist Yi Fan later suppressed him, sealed his power, sent him to a brothel to auction his virginity, and sold it for a sky-high price. Apart from the fact that he has the looks to be more attractive than any other beauties, it really makes one want to deal a heavy blow to his arrogance. But under the expectant gazes of many sect leaders, Chu Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "Uncles, grandfathers, I'm sorry that I can't obey your orders, because the sect master said that he will handle this matter and Chu Tian doesn't need to take part. The sect master's words are as good as gold. I cannot disobey him." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of many sect leaders became visibly gloomy. The corner of King Chu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. After all, he was also involved in asking Chu Tian not to take action, and it was not just Yi Tianxiong's opinion. However, many sect leaders don't know about this. But Chu Tian's words took him out, saying only that Yi Tianxiong did not allow him to take action. It's already this late, and you're still fighting among yourselves, scheming against each other, and having no respect for yourselves anymore? The white-haired and bearded Supreme Elder's eyes widened with anger, and his beard even stood up. He is a Supreme Elder of the Duanmu family, with very long seniority and of the same generation as King Chu Tian's grandfather. Whenever King Chu Tian sees him, he has to pay his respects obediently. It's boring, really boring. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? On the stage, Huilian saw that no one had come up to challenge for a long time, so she started to shout again. The Shangtian sect is said to have nearly 1 million disciples, 2 founding families, and 3 apex-level families that are famous throughout the continent. But where are the people? Where are they all? Is there no one else who can show off his prodigy except Chu Tian? Are you all scared to death? In that case, don't waste my time and let that little brat Chu Tian come out. I can take care of him in no time. How dare you take my sister's first place on the local rankings and step on me, your young master? I want to see how good this brat is and how many punches his chaotic god-fiend body can withstand from me. You little evil beast, you be asterisk 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 D. Elder Duanmu was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face flushed red, and he kept turning his head to look for the figure of the sect leader Yi Tianxiong. I can't stand it anymore. They have dared to point directly at our families. Uncle can stand it, but Aunt can't stand it. A high-ranking official growled, looked at King Chu Tian, and said, "Deputy sect leader, let little Saint Child take action." Some high-ranking officials even said to Chu Tian directly, "Little Saint Child, just go on stage and kill this little bald guy. If the sect leader wants to investigate, we will take the blame for you. This is a fight for the reputation of our Shangtian sect. It is a great achievement. The sect master will never dare to pursue it." The most qualified and senior Supreme Elder even started cursing directly. "When I was fighting for the sect, Yi Tianxiong was still drinking milk. If he dares to pursue me, just let him go. Don't think that I won't dare to hit him just because he has become the sect leader and achieved the Emperor Venerable. King Chu Tian, say something. Or do you also disagree with letting the little Saint Child play?" A Supreme Elder looked at King Chu Tian grimly. Although these Supreme Elders do not hold high positions and their strength may not be stronger than Chu Tian Wang and Yi Tianxiong, they have made great contributions, have long qualifications, high seniority, and great influence. As long as they do not violate taboos like Yi Hongwu, they can basically walk around the sect with their heads held high. At their age, they already have one foot in the coffin, and they don't care about hierarchy at all. In their eyes, having fought for the sect for most of their lives, the honor and interests of the sect are the top priority. Grand Elder Yi Hongwu was forced to commit suicide, leaked sect secrets, and murdered the junior prodigy. They all felt that his death was a good one, and he deserved it. This. King Chu Tian smiled bitterly, and had no choice but to turn his head and look at Chu Tian, saying, "Xiao Tian you." Before he finished speaking, Chu Tian shook his head and said calmly, "The sect master has given an order. As a disciple of the sect, it is only natural to obey the sect master's orders. I cannot take action." King Chu Tian was helpless, covering his forehead with his hands, suffering from a terrible headache. He should have understood long ago that the reason his son followed him was not because he listened to him, but because this kid held a grudge and was probably determined to force Yi Tianxiong to bow to him. If I had been obedient, I wouldn't have gone to Hengtian Palace for testing, and none of this would have happened today. Right at this moment, a young man with torn clothes and bloodstains stepped onto the ring. He looked at Hui Mei with a firm gaze and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Yi Fan from the Yi family, I will fight you." Chapter 26. When these words were spoken, many disciples from various sects below the stage were slightly stunned. Wasn't Yi Fan thrown into the prison of crime? How did he get out and challenge on stage? Such a big thing happened on Saint Emperor Peak. A Supreme Elder was forced to commit suicide, and it also involved a bloody incident between Little Saint Child and a waste of the Yi family. Naturally, it had already spread throughout the sect. What's going on? How did this loser Yi Fan get out? It would be fine if you just ran out, but you even ran up to challenge Huimei. Don't you think that the Holy Heaven sect is embarrassed enough? The sect disciples below were discussing the matter, and they couldn't understand why such a waste was allowed to come out. He is indeed a shrewd old fellow. He actually wants to take this opportunity to clear Yi Fan of the charges. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of his eyes. It was Yi Tianxiong who suddenly appeared in the chairman's seat, right next to King Chu Tian. Everyone, all the great elders, I'm sorry to have waited so long, Yi Tianxiong said with dignity. Yi Fan is the son of my third brother, Yi Tianying. Although it is wrong to swallow the divine medicine treasures of many sects, he is still young after all, and the crime is not punishable by death. In addition, the Supreme Elder Hongwu has already paid the price of his life and assumed everything. Please give Yi Fan a chance to redeem himself for his crime, considering that he had made considerable contributions to the sect when Tianying was alive. My Yi family is also willing to give out a portion of divine medicine of equal value to compensate for the sect's losses. Yi Tianxiong looked at King Chu Tian and said in a deep voice, "Second brother, what do you think?" King Chu Tian nodded. He was just trying to ease the situation between the two families, so he agreed. As long as you can make contributions to the sect, the merits and demerits will just offset each other. Many sect leaders fell silent. After all, Yi Tianxiong had already spoken, and it was difficult for them to refute. "Master, can this boy withstand Huimei's 3 moves?" asked the Supreme Elder of the Duanmu family. "For the honor of the sect, Yi Fan will do his best." Yi Tianxiong looked at Yi Fan on the stage, and suddenly curled his lips and said with a smile, "I'm afraid you don't know yet. The Hongming holy bone between Yi Fan's eyebrows has shown signs of revival, and his strength has reached 700,000 kilograms. Maybe she is not as strong as Huimei, but let alone 3 moves. Even if she can hold out for a while under his hands, it won't be a big problem." As soon as these words came out, many senior executives were shocked. Yi Fan's Hongming holy bone was revived. Doesn't this mean that the Yi family is also going to produce a peerless genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Tian? But Yi Fan's Hongming holy bone was defiled, and even Emperor Venerable was helpless. Is it true or false? Many supreme elders nodded. Since the sect master has personally pleaded for mercy, let Yi Fan have a try. If he can take 3 moves, he will be rewarded for his crime. If we let him go, we will also leave a prodigy for our sect. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face, but there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was indeed the son of fortune, a protagonist-level character. In order to save Yi Fan, Yi Tianxiong didn't even bother pretending and just came forward to protect him. The Hongming holy bone has actually revived a little. It seems that he was still a step too slow in plundering the Tianxian divine ring. Yi Fan had already used the power of the divine ring to revive a trace of the power of the Hongming holy bone. Want to rise? Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he glanced at the divine ring on the ring finger of his left hand, and asked in his heart, "System, can you revive the Tianxian divine ring and take back the power covering the son of fortune, Yi Fan Hongming holy bone?" The system was very diligent and responsible, and a gentle and pleasant voice sounded immediately. "Yes, host, you can spend 500 life points to revive the divine ring and take back the power. You can spend 1,000 life points to directly refine the soul formation ring, but doing so will cause the remaining soul inside to awaken. Spend 500 destiny points and take back the power of the divine ring." Chu Tian said directly, "The system will never disappoint you. You can always trust the system." "Okay, host." Buzz. Suddenly, a black light flashed from the magic ring on Chu Tian's ring finger. On the stage, Yi Fan was confronting Huimei, ready to strike, with a very thin purple light faintly flowing between his eyebrows. But suddenly, his brows shook slightly, as if an inexplicable force flowed out, and the purple light suddenly disappeared. "No!" Yi Fan's pupils suddenly shrank sharply with a resolute gaze. In extreme horror, he blurted out subconsciously, "No." As the battle was approaching, he suddenly felt that he seemed unable to use the power of the Hongming holy bone. He has not yet concentrated his mind. Without the support of the power of the Hongming holy bone, he would be just an ordinary person. With the bone-tempering realm that has a strength of 700,000 kilograms, there is such a huge gap. Without the blessing of the spirit, he would be beaten to death. Yi Fan was born with the sacred bones of Hongming, but they were polluted and contaminated, and his tendons and veins were damaged by poison. At this moment, Huimei smiled charmingly, raised her hand and rubbed her shiny head, and she didn't know where she got all the information about Yi Fan from. "That's quite interesting. You dare to challenge me? Has the power of your Hongming holy bone been restored? Let me see how strong you are. Wait. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt cold all over and his face turned slightly pale, but he hadn't said anything yet. Boom. Hui Mei let out a low shout, stomped her feet suddenly, and her body shot out like a bow and arrow, rushing forward with a violent sound of breaking through the air, like a charge of an ancient demon bull. The force was so great that the huge arena shook violently. It seemed that because he knew that Yi Fan was the Hongming holy bone, he did not hold back at all in this attack. His powerful spirit even penetrated his body, causing the surrounding air to roll like a whirlpool, and he used his body's strength to the extreme. There was a deep fear in Yi Fan's eyes. His blood rushed to the sky and exploded violently, but his feet were retreating madly. Without the power of the holy bone, he knew his own weight, and there was an absolute possibility that he would be beaten to death by this weird bald man. You useless thing, why are you running? Come on. Did you go there specifically to throw away the sect's people? Below the stage, some sect disciples, who had been holding back for a long time, started cursing when they saw this. Something is wrong. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, realized something was wrong, and stood up suddenly. Yi Fan said that with the power of the Hongming holy bone, he might not be able to defeat Hui Mei, but he would have no problem taking on 3 moves. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he said to himself, "You want to rise? Just dream. Waste, did you come up on stage just to run away?" Hui Mei's weird face was filled with anger. She thought that there was a prodigy who was worth fighting. That's the result? Stop right there, master. Buzz. Hui Mei let out a low roar, ran quickly, suddenly bent down like a big bow, and shot out like a sharp sword in an instant, and her shiny head hit Yi Fan's chest heavily. Puff. Yi Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged out, but he did not fly backwards, because Hui Mei's bald head actually pierced directly into his chest, leaving a big hole in his chest. Visible to the naked eye, Yi Fan's back had a large lump of flesh that was exactly the size of Hui Mei's head. The sound of bones cracking was madly loud, and blood was pouring down, instantly dyeing his entire body red, and the bluestone slabs of the ring under his feet were as red as scarlet. Dark red and sticky blood gushed out of Yi Fan's mouth violently. Chapter 27. You piece of crap. How dare you challenge me on stage? But at this time, Hui Mei seemed to be getting more and more angry, with a look of exasperation on her weird face. She stood up and threw another punch, hitting Yi Fan hard in the center of the face. Blood spurted out and splashed on Hui Mei's weird cheek. It seems that you really have no one left in Xingtian's sect. You actually let this kind of trash come up. Each one is worse than the other. They are even worse than the trash on the bone-tempering ranking of the Yi family. You can't send this kind of rubbish to humiliate me. Roll. Hui Mei shouted angrily and kicked Yi Fan hundreds of meters away. Scarlet blood splattered all over the sky and fell heavily on the square from a height of dozens of meters. Yi Fan's face was covered with dirty blood at this time, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Many bones in his body were broken. He was lying on the ground, breathing in more than exhaling, looking extremely miserable. But the disciples of the surrounding sects looked at him with endless disgust and loathing on their faces, as if they wanted to rush up and step on him to vent their anger. He stole and swallowed so many of the sect's divine medicine and treasures, and came on stage aggressively, thinking that he would be of some use. But in the end, he couldn't even take a single blow. What do you mean by one move? He was killed instantly when he ran away. Although the previous ones didn't take one move either, at least they faced the enemy head-on. Even if it's just a pig, after eating so many divine medicine treasures, it can have the strength of hundreds of thousands of pounds. The sect has really lost all its face. I don't understand why the sect would waste so many resources to support such a waste. If he wasn't a descendant of the founding family, this kind of trash wouldn't even be qualified to be a disciple, let alone stay on the main peak. Overwhelming insults echoed throughout the arena. If it were a normal day, everyone would be busy practicing. Even if they knew that Yi Fan had wasted so much divine medicine, but a supreme elder had already paid with his life, they would at most feel a little dissatisfied, grumble a few times, and would not bother to pay too much attention. But now, Hui Mei has come to the door, and it's a matter of reputation for the sect. At this critical moment, Yi Fan ran out and was teased and beaten like a monkey. It can be said that this directly aroused public outrage and ignited the anger of everyone. Normally, as a child of a wealthy family, you behave like this and everyone is used to it. After all, everyone is used to it. But at a time like this, you still have to come out and make trouble. What for? Do you think everyone is not frustrated enough? Or do you think that the disgrace to the sect is not enough? Not only did no one show mercy to Yi Fan, some disciples even shouted directly, "Kill Yi Fan and hang his body for public display." At this time, the faces of the sect leaders on the high platform were so gloomy that they just felt that they were being played a trick. If the other party was not the founding head of the family or the leader of the sect, they would probably have lost their temper. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sign of dark clouds gathering and a superstorm approaching. This was an accident. I didn't expect it, Yi Tianxiong explained to everyone with veins twitching in the corners of his eyes. He is telling the truth. But it was obvious that no one would believe him. Master, everyone knows that you love your nephew, but there is no need to let him perform on the stage in such a serious occasion that concerns the reputation of the sect, a supreme elder said in a low voice. After all, he still gave the master some face and did not directly say the word shameful, but just said to go up and perform. Okay, at a time like this, internal fighting will only make outsiders laugh. The Duanmu family's grand elder had an ugly expression on his face and said, "Sect Master, I heard that you ordered that Saint Child was not allowed to take action, and you would solve it. But now, the Yi family's prodigy has been defeated, and some have been embarrassed and thrown into the Western Ancient Forbidden Zone. The prodigy of our major families have also been humiliated enough. Can you please take back your order and let Saint Child take action? Otherwise, it will be difficult to end today's incident." The sect's ancestral teachings state that the sect's interests come first. At this time, we should stop the infighting. Master, please take back your order. Otherwise, if today's incident gets out, our Shangtian sect will really have no chance of survival. Master, please put the reputation of the sect first. Many sect leaders also spoke up, but King Chu Tian on the side silently lowered his head and dared not say a word. After all, he was also involved in this matter. But who could have expected the situation to turn out like this? If he showed his head at a time like this, he would be asking for trouble, but he didn't have a masochistic tendency. Moreover, Yi Tianxiong ended up in this situation because of his own reckless actions. If Yi Fan had not been exposed, everyone would not have spoken so harshly. Yi Tianxiong's face was ferocious, veins bulged on his neck, and facing the accusations from everyone, he felt like he had no way to defend himself. He suddenly realized that something might have happened while he was away. But why did everyone only point the finger at him and not involve King Chu Tian? After all, in order to avoid accidents, he had deliberately dragged King Chu Tian into it. However, Yi Tianxiong also understood that in this situation, any excuses at this time would be meaningless and would only anger everyone further. There were bloodshot in Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and a few words almost jumped out of his throat. Please invite Saint Child Chu Tian to play. He understood that no matter whether the sect would be embarrassed or not, he had lost all face today, his authority would be affected, and it would even indirectly affect everyone's perception of the Yi family. A family that is willing to sacrifice the interests of its own sect for the sake of internal strife will not be welcome anywhere. Saint Child, at this time, many senior officials and supreme elders turned their eyes to Chu Tian with expectation in their eyes. Chu Tian, are you sure? The Duanmu family's great elder said carefully. It should be no problem to hold on for 3 moves, right? After all, this is the little Saint Child, the eldest son of the founding family, the Chu family, and his parents are both emperors. If Chu Tian is unwilling, no one dares to force him. Under the expectant gazes of many people, Chu Tian slowly stood up, clasped his fists, and saluted the grand elder, then said calmly, "Beating him is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Since the sect master has spoken, it's okay for the younger generation to take the stage. After all, it's for the sect's reputation, and personal honor and disgrace are insignificant. But uncles, grandpa, Chu Tian has a condition. If you agree, I will take care of Huimei within 3 moves." There was horror in the eyes of many sect leaders, and they subconsciously thought that this boy was too arrogant. After all, although this little bald guy is indeed extremely arrogant and disgusting, his strength is real. But Chu Tian's expression and tone gave them an inexplicably strong confidence, as if Huimei would be swept away as long as he made a move. "What conditions?" said Elder Duanmu. Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked at Yi Tianxiong and said, "From now on, no matter what the reason, Yi Fan must not be released from the Sin domain. I said that he must pay the price for his actions and refine all the divine medicine and treasures he swallowed. You can even refine it into a pill directly." Chapter 28. Whole. You are so young, yet you are so vicious. You are so relentless in pursuing me. Are you determined to destroy the pride of our Yi family? Yi Tianxiong suddenly let out a low roar, staring at Chu Tian, filled with murderous aura and a terrifying sense of majesty. As an emperor venerable on the Chu Tian list, the leader of the Chu Tian sect, who dominates the rise and fall of thousands of miles of land, Yi Tianxiong has accumulated an extremely terrifying sense of majesty. When he glares with his eyes, the aura of being in a high position for a long time can make the legs of an ordinary adult go weak, and they subconsciously dare not look into his eyes. But Chu Tian has lived 2 lives as a godfather, and his will is no less strong than Yi Tianxiong. With a hint of indifference on his lips, he looked at Yi Tianxiong and said, "Master, as the saint child of the sect, I am upholding the rules of the sect. The strong are respected, and only the excellent can obtain all resources. And your nephew Yi Fan has no talent, no strength, and has made no contribution to the sect. He privately took so many divine medicine treasures and wasted a huge amount of the sect's resources, which is a capital crime. If Yi Hongwu had not committed suicide to take the blame, and the Yi family had not handed over a spirit-partitioning medicine, he would have died long ago. What's worse, he is a loser, but he dares to approach my fiancée Lu Yun repeatedly and sow discord between us in the name of saving my fiancée. Just for this reason, I can do him 1,000 times. He is a piece of trash. Who the hell does he think he is? And how dare he step on my head? I am just respecting my own heart." Facing Yi Tianxiong's terrifying majesty, Chu Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and stood some distance in front of his father, King Chu Tian, and said coldly, "Master, there is no room for bargaining on this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this is the first and last time. My uncle's grandpa is a witness for Chu Tian. If the Yi family releases Yi Fan from the prison in the name of anything again next time, I will follow my heart and kill him on the spot according to the sect's rules." A terrifying murderous aura raged from Chu Tian's cold eyes, and his tender face was filled with murderous intent that was inconsistent with his age. At this moment, the shock felt in the hearts of the surrounding sect leaders and supreme elders was simply unimaginable. They had never expected that Chu Tian, at such a young age, would be so brave and courageous as to confront Yi Tianxiong face to face. Not to mention that Chu Tian was only 8 years old. Even the disciples in the sect who were already in their 20s and close to igniting the divine fire were trembling with fear when facing Yi Tianxiong, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. What a tenacious mind that cannot be shaken by external things. Many practitioners want this but cannot obtain it. They will take the initiative to go out to hone their will and visit the myriad tribulations. But Chu Tian, no matter how young he is, seems to be born with it. King Chu Tian's heart was trembling violently. Looking at his son, it was as if he was understanding Chu Tian for the first time. Could it be that all these years, the son has been putting himself in a difficult position to accommodate his father? After all, with Chu Tian's talent, he should have been famous throughout the continent, the center of attention, and surrounded by countless halos. Because of him, his son lived in Saint Emperor Peak all day long, and when he went out occasionally, it was to the Lu family to look for Lu Yun. But even so, he was still taken advantage of by outsiders. Congratulations to the host for triggering the villain no longer keeps a low-profile rank 2 stage, defeating Huimei, the son of fortune of the Zihong Holy Sect, and being rewarded with 10,000 destiny points and an innate spirit medicine enlightenment tea tree sapling. The system's gentle voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he stomped his feet hard, and without waiting for Yi Tianxiong to answer, his body shot out from the high platform and landed on the ring. Saint Child Chu Tian of the Holy Heaven Sect. Chu Tian had a cold look on his face and hooked his finger at Feng Huimei. "Don't waste time. Stop talking nonsense. I can defeat you in 3 moves. Boom." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Afterwards, loud cheers broke out in the square, and the sect disciples who had been suppressed for a long time burst into tears. After watching the sect's famous prodigy being beaten in various ways by Huimei all night, and trembling with fear after going on stage, and even Yi Fan turning around and running away in fear, they were really fed up. This is the territory of the #1 sect on the continent, the Chu Tian sect. Why should a little bald guy from outside be so arrogant? You are the one who beat me on the bone tempering ranking, and you also snatched the first place on the Huilian Earth ranking from my cousin Chu Tian. Very good. You finally dare to show up and accept my challenge. Huimei raised her hand and rubbed her bald head. The smile on her enchanting face was a little ferocious. You are indeed very arrogant, but I don't know how strong you are. Boom. Huimei moved her feet, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Her body turned into afterimages, appearing in every place on the ring. At this moment, it seemed as if there were hundreds or thousands of Huimei on the stage, attacking Chu Tian at the same time. Huimei was very arrogant in words, but facing Chu Tian, she was not careless at all and directly used the divine ability martial arts. The secret art of Phantom Dragon is an apex-level divine ability of the Zhihong Holy Sect. It was created by their 18th Holy Master who observed the flight path of the ancient dragon. It is ranked among the top 10 divine abilities in the myriad worlds. It is very difficult to practice. No one in the Zhihong Holy Sect has been able to master it for many years. The Grand Elder Duanmu said in a low voice, with shock in his eyes. The other sect leaders also had horror in their eyes. He is only in the bone-tempering realm, but he has already comprehended the apex-level divine ability and has made some initial achievements. This little bald guy's talent is truly astonishing. No wonder even though the Zhihong Holy Sect knew that Saint Child had a strength of 1.5 million kilograms, the people accompanying him still acquiesced to his actions. A high-ranking official of the sect said in a low voice, "With his spirit, he can unleash a force exceeding 2 million kilograms. Combined with this apex-level divine ability, he is basically invincible in the body-tempering realm. It's not unfair for Saint Child to lose to him. After all, he is 2 years younger than him and has not had enough time to cultivate the sect's divine ability. I hope little Saint Child can withstand 3 attacks." At this time, Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely ugly, but he did not look at the battle on the ring. Instead, he turned his head to look at King Chu Tian and said in a low voice, "Second brother, in the Chu family, are you still the one in charge? How can you let Xiaotian be so unscrupulous? Didn't we agree to work together to revitalize the sect and never fight internally? Yi Fan has the Hongmeng Holy Bone. Although it has been defiled, it still has great hope. Yi Tianxiong is unwilling to give up no matter what. It's not that I, as his uncle, don't love him, but Xiaotian has such a cruel, vindictive, and narrow-minded temperament. Now it has affected the relationship between our 2 families. As a father, shouldn't you take care of it?" Yi Tianxiong's voice gradually became colder. Tianying had made contributions to the sect before. "It is not appropriate for me to be in the Yi family. Brother, you'd better stop." Suddenly, King Chu Tian's deep voice sounded. Yi Tianxiong's heart was shocked, but he saw King Chu Tian raised his head, stared into his eyes, and said word by word, "Brother, you should understand that Chu Tian is my only son. I have wronged him too much because of the things in the sect over the years. We all know what is right and what is wrong. Xiaotian did nothing wrong this time. As a father, I will never restrain or restrict him in the name of unity for the sect. I can't let my son down again." Chapter 29. Second brother, what do you mean by this? Are you going to indulge Xiaotian to continue acting recklessly like this and destroy the unity of the sect? There was murderous intent in Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and his voice seemed to tremble with anger. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura of Tao suddenly spread out, causing Yi Tianxiong and Chu Tianwang, who were confronting each other, to shudder all over and turn their heads to look at the arena. Facing the hundreds and thousands of densely packed bald Huimei on the stage, Chu Tian opened a vertical eye in between his brows, and purple light burst out from it. In an instant, most of the afterimages melted away like spring snow after rain. Eye of Heaven. Yi Tianxiong's pupils suddenly contracted. "This is... oh my god, the Eye of Heaven," Elder Duanmu blurted out, his pupils wide open, filled with endless disbelief. The Tao essence is flowing through, the purple light is overflowing, the rules are resonating, and it looks like it is connecting all the heavens. It is exactly the same in appearance and characteristics as the Eye of Heaven created by Tao Venerable. "Eye of Heaven? Why? How could you?" Huimei's voice was horrified. Without the cover of many afterimages, she appeared alone behind Chu Tian. Boom. Without the cover of the afterimage, Chu Tian instantly appeared in front of him and punched out, hitting Huimei's chest hard. Puff. Huimei vomited blood, her chest bones shattered, and she flew backwards into the air. But at this moment, Chu Tian appeared above him and stepped down. Huimei fell from midair and slammed heavily on the ring. The terrible impact was like a falling meteor. The ring shook and terrible cracks appeared. At this moment, on the other side of the platform, an old man in white clothes with a smile on his face suddenly stood up and shouted, "How dare you hurt my young master?" A terrifying evil spirit emanated from him, and the sky darkened. But at this moment, King Chu Tian appeared in front of the old man in white, with an indifferent expression. He put his hand on the old man's shoulder and pressed it lightly. The old man involuntarily sat back in his seat. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. This is a fight between the younger generation. The winner has not yet been decided. King Chu Tian said lightly, turned around and looked at Chu Tian. His eyes were filled with shock. Eye of heaven. How could such a thing appear on Chu Tian? He had no idea what had happened. The Zihong holy sect is probably going to be shaken. I am invincible in the world. How could I possibly lose to you? Hui Mei's furious voice echoed from the pit. Boom. His body shot out like a sharp sword, and his shiny head turned into an arrowhead, rushing straight towards Tianhong. The rich spiritual flow made his strength condense at one point, and the power that burst out reached as much as 2.6 million pounds, directly doubling. With such tremendous force, even a mountain would be knocked down by it, let alone a human. If you want to fight hard, I'll help you. Chu Tian closed the Eye of Heaven between his brows, releasing a strong spirit, and the Chaos Creation Sutra was activated. He let out a low shout, and suddenly slapped out heavily. Boom. The air currents swept through, the wind and clouds reversed, and this blow seemed to make the void tremble and emit a buzzing sound. The vigorous energy and blood rushed up into the sky, making him look like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, radiant with light. At this moment, he possessed a strength of 1.8 million kilograms. With the powerful spiritual blessing, the power of this slap directly exceeded 4 million pounds. The roar was like a thunder, causing pain in the eardrums of everyone near the ring. The slap landed directly on Hui Mei's shiny head. 5 deeply sunken dark red palm prints were visible to the naked eye and appeared directly on the top of her bald head. Hui Mei screamed, her weird face twisted, and she flew back into the pit at a faster speed. Boom. The arena shook violently, as if a meteor had fallen from outer space and smashed heavily onto the Saint Emperor Peak. Tiny cracks appeared all around the arena. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. The scene was horrifying. This. Around the arena, many sect disciples opened their mouths wide, unable to utter even a word for a long time. Looking at Chu Tian's slender body and tender cheeks, they really couldn't imagine that the strong and powerful energy and blood power just now burst out from his body. It is really hard to imagine that a little child has the power to blow up mountains. On the high platform, many sect leaders were shocked. Looking at Chu Tian's small figure, there was only one thought left in their minds. This guy is not bragging. He really has the ability. This is the enchanting genius of my Shengtian sect. Ha ha. Suddenly, Grand Elder Duanmu burst into laughter, laughing wantonly and unrestrainedly, releasing all the grievances he had just felt. So what if you are a monster from the Holy Zihong sect? I said I can defeat you in 3 moves, and I will defeat you in 3 moves. Let me vent my anger, and let this little bald guy be arrogant. I gave you face on my Shengtian sect's territory, but little Saint Child was too merciful and held back at the last moment. If it were me, I would have knocked his head off. Many sect leaders also began to curse, venting all the anger they had just experienced. For many years, no one has dared to be so arrogant on the territory of Shengtian sect, pointing fingers at others and saying that Shengtian sect has no one. They are the evildoers of the Zihong holy sect. Their background is too strong. If it were a smaller sect, they would have razed the entire mountain to the ground. This time, there was no sound coming from the pit for a long time, and Hui Mei did not get up. It seems to verify what Chu Tian said. It is said to be 3 moves, and it is exactly 3 moves, not 1 more, not 1 less. Master, are you okay? An old man in white appeared in the pit. Looking at the young master lying in the pit with lifeless eyes, he felt distressed. He quickly helped the young master up, rubbed the divine medicine into powder, and sprinkled it on Hui Mei's head. The young master had had a smooth life since childhood and was used to being lawless. He had never experienced such a blow. Whoa! Suddenly, Hui Mei burst into tears, her voice heartbreaking. Grandpa Chu, he beat me and humiliated me, but I couldn't beat him. Hui Mei cried so sadly that tears as big as beans fell madly from the corners of her eyes, as if they were free. It was as if it was not him who went to the door and beat up Prodigy from the bone-tempering realm of the Shengtian sect, but Chu Tian who bullied him. Hui Mei threw herself into the arms of the old man in white, her shoulders shaking constantly, feeling extremely aggrieved. Young master, don't cry, don't cry. You are the best. The reason why he couldn't beat you this time is because he has the Eye of Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to beat you so easily. The old man in white comforted him softly, but his heart was filled with horror. He understood that even if Chu Tian did not have the Eye of Heaven, the young master would definitely not be able to win. It was just that it would be more difficult for Chu Tian to win. But with a force of 4 million kilograms, if Chu Tian had not stopped at the last moment, That slap would have probably exploded the young master's head. Not to mention the young master's head. Even a mountain would be blown up. Whoa! Huimei cried, even more sadly. Isn't my cousin practicing the inheritance of the heavenly fate Tao Venerable? Why did the eye of heaven appear on him? This is what my cousin wants most. The old man in white sighed and said, Grandpa, Chu doesn't know either. He has already sent a message back to the holy sect. It's really like seeing a ghost. Chapter 30. Congratulations to the host for defeating the son of fortune Huimei and making him cry. You will be rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the rank 2 stage of the villain no longer keeps a low-profile mission and received a reward of 10,000 life points. The innate spirit medicine enlightenment tree sapling has been placed in the warehouse. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. Chu Tian's face was calm, but when he saw Huimei crying, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In the original plot, the popular ghost Sacred Venerable, with his enchanting appearance, super talent, strange body movements, and powerful strength, was famous in myriad worlds. He fought back and forth with Yi Fan, but his bad temper made Yi Fan angry, so he attacked him and sealed him up and took him to a brothel for auction. Who would have thought that I was so fragile when I was a child, and I was beaten to tears by him? After all, he is only 10 years old and has never experienced any hardships. Remember, this is the territory of the Chu Tian sect. It is not your turn to act recklessly. Chu Tian said calmly, ending with these words before walking down the stage. The disciples of the sect crowded under the stage were in awe and took the initiative to make way for him, even though many of the disciples were at a much higher realm than Chu Tian. This is the treatment of being an apex genius. Chu Tian walked up to Yi Fan and frowned slightly. Although Yi Fan was in a coma, his chest, which was sunken by Huimei's beating, had recovered and was breathing normally. Chu Tian understood that this was the divinity condensed in Yi Fan's body after he swallowed many divine medicine treasures. Combined with the power of Hong Meng Holy Bone, it made him like an indestructible cockroach. In the original plot, he was seriously injured many times, experienced countless crises, and committed various suicide attempts, but he was able to survive and rise again. This is the reason. System, is there any way to extract the divine medicine power from his body? Chu Tian asked in his heart. They originally wanted to detain Yi Fan in the crime domain prison, monitor him, and look for a chance to take action. However, Yi Tianxiong, who was hiding behind the scenes, suddenly stopped pretending and brought Yi Fan out directly to help him escape punishment. Yi Tianxiong is the clan leader after all. He has stepped out from behind the scenes to the front, which is a big threat. Chu Tian does not want to keep Yi Fan, a big threat, for too long. Son of Fortune has too many possibilities, which only adds variables. He had a strong murderous intent in his heart and wanted to take action directly to crush Yi Fan's head. But he could feel that there was a vague cold gaze staring at him on the platform, watching his every move. Yi Tianxiong had been keeping an eye on him. With Yi Tianxiong's strength, the probability of him killing Yi Fan under his nose is infinitely close to 0. But he couldn't kill him, and Chu Tian didn't want to let Yi Fan, the son of fortune, wander around. Although the crime zone prison could not completely confine him, his every move was under Chu Tian's eyes. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Tian would confront Yi Tianxiong head-on. The host can switch to alchemy technique, practice the apex level scripture Dan Wang Heart Sutra, and cultivate the divine extraction technique. After reaching the body integration realm, he can easily extract the power of divine medicine in immortal physique. The gentle and pleasant voice quickly recovered. Reminder to the host, the power of divine medicine is the basis for Yi Fan to maintain his life. Without the divine medicine, the powerful toxins in his body are likely to kill him directly. This is a way to kill Son of Fortune. Completely wipe out the Son of Fortune, and the host will receive a huge reward of destiny points. How many destiny points are needed to exchange for Dan Wang Heart Sutra and destiny extraction technique? Chu Tian's heart moved. He certainly didn't want to switch to alchemy technique. He still understands the principle of biting off more than you can chew. A person's energy is limited. Professional matters should be left to professionals. His silly second sister Chu Yueyao had been schemed by Yi Tianxiong since she was a child, and followed the poison master to practice poison techniques and alchemy technique. Although she possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, she was suppressed by her poison techniques and embarked on the wrong path of pill refining. But since she had already embarked on this path, it was most appropriate for her to practice the Pill King Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique, and to get rid of the Poison Master's control over her. Host, a total of 11,000 destiny points are required. The system replied. Not much. Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully. He had asked Chu Tianyun, and he knew that his second sister Chu Yueyao would come back in the next few days to get some precious divine medicine for the venerable poison master. Alchemy technique is not mainstream after all, and although it is an apex-level scripture, the price is not high. At this time, 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall appeared and said respectfully to Chu Tian, "Little saint child, under the order of the hall master, we are here to arrest the escaped prisoner Yi Fan." Chu Tian nodded, realizing that it was Chu Tianyun who got the news and sent people to hunt him down. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away, strengthen the guard, and tell Uncle San to tell him that without my permission, no one will be allowed to take Yi Fan out of the prison. Remember, it's anyone." Yi Fan was taken away directly by Yi Tianxiong without the permission of the hall master Chu Tianyun. It is not an exaggeration to say that he escaped from prison, but if Yi Fan really took on Hui Mei's 3 moves and made great contributions to the sect, and if the Yi family took out a spirit partitioning medicine and it was approved by many high-level officials, perhaps he could really be cleared of the charges. Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely ugly. He actually said that Yi Fan was an escaped prisoner. It was obvious that Chu Tianyun was criticizing him for being the sect leader but not following the sect's rules and procedures. He bypassed him as the law enforcement hall leader and privately took away the serious criminals in the crime domain prison. And as for Chu Tian, the so-called anyone obviously refers to him, the sect leader. But even though he was pointed at and humiliated by the uncle and nephew, he could not refute. Because after Yi Fan came out, his performance on the ring was so disgraceful that it could even be said that he brought disgrace to the entire sect. If Chu Tian hadn't stepped up to end the fight and defeated Hui Mei, the Shengtian sect would have probably become a laughingstock. At this time, Yi Fan was able to save his life only because of his surname Yi and his uncle, the sect leader. Not to mention, now even King Chu Tian doesn't cooperate with him, and Chu Tian has just made great contributions and won the praise of many senior officials and supreme elders. In this situation, Yi Tianxiong could only look livid, remain silent, and watch Yi Fan being arrested again. All right, little saint child. The unconscious Yi Fan was quickly chained up by the law enforcement disciples, taken away, and disappeared on the Saint Emperor Peak. There was a hint of coldness in Chu Tian's eyes. He looked up at Yi Tianxiong, whose face was ashen, on the platform, and then he raised his foot to walk down the Saint Emperor Peak. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was hugging his thigh. Chu Tian turned around and looked down, and a shiny bald head came into view. 5 dark red fingerprints could still be vaguely seen on it, but it had almost recovered. Hui Mei's eyes widened, and she hugged his legs with both hands. She looked a little embarrassed on her enchanting face, with tears in the corners of her eyes, but she said with determination, "Brother, please accept me as your younger brother." Soon, Chu Tian returned to Saint Emperor Peak in confusion, and this time he came back with a bald follower, Hui Mei. Chu Tian was also speechless. How come he got a younger brother for no reason after just a fight? And he was a son of fortune at that. But Hui Mei followed him with the consent of King Chu Tian. Even though there was a big commotion just now and Hui Mei was giving orders for the 2 giant sects, this was just a small episode. The Zihong holy sect behind Hui Mei is an ancient sacred land that has long been the #1 sect in Hengtian continent. King Chu Tian naturally wants to befriend it, and it is not easy for Chu Tian to chase people away. However, a son of fortune, after being beaten, shamelessly insisted on recognizing him as his big brother. Chu Tian found it extremely weird no matter how he thought about it. He is a man bound to the villain system. "Brother, this is a gift from me to you. Do you like it?" As soon as she returned to the main hall, Hui Mei took out a purple box and opened it. Suddenly, a rich vitality and profound Taoist aura spread out. A purple-red divine fruit that is shaped like an apple, the size of a fist, and covered with purple lines lies in the box. It is flowing with divine energy, sparkling, and incredibly attractive. Zihong holy fruit. Chu Tian regained his composure after seeing this, raised his hand to close the box, and said calmly, "No reward without merit, not to mention, I just beat you up." This Zihong holy fruit is said to be able to cleanse the body of impurities, transform one's body, and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It is also very useful for breaking through the Emperor Venerable. "You gave me such a valuable gift. You are not begging me to beat you up, right? If so, I can help you now." Chu Tian said with a half-smile, raised his hand, and violent mental fluctuations spread. "Brother, stop, stop, stop. I say stop. I give in. I can't beat you." Hui Mei scratched her shiny bald head and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm telling you, but you have to promise not to spread it." That's right, that's right. Can you teach me how to practice the Eye of Heaven? I want to pursue my cousin, the one who was ranked first on the Earth ranking and was suppressed by you, Huelian. Duh. Chapter 31. You want to pursue Saintess Huelian? Chu Tian's expression became more and more weird. Huelian Saintess is the most important female protagonist in the original plot. At least, this is the case for now in the plot that the author has messed up. In other words, looking at the Hungtian continent at this time, Huelian Saintess is one of the best prodigy. But in the original plot, there was no plot about Hui Mei liking Huelian at all. The most thing was that Yi Fan took advantage of Huelian and made Huelian suffer. Hui Mei was furious and hunted Yi Fan all over the world. Could it be that the reason why Hui Mei was furious and was chasing Yi Fan all over the world was not just because Huelian was his senior sister, but the biggest reason was that he had always had a crush on Huelian, but didn't dare to say it? The more Chu Tian thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Sacred Venerable, a flamboyant and lawless ghost, has been secretly in love with his senior sister Huelian Saintess for decades, but he watched Huelian fall for Yi Fan, but he never dared to reveal his feelings? This is a bit too sad. Hey. Hui Mei smiled with her head down, seeming a little shy, and scratched her shiny head vigorously with both hands, as if her scalp was itchy. But Chu Tian felt that there should be no dandruff on her bald head. Brother, I'm only telling you this. Please don't tell anyone else, otherwise others will laugh at me. As she spoke, Hui Mei became extremely distressed again. The biggest reason why I came to Xingtian's sect to challenge you this time is not because you took my first place on the bone tempering ranking. You want to use this incident to attract Huelian Saintess's attention, because I took the first place on the Earth ranking. Chu Tian said lightly, speaking for Hui Mei to say the next words. Brother, you are so smart. You can guess this. Hui Mei looked at Chu Tian with surprise. She was simply shocked by his beauty. People who are reserved and sultry are like this. Chu Tian said silently in his heart. A person who has been secretly in love for decades but dare not express his feelings. The degree of his repressed and sultry personality is rare even in the previous life. The reason why you act so high profile, act cool and pretentious is because you want to attract the attention of the divine maiden in your heart, Huelian Saintess. As long as she looks at you for a second, you will be very excited in your heart, but on your face you will try to appear calm and disdainful. Am I right? Chu Tian said with a smile. Oh my God, big brother, you are my real big brother from now on. That's it. You are absolutely right. Hui Mei was so astonished that she became more and more excited and rushed forward to hug Chu Tian's thighs. That's why I want to acknowledge you as my elder brother and learn the Eye of Heaven. My cousin practices the scriptures of Tao Venerable. The Eye of Heaven is the condensation of Tao Venerable's lifelong understanding. It is very important to my cousin. As long as I learn it, I can. Hui Mei hesitated for a long time. Her face flushed, and she said, Anyway, big brother, as long as you teach me, you are my real big brother in this life. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I can't teach you. Chu Tian shook his head. This Eye of Heaven was passed down to me directly by Heavenly Tao Venerable. It is equivalent to an alternative Emperor Venerable weapon. There is no specific method of practice. You can only understand it. Brother, I know. So you just let me stay by your side every day and comprehend the Eye of Heaven. If there are any difficulties, you can guide me. The Eye of Heaven is very important to my cousin. She will definitely practice it. Then I will be able to follow my cousin. Hui Mei said, and suddenly she laughed, as if she was lost in some reverie. Bang! Seeing Hui Mei's stuffy and loser look, Chu Tian was speechless. He raised his hand and slapped him on the shiny head. Sorrow, I will accept the Zihong holy fruit. If you want to follow me, you can follow me. If you have any questions, please ask me. But there is one thing. You are not allowed to affect my cultivation. Chu Tian said calmly, took the box, and walked into the room. Thank you, brother. Hui Mei's surprised voice came from behind. At this time, the star slave who had been guarding outside the door frowned and said, Since the young master has allowed it, you should stay here obediently and don't run around. This is the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. There are countless forbidden arrays. If you accidentally trigger them, no one can save you. Xingnu felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she had always been responsible for guarding outside the young master's door. This was her exclusive territory. Now suddenly a bald little brat came and wanted to snatch the territory from her. After Chu Tian entered the room, Hui Mei's expression changed. She glanced at Xingnu and said, You are my eldest brother's personal servant. You look okay, fair-skinned, and have a good figure, but you are still far behind my senior sister. What's your name? This bald little brat is obviously pretty, but why is he not likable at all? Xingnu's face darkened, and he said, I don't have a name, only a code name, Xingnu. Then do you want to know who I am? Huimei said lightly with her hands behind her back. I don't want to know. I am Huimei, the son of the patriarch of the Hui family of the Zihong Holy Sect. I will be the helmsman of the Zihong Holy Sect in the future, and your young master is my eldest brother, my sworn brother. Huimei said, I will stay here for a while. As long as you are obedient, you will get benefits. Where are you going? Before Huimei could finish her words, she found that Xingnu had turned around and was about to leave. Go get the body-tempering liquid medicine for the young master's training. That's great. Bring me a medicine barrel and get me another barrel of liquid medicine. Huimei said in a domineering tone. I also want to practice here and comprehend the eye of heaven. Well, you won't understand what I'm telling you, a servant. Just be obedient. Don't worry, my elders have already informed your family's head, King Chu Tian, and no one will scold you. If you need medicine, come with me. I only serve the young master. Xingnu's face turned even darker. For some reason, looking at the little bald guy's smug look, he always wanted to slap the back of his bald head. You little girl, how dare you disobey me? Do you know what the relationship between me and your young lady is? Huimei was angry. At this time, Chu Tian's calm voice came from the room. Star Slave, this is Saint Emperor Peak, it's your home. No matter who it is, if he dares to despise and humiliate you, you will beat him up. The young master will support you. As soon as he finished speaking, Huimei's face fell. He was fearless, but he had a psychological trauma towards Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian was about the same age as him, so beating him up wouldn't be considered bullying, but he just couldn't beat him. In terms of background, Chu Tian's parents are both Emperor Venerables, especially Emperor Venerable Jian Kongzhu, who is a fierce man that even his father is afraid of. In every aspect, Chu Tian restrained him. Bang! At this moment, Huimei felt a pain on the back of her head. It was Xingnu with a dark face who slapped her on the back of her head without hesitation. Xingnu felt that he actually had a pretty good temper, but he had never wanted to beat someone up so much. This little bald guy seems to have a certain aura that makes people want to slap him. You, Huimei glared at him. A lowly maid actually dared to hit him on the head just because she was at a higher level than him. Bang. B***ch. Do you believe that I can let someone? Bang. My father is Emperor Venerable. Bang. Bang. You are finished, completely finished. Do you know that you drew the future of the Holy Zihong sect? Bang. Okay. Big sister, can I get the medicine myself? Don't smoke anymore. Chapter 32. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Sun of Fortune opportunity, the holy fruit of compassion, and a reward of 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully suppressed Sun of Fortune and are rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Reminder to the host, if you kill the Sun of Fortune, you will be rewarded with a huge amount of destiny points. Chu Tian glanced at the little bald man who was also taking a medicinal bath outside the room, and his heart was slightly moved. This is the territory of Saint Emperor Peak. It was indeed not difficult for him to kill this little bald guy. But after thinking about it carefully, Chu Tian gave up the idea. It's easy to kill Huimei. But Huimei died in the Shengtian sect, and there would be endless troubles afterwards. The Chu family had not solved all the troubles in the sect, so there was no need to provoke a powerful Zihong Xingzong. Chu Tian took out the Zihong holy fruit and swallowed it. The fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a powerful purple energy that began to baptize Chu Tian's body. The Zihong holy fruit is of the supreme divine medicine level, known as the elixir of immortality. It is the treasure of the Zihong holy sect and has been cultivated for an extremely long time. Its rarity is much higher than that of the holy vein flower and fruit. This supreme divine medicine has a huge effect on the body tempering, soul refining, and even on breaking through the Emperor Venerable and comprehending the Tao of practitioners at all levels. I'm afraid that the Holy Zihong sect doesn't have much in stock. It was specially given to Huimei for body tempering, refining the spirit, and building a solid foundation, but he used it to worship his elder brother and pick up girls. Why do I suddenly feel a little cold? At this moment, Huimei, who was soaking in the medicine barrel, shivered suddenly, opened her eyes and glanced around, finally setting her gaze on Xingnu. Could it be that this slave has become addicted to spanking him on the back of the head? It seems that he has to find an opportunity to please this lady. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear it if she comes to hit him on the head every day. But he had no idea that he had just been to the gates of hell. Nightfall. The starlight fell, and the Shengtian sect was covered with a silver silk. The main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. Many high-ranking members of the sect gathered together, with King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong sitting on the main seats on the left and right sides of the center, and the high-ranking members of the Shangtian sect sitting on the left. On the right, the old man in white from the Zihong Holy Sect sat in the first seat, followed by a group of men and women in the same white clothes, with noble temperaments. Above the main hall, there stood a projection of a spirit. His face could not be seen clearly, and he was wearing a loose white robe. His terrifying majesty and power were not inferior to those of King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong, who were sitting in the main seat. Boom! Suddenly, King Chu Tian's deep and furious voice echoed in the main hall. Who dares to dig out the eye of heaven between my son's eyebrows? I don't care whether the eye of heaven belongs to Tao Venerable or someone else. I only know that the eye of heaven has recognized my son as its master. If anyone dares to take advantage of my son, I will kill him. King Chu Tian's face was furious. He glanced at the many men and women in white, especially old Chu who was sitting in the first seat. His eyes were filled with terrible murderous intent. He then looked at the soul projection in the air. Tao Venerable, if the Holy Zihong sect wants to go to war with my Holy Tian sect, I can fight to the end, but I don't want to hear such words again. See a visitor out. King Chu Tian burst out with a rare, strong, and terrifying aura, which made many strong men and women in the Zihong Holy Sect look slightly pale. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, please calm down. Tianyin Tao Venerable said slowly, his voice neither hurried nor slow. He is the current Holy Lord of the Zihong Holy Sect, ranked 85th on the Hengtian list, even above King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong. I am not here to threaten your Shangtian sect, but I am here with great sincerity to negotiate with you. You too should also understand how important the Eye of Heaven is to our Zihong Holy Sect. Tao Venerable is one of the strongest people in the history of our Zihong Holy Sect. Her condensed Eye of Heavenly Tao has a huge benefit to the cultivation of the people of our Zihong Holy Sect. I am the current Saintess Huelian of the Holy Sect. I am practicing the Heavenly Tao Sutra. If I can obtain the Eye of Heavenly Tao, I will be even more powerful and my future will be limitless. And the scripture that Saint Child Chu Tian practices is, as expected, the Chu family's great emperor scripture, or the Saint Heaven scripture. Although the Eye of Heaven is also useful to him, it cannot maximize its effect. As long as your sect agrees, you can propose any conditions you want, and I guarantee with my character and the reputation of my sect that after digging out the Eye of Heaven, I will never damage the foundation of Saint Child in the slightest. Chu Tianwang's face became increasingly gloomy and ashen, and a terrifying aura flowed through his body. In the main hall, the faces of the Chu family's top executives became increasingly ugly. Tao Venerable, I'll say it again. King Chu Tian almost choked out each word. Second brother, don't get angry first. At this time, Yi Tianxiong suddenly stretched out his hand and put it on Chu Tianwang's shoulder. His face seemed a little gloomy, and he comforted him. The reason why Tianyun Tao Venerable did this is also for the benefit of the sect. As the leaders of the sect, we should remain calm and understand his starting point. Buzz. King Chu Tian only felt a buzzing in his mind and said in disbelief, Brother, what do you mean by this? Xiao Tian was also raised by you, and you even proposed to adopt Xiao Tian as your adopted son, but you gave up in the end because Kong Zhu was unwilling. Even if Xiao Yan's attitude towards you has been a little bad these past 2 days, it is because of the Lu family's affairs, so it is understandable. And he is still a child. How can you say such things now? The Eye of Heaven has been refined by Xiao Tian, recognized his master, and has merged with his flesh and blood. He wants to dig the Eye of Heaven out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. How can I understand this and stay calm? Chu Tianwang's eyes were filled with bloodshot, veins popped out on his neck, and he looked at his most trusted and respected elder brother in disbelief. Second brother, calm down first and listen to what your elder brother has to say. Yi Tianxiong said in a low voice. We are the leaders of the sect, and we have to make plans for the long-term interests of the sect. You see, Uncle Hongwu did something wrong and was forced to commit suicide. The child of my third brother was imprisoned in the prison of crime by Xiao Tian. As the leader of the sect and the head of the Yi family, did I say anything? Chu Tianwang's eyes were full of bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and murderous aura was rolling. You also understand the importance of the Eye of Heaven to the Holy Zihong sect. They are determined to obtain the Eye of Heaven. Rather than letting them plot secretly and harm Xiao Tian, it is better to agree to it and gain huge benefits for the sect from them. Yi Tianxiong said in a low voice, I watched Xiao Tian grow up with my own eyes, and I can't bear it. But for the long-term interests of the sect, second brother, you have to understand your elder brother. Even if he is not Xiao Tian, but my biological son, For the benefit of the sect, I will do it no matter how much I cannot bear it. King Chu Tian was trembling all over, with endless anger in his heart. But Yi Tianxiong kept talking about the overall situation and interests of the sect, and he didn't know where to start to refute him. Boom. At this moment, the sky was torn apart, and a sword light crossed the void, slashing towards Tianyun Dao Venerable and Yi Tianxiong at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sword energy tore through the sky above Saint Emperor Peak, and it seemed that even time and space were about to be destroyed by the sword light. Jin Kongzhu, are you crazy? How dare you attack in the sect's main peak? Yi Tianxiong's face changed suddenly. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, raised his hand and clenched his fist, punched out, hitting the depths of the void and colliding with the sword light. Broken Sword God. Dao Venerable's figure disappeared into the depths of time and space, but the sword light followed him like a shadow, directly following and slashing into time and space, slashing down repeatedly, causing most of his projected soul to be consumed. In the main hall, many sect leaders were horrified and used their divine ability to eliminate the dissipated sword energy. Otherwise, who knows how many people on Saint Emperor Peak would be killed by the aftermath. On the top of Saint Emperor Peak, seeing this, the old camel grinned, his sparse yellow teeth showing the air, and put away the small silver sword in his hand. Fortunately, before leaving this time, the lady knew the master's character, so she was careful and left him away to contact her privately. Chapter 33. Madam, why are you back again? King Chu Tian stood up and looked at the projection of Jin Kongzhu's soul in the sky, holding a broken sword and full of murderous aura. He said in a trembling voice, Madam, don't be impulsive. I am discussing this with my eldest brother. Put the sword away first. Chu, you coward. Luckily I was careful. If I hadn't come back, you would have been sold, your own son's eyebrows would have been dug out, and you would have had to count money for others. Just get out of my way. Jin Kongzhu's voice was cold and full of murderous intent, staring at Yi Tianxiong. Old man, do you think that I can't chop you with a sword when I go back to my mother's house to do something? You actually want to plot against my precious son. Are you tired of living? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The broken sword in Jin Kongzhu's hand was flowing with sword energy, and the scattered wisps of sword energy caused the void of Saint Emperor Peak to distort and tear apart, as if it would be cut down at any time by a sword, cutting Saint Emperor Peak in half. Yi Tianxiong's face looked ugly and gloomy to the extreme, with his fists clenched. He didn't understand. This woman had returned to the ancient sword god clan, which was separated from the Hongtian continent by the endless starry sky and countless realms. How could she get the news so quickly and come back so promptly? It seems that it will be difficult to take this opportunity to destroy this kid, Chu Tian. Jin Kongzhu, this is a major sect matter. I am the sect master and am discussing it with my second brother. Negotiation. What is there to discuss? Jin Kongzhu's voice was icy. He swung his sword to interrupt Yi Tianxiong and said, Tell me, what is there to discuss? What are you talking about? Are you negotiating some suitable conditions in exchange for digging out the eye of heaven from between my precious son's eyebrows? All the people in your entire Yi family tied together are not as precious as a finger of my precious son. What can you give me in exchange? Do you dare to dig one and try? Jin Kongzhu looked at King Chu Tian and said coldly, King Chu Tian, tell me, is there any room for negotiation on this matter? King Chu Tian had a bitter smile on his face, but he was silently relieved in his heart and said, Madam is right. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely ugly, but he did not say anything else, knowing that it was already impossible to do anything. Jin Kongzhu looked at Tianyun Dao Venerable in the depths of time and space and said indifferently, Old thing, you'd better put away your little abacus. If my precious son is hurt, the two little guys of your Zihong holy sect, Hualien and Huimei, will die hiding in the depths of Zihong holy sect. If you don't believe it, you can try it. After Jin Kongzhu finished speaking, he looked towards the Saint Emperor Peak. He seemed to be able to see Chu Tian practicing in the medicine barrel. His eyes were full of doting, and the projection gradually dissipated. Across the endless starry sky, several large world projections took action. Even with her strength, she could not hold on for too long. The old man in white, Mr. Chu, and many men and women from the Zihong holy sect had expressions of infinite horror on their faces, as if they were watching a mythical reappear. Crossing the endless starry sky, slashing Emperor Venerable and the Holy Lord with swords at the same time. If this isn't mythical, then what is? They suddenly understood that the Eye of Heaven should have belonged to the Holy Zihong sect, so it was reasonable to take it back. But why did the usually overbearing and powerful sect master suddenly change his attitude and negotiate with the Holy Heaven sect, and was willing to pay a huge price? Heavenly Tao Venerable came out from the depths of time and space. Looking somewhat helpless, he sighed, clasped his fists towards Chu Tian Wang, and said, "Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, I'm sorry, I really had to do this for the benefit of the sect and for the sake of future generations. I am also puzzled as to why the Eye of Heaven would recognize your son as its master. It is obvious that he is neither a member of my Zihong holy sect, nor has he practiced my holy sect's techniques. It's really a ghost." Tianyun Dao Venerable shook his head, his voice full of helplessness. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, who would be willing to dig out the eyebrows of a little guy whose parents were both Emperor Venerable? But the Eye of Heaven is extremely important to the Holy Zihong sect, especially to Huolian, a member of the Holy Zihong sect who is a demon that appears only once every hundreds of thousands of years. It is related to how far she can go in the future. He searched the myriad worlds, asked countless powerful people for help, paid a huge price, and asked people to spend their lives to deduce the secrets of heaven. But he still couldn't find the inheritance of Tianming Dao Venerable. Who could have predicted that the Eye of Heaven would appear, but it had already recognized the Saint Child of the Holy Heaven sect as its master. That brat Hui Mei is staying on Saint Emperor Peak right now. Soon, I will ask the little girl Huelian to come over as well. Tianyun Dao Venerable clasped his fists and said, "I'm afraid that the two little guys from my holy sect will have to bother you a lot in the future. I hope Emperor Venerable will help me. My Zihong holy sect will definitely reward you handsomely." King Chu Tian said with a smile. Okay, Shang Tian sect and your sect have been friends for many years. As long as my brat doesn't chase him away, I, as a father, naturally don't care." At this time, Yi Tianxiong's face was extremely gloomy. The thing he feared most finally happened. In this way, the Chu family established a relationship with the Zihong holy sect. The holy Zihong sect directly bypassed the sect and asked for help from the Chu family. The influence of King Chu Tian in the sect would inevitably increase sharply. Suddenly, a roar exploded from outside the main hall. "Damn it! Whoever dares to dig out my nephew's eyebrows, I will kill him." Chu Tianyun strode in from outside the hall, his face full of murderous intent, holding in his hand a dried corpse wearing a snow-white gauze skirt. The terrifying majesty of Emperor Venerable emanated from the corpse. "Brother, is this old man Yi Tianxiong stirring up trouble again? Damn it, I really can't stand it anymore. You are bullying my Chu family. Whoever dares to dig out the eyebrows of my Chu family's pride, I will lead the law enforcement hall to wipe out his entire family." Chu Tianyun was filled with murderous intent. His eyes swept across many sect leaders, and finally fell on Yi Tianxiong. "Yi Tianxiong, my elder brother treats you as a brother, but don't think that I don't know what you are planning. There is nothing to discuss about this matter. There is no room for negotiation. Get out of here, everyone." Chu Tianwang was spitting all over the place. He was originally handling some matters at the Liu family, but when he heard the news, he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He rushed over quickly, carrying the dried corpse of Tianming Dao Venerable. "Chu Tianyun, you are too presumptuous. This is the sect master's hall, not your Saint Emperor Peak." Yi Tianxiong was furious. He was the sect master of the Saint Emperor sect. First it was Jian Kongzhu, and now Chu Tianyun appeared. Chu Tianyun sneered again and again. At this time, Chu Tianwang came over and told him everything in a low voice. But even so, his eyes were still full of murderous intent, and his eyes swept over the Zihong holy sect headed by old Chu. "How nice of you, Zihong holy sect, to bully my Chu family." At this time, Tianyun Dao Venerable suddenly spoke up and said, "Temple Master Tianyun, what you have in your hand is the corpse of our holy sect's ancestor, Tianming Dao Venerable. I seem to still be in you, sensing the Dao essence of the great Dao Pearl." "That's right, but so what?" Chu Tianyun sneered, with a strong murderous aura. "After Xiaotian obtained the inheritance of the Emperor's corpse, I considered your Zihong holy sect's face and planned to return it to you. But you actually wanted to dig out the Eye of Heaven between Xiaotian's eyebrows. In that case, if you want the Emperor's corpse, go ask Xiaotian for it yourself. I won't care." After Chu Tianyun finished speaking, he walked out of the main hall, carrying the Emperor's corpse, and flew directly to the Saint Emperor Peak. "Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, can you?" Heavenly Dao Venerable looked at King Chu Tian, his face full of helplessness. He really didn't expect that what Saint Child Chu Tian obtained was not even just the Eye of Heaven, but the entire inheritance of Heavenly Dao Venerable, including the corpse. This is really, really weird. Chu Tianwang smiled helplessly and said, You can see that I can't interfere in this matter. You can send someone to talk to my son. P.S. This is a new book by a new author. If you think the book is okay, please give the new author a little encouragement. Chapter 34. Saint Emperor Peak. The stars are shining, and I have a sleepless night. Huime went through a very painful and tormented night. She had never felt so tortured before. It was a double blow both mentally and physically. But what made Huime suffer was that after a whole night, he could barely absorb the medicinal power of a bucket of liquid medicine. However, Chu Tian called the star slave for a full night and changed the medicine 5 times. This means that in the same amount of time, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the medicine is 5 times that of his. This shouldn't be the case. Why is there such a big gap? I have a strength of 1.1 million kilograms. The difference of only 400,000 kilograms cannot be such a huge difference. Is chaotic godfiend body really that scary? Huime was in psychological torment all night. There were faint bloodshot eyes, and she stared at Chu Tian's door without blinking. The psychological stimulation of this night was extraordinary. And it's not just a blow to talent. Because there was a tall, middle-aged man standing next to him, holding a female mummy in his hand, staring at his face with murderous eyes, without moving his eyes away all night, as if he wanted to dig a hole in his face. Huime was terrified the whole night. Her whole body was cold, and she was exhausted. Even though she understood that this middle-aged man was probably trying to scare her, the terrifying murderous aura he exuded could not be faked. This middle-aged man really wanted to stab him from the bottom of his heart. That night, let alone comprehending the Tao essence emanating from the eye of heaven, he always felt that he would die suddenly, at any time. Suddenly, Chu Tian's voice came from the room. Xingnu, change clothes. Okay, young master. Xingnu responded, picked up the folded black clothes, and said to Chu Tianyun, Third master, I will go and change the clothes for the young master now. Come in. He grew up under my watch. He has seen everything. Chu Tianyun had a murderous look on his face, and he gave Huime a fierce look before he opened the door and walked in. Brother, help. Huime was terrified and rushed into the room. Chu Tian stood in front of the mirror with a calm expression, his hands raised, letting Xingnu change his clothes. Chu Tianyun stood aside with a gloomy face, occasionally looking at Huime with murderous eyes, and told him everything that happened last night. After taking the Zihong holy fruit, his strength improved greatly that night, and his power increased by another 200,000 pounds, reaching 2 million pounds. In the middle of the night, he took a supreme grade divine pill, which renewed his 3 auras. His mental progress was also great, reaching a meticulous level where he could clearly see the lines on a grain of sand, and his control over his body was 1 step closer. If he fights Huime again, Chu Tian is confident that he can defeat Huime with just his body and spirit without using the Eye of Heaven. Chu Tian estimated that his physical strength should have reached its limit. After all, the true dragon cub, which is known as the strongest divine beast, usually weighs only a little more than 1 million pounds. The Holy Zihong sect wants to dig out my Eye of Heaven. After listening to his uncle, Chu Tian muttered to himself, waved his hand to let Xingnu stand aside, walked out of the room, looked at the Saint Emperor Peak in the distance, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian was not surprised by Yi Tianxiong's attitude. It was reasonable. Chu Tian felt that the attitude of the Holy Zihong sect was a little strange. He knew the original plot, and that Tao Venerable Tianyun was a master strategist and should not do such a stupid and irrational thing. Because if this kind of thing happened to an ordinary disciple of Shengtian sect who had no background, it might not be surprising. But what is his background? This would almost certainly anger Chu Tianwang, the Emperor Venerable who holds great power. Even if he was aware of the overall situation, he would not allow people to dig out the eyes of his only son. It would also anger and offend the Chu family, the founding family of the Shengtian sect, and create a big enemy for no reason. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Mr. Chu really never mentioned it to me. At this time, Huime had a sad face. He was shocked when he heard what Chu Tianyun said. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had looked as if he wanted to dig a big hole in his face all night. My own sect actually wants to dig a hole in the forehead of the other party's young master. No wonder the other party's elders want to open their eyes. Xiaodian, this matter is also my fault for not thinking it through. I didn't expect that the Zihong holy sect would dare to be so unscrupulous for the Eye of Heaven, so I didn't inform your father in advance, so he was caught off guard. But your father responded very toughly last night. He took on huge pressure and slammed the table to express his disagreement. He even said something like going to war with the Zihong holy sect. Chu Tianyun's face was gloomy, and he said, the main reason is that our family has been isolated. Yi Tianxiong has brought a large group of families to hold a high-level meeting, and he keeps talking about the righteousness of the sect. In addition, the Zihong Holy Sect is really willing to make sacrifices, and the conditions offered are very tempting. Fortunately, your mother's spirit projected back and broke all the magic with one sword, making them shut up. Chu Tian sneered, raised the emperor's corpse in his hand, and said, "You are the protagonist in this matter, Xiao Dian. So it is up to you to decide whether to return this emperor's corpse of Tianming Dao Venerable to Zihong Shengzong. If you are angry, just tell me, and I will ask you to refine the emperor's corpse into a weapon, so that the Zihong Holy Sect will be so angry that they will die. Then I will call a family meeting and find an opportunity to kill a group of people from the Zihong Holy Sect and destroy several of their branches." Uncle San has passed on the message. From now on, if anyone in the clan encounters the Zihong Holy Sect, especially the guys from the Tianyun Dao Venerable lineage, they must fight them to death. If there is any problem, the clan will protect them. Later, Uncle San will hang this little bald guy to the top of St. Emperor Peak and have someone whip him to vent your anger. If you dare to humiliate our family, you must first think about how much you will pay. Brother, third uncle, please don't be angry or impulsive. Oh my God, I'm still young and I still want to pursue my cousin. I don't want to die and I don't want to lose face. When Huimei heard this, her charming little face turned pale. She felt that her life was in danger because Tianyun Dao Venerable was her master. Her master wanted her to die in the Chu family. She trembled and said, "Tianming Dao Venerable is one of the strongest ancestors of our Zihong Holy Sect. If her emperor corpse is refined into a weapon, all the ancestors in the sect will be furious and the sect master will vomit blood. This is a great humiliation that will never end. Big brother, third uncle, don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding. My master loves me very much and will not harm me. Haha, you are so young, yet you still understand that this is a great shame and humiliation." Then when you, the leader of the Holy Zihong sect, came to discuss with us about digging out the eyebrows of our saint child, did you consider the face of our Chu family, or even the Holy Heaven sect? Chu Tianyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Is this something that can be negotiated? Then I'll dig out one of your eyes first, and then I'll give you double compensation from the Zihong Holy Sect. He looked over Huimei's face, as if wondering which eye to dig out first. The strong, evil aura frightened Huimei so much that her face turned pale. She didn't know how to respond, and her legs were shaking. It's over. The Chu family is going to be killed. No matter how powerful the Holy Sect is, it is impossible for it to rush to the Chu family's main hall to save him. Little saint child, Master Tianyun, please calm down, calm down. At this time, the old man in white, Mr. Chu, arrived. Seeing Huimei's little face turned pale with fright, he hurried forward to hug her with heartache, and turned around to tell the people from the Zihong Holy Sect who followed them to stay at a distance and watch. Little saint child, Master Tianyun, there is a misunderstanding here. Please listen to me, and I will explain it to you slowly. Our Zihong Saint sect really didn't want to offend the Chu family like this. Old Chu smiled bitterly and said, "Look, the matter at St. Emperor Peak has just been dealt with overnight, and the Saint Master ordered me to come here and explain the whole story to you, little saint child." Huimei's charming little face turned pale, and even her shiny bald head lost its color. She nodded continuously and said, "Brother, it must be a misunderstanding. My master loves me very much and would never hurt me like this." He, who was lawless, was really frightened. He is extremely bold, but not mentally retarded. This is not some childish competition. Under such a great humiliation, the Chu family will really take his life. Chapter 35. Misunderstanding. If there is any misunderstanding, go and tell Lord Yama. My elder brother is easy to talk to, but I won't tolerate you. Chu Tianyun was full of murderous intent and sneered repeatedly. You are running here in a hurry now. Just for the emperor's corpse, my Chu family has decided to refine it into a weapon. As for you guys, don't even think about leaving Xingtian's sect. Otherwise, if the news gets out, my Chu family will have no place in Hengtian continent. Uncle San, let's listen to what the Holy Zihong sect has to say. It won't be too late to refine the emperor's corpse into a weapon. Chu Tian's face was calm. With his sense of smell as a human in 2 lifetimes and his understanding of the original plot, he always felt that there must be a deeper reason behind this. Little Saint Child is very tolerant and broad-minded. His future achievements will surely be limitless. Old Chu heaved a sigh of relief, flattered Chu Tian for a bit, and then continued. Master Tianyun, please calm down your anger and listen to what this old man has to say to you. The Emperor's corpse of the ancestor of Tianming Dao Venerable is indeed one of the reasons why I came here. After all, the top leaders of my saint sect think that this is really weird. After all, there is no fate between the little saint child and my saint sect, and there is no connection between us. But he can obtain the entire inheritance of his ancestors. It is really bizarre. But since the Eye of Heaven has already recognized the little saint child and integrated him into one, and the Chu family and my saint sect have been friends for 1,000,000 years, we are only thinking about how to resolve this matter in a way that can both solve the problem and protect our friendship. Beforehand, the sect leaders held a meeting to discuss the matter. In fact, most of the leaders did not want to be at odds with the Holy Heaven sect, and the Holy Lord also held this view. Only a small number of people thought that the Eye of Heaven should be dug out, because it was a divine object condensed from the essence and hard work of our ancestors. However, the leader of your sect contacted the Holy Lord and said that as long as the Zihong Holy Sect is willing to pay a sufficient price, the matter can be discussed. After considering it, the Holy Lord felt that Emperor Venerable and Heavenly King Emperor Venerable were sworn brothers for life and death, and that this was also what Heavenly King Emperor Venerable meant. So he personally projected forward to negotiate, and was also prepared to pay any huge price in exchange for the Eye of Heaven. After the Holy Lord proposed it, he never expected that Heavenly King Emperor Venerable would be so fierce and furious, even saying that he wanted to go to war with our holy sect. Even broken Sword Divine Lord came from outside the domain through the endless starry sky. So the Holy Lord immediately felt that something was wrong and gave up the idea of digging out his eyes. He also apologized to Heavenly King Emperor Venerable afterwards. Elder Chu held Huimei in his arms, looked at Chu Tian, and said with a wry smile, "Little saint child, Master Tianyun, the Holy Lord felt that something was wrong afterwards, so he asked me to come and explain to you quickly, so as to prevent your family from taking radical actions and damaging the relationship between your Chu family and my Zihong Holy Sect." The eye-gouging incident was not the original intention of our Holy Zihong sect. There is indeed a misunderstanding. Huimei's shoulders were still trembling slightly. After all, she was still young and had not recovered from the shock. There were tears as big as beans in the corners of her eyes, but she raised her head and gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Chu, that be asterisk 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 D. Yi Tianxiong wanted to kill me. When I grow up, I will chop him alive." He said that his master loved him so much, and he was still in Saint Emperor Peak. It was impossible for him to suddenly go to the Chu family to discuss digging out Chu Tian's eyebrows for no reason. Wouldn't this kill him? Boom. Yi Tianxiong. I knew that this guy was full of righteousness, but he had bad intentions in private and was full of conspiracies and tricks. Only my eldest brother was stupid enough to treat him as a brother for life and death. Chu Tianyun was filled with murderous intent, and his anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Our own sect leader has taken the initiative to propose to dig out the divine eye between the eyebrows of the sect's saint child. If this gets out, Shangtian's sect will become a laughingstock of the entire continent. It turned out that after a whole night of commotion, the real cause was within the Shangtian sect and its own sect leader. Chu Tian's face was calm. As expected, he felt something was wrong from the beginning. His parents were both Emperor Venerables. Even if the Holy Zihong sect had a deep foundation and was arrogant and lawless, they would not be so outrageous as to come to negotiate and dig out the Eye of Heaven between his eyebrows. In the original plot, Tianyun Dao Venerable was able to teach Huimei and Huelyan, two evildoers who could make clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. No matter how you look at it, they are not so stupid. This was also the first time he felt that there was something hidden. I'm afraid Yi Tianxiong also wants to take advantage of the opportunity, ideally to dig out his Eye of Heaven, and by the way, make the Zihong Holy Sect and the Chu family completely hostile to each other. At this moment, Chu Tian suddenly curled his lips slightly. This heavenly luck Dao Venerable was really so naive that he realized afterwards that this was Yi Tianxiong's trick, regretted it, and apologized quickly. If a great hero of his generation was stupid enough to be played as a pawn by Yi Tianxiong, he would not have been able to sit on the position of the Holy Lord of Zihong. I'm afraid it's just to sow discord and use the opponent's trick to divide the relationship between the two founding families of Xingtian's sect. However, from this perspective, King Chu Tian's various compromises and concessions, and his willingness to make compromises in order to maintain the authority of his elder brother Yi Tianxiong as the sect leader, did indeed make the Shangtian sect extremely powerful, and even the tyrant Tianyun Dao Venerable was wary of them, and wanted to take the opportunity to sow discord between them. Of course, King Chu Tian's constant compromise and concessions were all at the expense of the Chu family's interests, and ultimately pushed the Chu family to its doom. If you want to sow discord, I can also turn the tables on you. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Tianxiong probably didn't expect that Tian Yun Dao Venerable would turn the tables on him and reveal everything. The sect leader colluded with outsiders and wanted to dig out the eyebrows of his own saint child. The whole sect must be in an uproar. However, this matter needs to be thoroughly confirmed. The Holy Lord was sighing. Fortunately, Broken Sword Divine Master returned at the last moment and interrupted the negotiation. Otherwise, if they really started fighting, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Old Chu said in a low voice, "The Holy Sect and the Chu family will become enemies completely, and there will be no room for maneuver. This is just your family's words. Do you have any evidence?" At this time, Chu Tian suddenly said indifferently, "Uncle Tianxiong and my father are sworn brothers. He watched me grow up. How could he do such a thing? I have reason to suspect that the Zihong Holy Sect, want to sow discord between the two founding families of my Holy Heaven sect." Chu Tian is very familiar with the tactics of taking advantage of contradictions, using others' strength to defeat them, and using little force to achieve great results. If Yi Tianxiong wanted the Chu family to be at odds with the Zihong Holy Sect, then he had to make Yi Tianxiong hate the Zihong Holy Sect. It's unfair, little saint child. How can you say that? Even if I have the courage of heaven, I dare not talk nonsense about such things. Elder Chu smiled bitterly. Tianxiong's sect master used divine ability to communicate. Where did he get the evidence? But little saint child, you can ask Heavenly King Emperor Venerable to go to the Holy Sect to find the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord has divine ability that can go back in time and recreate the conversation at that time. Chu Tianyun sneered and said, "Xiaodian, why do you need any evidence? The facts are clear. You targeted him twice, forced Yi Hongwu to death, and imprisoned Yi Fan. In addition, you ranked first on the Earth ranking. He felt that you were too threatening and wanted to take the opportunity to destroy you. What facts are you talking about, third brother? Don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders." At this time, the voice of King Chu Tian came from outside the door. He had just returned from the Saint Emperor Peak, and his face looked slightly tired, as if he was exhausted. "Xiaodian, you know everything, right?" King Chu Tian smiled at his son and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. It's all over. With your father and mother here, no one can hurt you. But don't blame Uncle Tianxiong. He is just like Dad. He is dedicated to the future of the sect. Brother, it's already this time. He wants to dig out your own son's eyes, and you are still speaking for him." But at this moment, Chu Tianyun shouted angrily and interrupted Chu Tianwang directly. Chu Tianyun pointed at Old Chu and said fiercely, "Damn it, old man from the Zihong Holy Sect, repeat everything you just said to my eldest brother in full, so that he can understand what good things his sworn brothers have done in secret." Old Chu smiled bitterly and understood that the Holy Lord had assigned him a thankless task. But there was nothing he could do, as his ancestor's corpse was in someone else's hands, and it was his side that was at fault first, so he immediately repeated the matter to King Chu Tian. "Master Chu, the Holy Lord also said that he is in seclusion now and cannot come out for the time being. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Holy Sect, and he will use his divine ability to time travel back in time. Then the truth will be clear. That's enough." Suddenly, King Chu Tian roared angrily, and the terrifying Emperor Venerable aura directly caused Chu Laotian to vomit blood and fly backwards. After landing, he staggered back dozens of steps with a pale face. Chu Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Old Chu and said, "You are so good, Zihong Holy Sect. First you want to dig out my son's eyes, and now you are trying to sow discord within my sect. You want to make my two founding families fight each other and both lose, so that you, Zihong Holy Sect, can reap the benefits and return to the position of the #1 sect on the continent, right?" Chapter 36. Chu Tianwang roared. His hair fluttered wildly, and the terrifying aura of Emperor Venerable burst out. The whole room exploded, the sky changed color, and dark clouds pressed down in an instant, making Chu Tianyun feel like he couldn't breathe. Chu Tian's eyes were calm. He could see that King Chu Tian's hands, and even his entire body, were shaking violently. King Chu Tian did not disbelieve it, but he did not want to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. His brother Yi Tianxiong, who had traveled through the myriad worlds with him, experienced life and death with him, and pushed Xingtian's sect to the position of the strongest sect in Hengtian continent, actually did such a thing behind his back. Although Tianyun Dao Venerable's plan was to sow discord, in a sense, it also helped him a lot. Brother, at this point, what is there to doubt? He is just afraid of our Chu family's prosperity. Your repeated concessions have only been met with further encroachment. Let's go find Yi Tianxiong and confront him. Chu Tianyun's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he growled. Third brother, stop talking. Let me think about it. I need to think about it. Chu Tianwang interrupted Chu Tianyun with a hoarse voice, lowered his head, and was silent for a while before saying to Chu Tian, Xiao Tian, give me some time. I need to think carefully. Cough, cough, cough. King Chu Tian suddenly started to cough violently, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and then he said, Remember, you are the eldest son of the Chu family, the peerless prodigy, and the next leader of the Shengtian sect. The entire Shengtian sect will belong to you in the future. So no matter what the real situation is, the sect cannot be divided and fight each other. Otherwise, it will be our own strength that will be wasted, and outsiders will benefit. Do you understand? In the current context, King Chu Tian's words had a strong hidden meaning. Having been in power for many years, he has long seen through the fickleness of human nature. He just trusted his sworn brother too much. It can be seen that he was really hurt this time. Chu Tian raised his lips slightly and bowed respectfully. I will know how to handle this properly. Don't worry, Dad. He also understood that fighting each other would only benefit outsiders. But the Yi family wanted to kill the Chu family, and he would never allow the fate of the Chu family in the original plot to be repeated. He wanted the power of Shengtian sect, but he would not obtain it by King Chu Tian's step-by-step concessions. Instead, he wanted to get it in his own way. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, or you will be punished according to the family rules. Chu Tianwang's face turned pale, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Only his voice echoed. Tianyun, my elder brother will be in seclusion for a few days. You will take care of the clan's affairs temporarily. If there is any major incident, report to me. Okay, big brother. Chu Tianyun gritted his teeth, still unwilling to give in. But in the end, he sighed. Damn it, that Yi Tianxiong, after all, is relying on our family's isolation and helplessness, so he dares to be so arrogant. If it's my opinion, just overturn the table. We have 3 Emperor Venerables. Let's see how many lives Yi Tianxiong has left to kill. Uncle San, there is a long way to go, and the situation is very good now. Chu Tian said with a smile. As long as King Chu Tian doesn't make any mistakes in the future and stops being superstitious about his sworn brother, he will make a lot of money this time. The Holy Zihong sect might have its own little tricks and calculations, but it inadvertently helped him a lot. Besides, my father is in seclusion, so you, third uncle, can take over the matter temporarily. Then the Lu family's affairs will be much easier to handle, right, third uncle? Chu Tian said with a smile. Chu Tianyun's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying, That's right. Uncle San didn't think of this. This is indeed a pleasant surprise, Xiao Tian. You are really quick-witted. Chu Tian was silent. Who could tell whether he was quick-witted or his uncle was stubborn? Xiao Tian, third uncle has scattered all the active people in the law enforcement hall. Basically, all the important figures of the Lu family are under control. That old fellow Lu Zheng has been clamoring to see you in prison. Otherwise, he refuses to answer any questions. Do you want to see him? Chu Tianyun said. And that girl Lu Yun. When I came back last night, I saw her wandering outside the main hall, yelling that she wanted to see you and had something important to tell you. She also asked me to tell you that she knew she was wrong and wanted to apologize to you in person. This father and daughter are really annoying. Lu Zheng, your nephew can go and see him, but he needs to be left alone for a few days to temper his spirit. Chu Tian shook his head and said calmly, As for Lu Yun, give orders to drive her off the mountain and never allow her to enter Saint Emperor Peak again. Can? Chu Tianyun nodded, and suddenly he was amazed, looking at Chu Tian, and jokingly said, You kid, I really didn't see it before. You always clamored to find Lu Yun, and now you turn against me. You are really cruel. Third uncle, I think that little girl is really a beauty. When she grows up, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. Don't you want to consider her? Chu Tian said calmly. My nephew just wants to concentrate on cultivation and revitalize the family and the sect. If third uncle likes it, it seems that my cousin Chu Xiong is still unmarried, so Lu Yun can give it to him. Okay, Xiao Tian, stop. Chu Tianyun was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. Even you almost fell into her trap. If Lu Yun really married me, she would have played him to death. My family can't stand such a mess. Chu Tian curled his lips and said nothing more. At this time, old Chu came over with the shiny huime. His face was still a little pale, but he couldn't help asking, Little Saint Child, Master Tianyun, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, can you give me the corpse of Tao Venerable to take back to the holy sect for burial? I will definitely reward you handsomely someday. Have you explained it clearly? Chu Tian smiled coldly and said, when did you make it clear? How could I not know? You wanted to dig out the eye of heaven between my eyebrows, and you also took the opportunity to sow discord within my holy sect. I didn't order people to arrest you right away, but it was because of the friendship between the two sects for many years. You also want to take back the emperor's corpse. There is no such a cheap thing in the world. Originally, he didn't want to be involved with the holy Zihong sect for the time being, and the emperor's corpse of Tianming Tao Venerable should indeed be returned. But now that the Zihong holy sect has come to them on their own initiative and they have a ready-made excuse, if the matter is resolved so easily, the outside world will think that the Chu family is too cowardly and afraid of the Zihong holy sect. If we don't take advantage of the situation to blackmail him, we will be doing a disservice to the great thing Yi Tianxiong has done. The little bald guy can stay, but the rest, I'm sorry that our Chu family can't entertain them. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he waved his hand indifferently. Send them out. Old Chu gave a bitter smile, and the people from the Zihong holy sect who followed behind him also looked aggrieved. In this matter, they suffered a loss in silence, losing both their wife and their soldiers, the kind that hasn't been told yet. Little saint child, I will report to the Holy Lord and send others to negotiate with you to exchange the emperor's corpse. Please do not be impulsive and refine the emperor's corpse into a weapon. Elder Chu clasped his fists, put down the pale Huimei, and said, Young master, the Holy Lord is on the Saint Emperor Peak and has already greeted the Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. You can continue to practice with Saint Child Chu Tian. Saintess will also come to practice soon. My cousin is coming too. Suddenly, Huimei, who was a little afraid with tears in her eyes, brightened up. He had already backed out. After all, in this situation, continuing to follow Chu Tian would be asking for trouble. But if his cousin is coming, he won't be afraid anymore. After all, the misunderstanding has been resolved and the Chu family will not kill him. Brother. Huimei came up to Chu Tian with a smile and said, Last night, I felt the after effects of the Eye of Heaven and had some insights. I hope you can give me some advice, big brother. Brother, how much strength do you really have now? After the incident, Chu Tian seemed to be thinking about something and responded casually. Only 2 million caddies. Huimei's smile froze. 2 million Jean. Elder Chu and the people from the Zihong holy sect who were about to leave were shocked all over and their minds went blank. Chu Tianyun, who was standing by, was also completely confused and asked, Isn't it 1.5 million Jean? At this time, Chu Tian's eyes turned slightly cold and he walked out of the hall, leaving everyone with their mouths open. Brother, where are you going? Huimei asked from behind. Hengtian Temple test. Chu Tian said without even turning his head. This is just the beginning, but Yi Tianxiong can't wait to jump up and down. They want to dig out his eyes under the banner of the sect's interests. In this case, he doesn't mind giving Hengtian Continent and the Yi family a bigger shock. Chapter 37. It was approaching dusk. Chu Tian came to Hengtian Temple. Huimei followed beside him with a lazy look on his face. The setting sun shone on his shiny head. His rosy skull and enchanting cheeks were particularly eye-catching. The Hengtian Hall was as lively as usual, but the small branch hall belonging to the bone-tempering list had only a few figures in 2s and 3s, and not many people. After all, Huimei had been challenging for the entire night, and injured almost all the disciples of Shintian's sect who had the opportunity to challenge the bone-tempering list. They probably haven't recovered yet. At this moment, in the body integration hall next to them, there were bursts of gasps of air. In 5 seconds, young Master Yi Feng has killed 20 red flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 50 statues, my god. Young Master Yi Feng has just broken through the body integration realm less than half a year ago. Is he going to start from 95th and enter the top 10 of the body integration list in one fell swoop? Yi Feng. Hearing this name, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he looked at the Hengtian body integration realm list, only to see that the 95th on the body integration list was a name called Yi Feng. Ranked 4th on the Heng Heaven and Earth ranking list, Yi Feng, son of Emperor Venerable, was once ranked 3rd in the blood condensation realm, 5th in the bone tempering realm, 1st in the soul refining realm, and 95th in the body integration realm. The eldest sister Chu Yunshang's fiancé, Yi Tianxiong's son, was one of the culprits in the Chu family's downfall. He deceived the eldest sister, who was born with holy bones, to death. He asked his third uncle Chu Tianyun, who told him that his eldest sister had gone out with Yi Feng to gain experience. It seems that the eldest sister Chu Yunshang has also come back. There was a deep coldness in Chu Tian's eyes. He would never allow the tragedy in the original plot to happen again. At this time, Chu Tian suddenly noticed that his ranking on the Hung Heaven and Earth ranking list had dropped to second place again. Hualien Sanus's ranking once again came to the first place. Although her first place ranking in body integration realm did not change, her subsequent performance was greatly refreshed. Such a strong-willed woman. Chu Tian curled the corners of his mouth slightly. In the original plot, this was an extremely strong-willed and arrogant woman who wanted to be the first in everything. His cousin has become stronger again. Huimei grimaced constantly and scratched her head hard, her scalp itching uncomfortably. If this goes on, when will I be able to catch up with her? At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from the soul refining hall. Yi Wu rushed to the 83rd place on the soul refining list and killed 10 nightmare beasts in 1 minute. Why are all the Yi family members so excited today? This is the 16th person from the Yi family who has come to Hungtian Palace to challenge the list below body integration realm. Does the Yi family intend to dominate the body integration and soul refining rankings? You haven't heard about it, right? Yesterday, our bone-tempering realm was beaten by that little bald guy from the Zihong Holy Sect and then defeated by the little saint child. The sect master went back and got really angry, scolding the younger generation of the Yi family for being incompetent and bringing shame to the Yi family. The children of the Yi family are now holding their breath and rushing to impact the list, trying to suppress the limelight of Saint Child Chu Tian. Even young Master Yi Feng, who was training outside, was called back. It's really amazing. The Yi family is worthy of being the founding family. There are so many prodigy monsters in this generation. On the other hand, the Chu family has only a few talents of this generation. Although Saint Child Chu Tian is talented, he is too young to carry the team alone. At this moment, from the body integration hall nearby, there was a sudden and overwhelming burst of exclamations. In 1 minute, 367 red flame golden crystal leopards were killed. My God. Yi Feng has made it into the top 10, ranking 6th on the body integration list. My God, young Master Yi Feng is only 17 years old this year. Hurry and take a look at the rankings on the Earth list. Young Master Yi Feng has risen to second place on the Earth ranking, surpassing Saint Child. Chu Tian looked up upon hearing this and saw that his ranking on the list, which had originally dropped to second place, had fallen to third place, while Yi Feng's ranking had jumped forward and jumped ahead of him. Only 17 years old, ranked second on the Earth ranking, and 6th on the body integration ranking. This talent is quite impressive. I'm afraid he's not much behind my cousin. Huimei scratched her head vigorously, grinning. Why do your generation of Shangtian sect seem so impressive? They're only a little bit behind my Xingzhou. Brother Feng, that little bald head is Huimei. Chu Tian is here too. A familiar voice came from the body integration hall. Chu Tian looked up and saw Yi Chong, who looked pale, walking out of the body integration hall. He was pointing at him and Huimei and speaking to a handsome man in a white robe beside him. The man in white robe has a tall and slender figure, and he walks with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He has an air of divine power, and one glance at him will inevitably attract the attention of his temperament. He is Yi Feng, the young master of the contemporary Yi family, a genius, and the fiancé of Chu Tian's eldest sister Chu Yanshang. Chu Tian was about to step into the test space when he heard the voice. He glanced back and his eyes met Yi Feng's. Xiaotian, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Yi Feng smiled gently and waved to Chu Tian, asking him to come over. Just like a kind elder calling a child at home, his attitude was very intimate. In Chu Tian's memory, Yi Feng was very close to his elder sister Chu Yanshang because of his marriage relationship. He treated him very well and brought him some strange gadgets, natural treasures, etc. every time he returned from training. Chu Tian also respected this elder brother who was talented but elegant and amiable. The eldest sister Chu Yanshang was deceived by his appearance. Later, for him, she was spurned by the entire Hungtian continent, hunted down by major sects, and finally died tragically at his hands. In the end, Yi Feng personally led the strong men to hunt down the hateful demon Venerable, who had no way to go to heaven or to enter the earth. However, he was not as elegant and amiable as he is now. Chu Tian's face was calm. He suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture of cutting Yi Feng's neck, then stepped into the golden boulder vortex. After all, this was the purpose of his coming here. From the moment of his rebirth, Yi Feng was already a dead man in his eyes. The only difference was when he should die. Chu Tian, this B***************** D, is so bold that he actually dares to provoke you, Brother Feng. Yi Chong said in a low voice. Yi Feng still had an elegant smile on his face and explained, Don't worry, Xiao Tian must have some misunderstandings about me. Let's wait here. At this time, Yiwu also walked out of the soul refining hall. He had already rushed to the 80th place on the soul refining list. He was a strong young man. Brother Feng, you just have too good a temper. The little devil of the Chu family forced the Hongwu Grand Elder to death, imprisoned Yi Fan, and disobeyed the sect master. He doesn't know the slightest etiquette and is simply lawless. He needs to be disciplined. Yiwu said coldly. If my eldest brother were here, would you dare to speak like this? At this time, Huimei crossed her arms, sneered, and mercilessly ridiculed. You only dare to say bad things about my eldest brother behind his back. People like you are useless and will always be destined to be ordinary people. Because she was cheated by Yi Tianxiong and was terrified all night, Huimei hated the entire Yi family. Yi Chong on the side had an unsightly expression on his face, but he still had a shadow in his heart when facing Huimei. After all, he was hit so hard that his bones and tendons were broken. Even after taking healing pills, his arms still ached slightly. Even if Chu Tian is standing here now, I will say what I want to say. What can he do to me? Yiwu sneered, glanced at Huimei's bald head, and said, he has no hair on his head and is not reliable. The evildoers of the Holy Zihong sect are no more than this. What do you mean they can defeat the enemy with one move? After being defeated, they still cried and hugged Chu Tian's thighs in public. You can only bully the useless people from the bone-tempering realm of my Xingtian sect. You must know that the real evildoers of my Yi family are my eldest brother Yi Feng and the prodigy from other realms. Even if you enter the soul-refining realm, you are far from invincible. I can defeat you in one move. Yi Chong's face was gloomy. Yi Wu's words were a mockery of him, but he didn't dare to talk back because both his parents had passed away and he still needed the help of the other's parents to rescue his younger brother Yi Fan. A 15-year-old loser who is only ranked 80th on the soul-refining list dares to be so arrogant. A fierce light flashed in Huimei's eyes. He was like a little lamb in front of Chu Tian. After all, he was not as skilled as Chu Tian, so he admitted it. But when facing other people, he is a completely different person. Boom. Huimei's body shot out like an arrow. Her spirit fluctuated violently. Her blood and energy rushed to the sky, and she punched straight at Yi Wu's face, with a violent explosion in the air like thunder. Chapter 38. How brave. Yi Wu was furious. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to cross the border to challenge him. His mental strength was like a flood, condensed in his fist, and he collided with Huimei with a punch. Boom. It was like two huge mountains colliding, causing pain in the eardrums. Yi Wu took 5 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the floor, with tiny cracks spreading. Yi Wu stopped, his face slightly pale. Even though he was in a state of spiritual power, his arms were shaking slightly, as if he had punched a huge steel mountain and it hurt. The people around Hengtian Palace gasped, their mouths slightly open in shock. The spirit of soul refining realm is as vast as a long river or stream and can cover the body. Compared with bone tempering realm, it is a qualitative change. When covered by the spirit, a random blow can explode with a force of millions of pounds. Yi Wu, who is ranked 80th on the soul refining list, has at least 3 to 4 million kilograms of strength after stacking his mental power. It is incredible that Huimei was able to force him back. Huimei flew backwards, and after landing, she took 10 steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. However, his eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to rub his bald head, sneering. Is there no one left in the Yi family, the founding family? Such a weak soul-refining realm is worthy of calling itself a prodigy. It's okay to be weak, but you dare to be arrogant in front of me. If I break through soul refining, I will kill you with one punch. Little bald head, you are simply courting death. Yi Wu became more and more furious, and was about to charge forward, but at this moment, Yi Feng raised his hand to stop him, frowning slightly, and raising his voice slightly. Have you had enough of the trouble? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? The soul-refining realm is beating the bone-tempering realm. You think it's impressive, don't you? Brother Feng, he was the one who did it first. Yi Wu was dissatisfied. Back off, Yi Feng said lightly. Yi Feng had a very high prestige. Yi Wu gritted his teeth and stepped aside, but when he looked at Huimei, there was a fierce light in his eyes. You are from the Zihong Holy Sect, and guests are welcome. I am sorry for offending you because I am an ignorant younger brother. Yi Feng smiled elegantly. Huimei sneered and did not accept Yi Feng's kindness. She moved her mouth to Yi Wu and said, Waste. There was a barely perceptible gloom in Yi Feng's eyes, but the smile on his face remained, indicating that he didn't mind. Just at this moment, Chu Tian's name suddenly appeared on the golden boulder belonging to the bone-tempering list, and the numbers behind it began to jump rapidly. Chu Tian, 1 second, 20 ancient mammoths. Buzz. A flash of golden light. Chu Tian. 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoths. Chu Tian. For seconds, 300 ancient mammoths. The number of words changes so quickly, it's almost crazy and increasing at an irregular rate. The golden light flashed so quickly that it dazzled the eyes. The time numbers barely moved, but the numbers behind them jumped wildly. It was barely a breath or two. Chu Tian. 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoths. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoths. 8 seconds, 900. 9 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. In just 9 seconds, the time between two breaths, the numbers on the golden stone stopped ticking. It was only at this moment that everyone in the hall began to react. But when I reacted, the numbers on the Chu Tian list had already frozen. Inside the hall, you could hear a pin drop. It was completely silent. It's really as simple as stepping on a group of ants. This is not an ancient mammoth. It can kill a large number of them with 1 foot. Suddenly, a disciple smiled bitterly. Last time, it took 30 seconds, but this time it only took 9 seconds. The gap between bone-tempering realm and bone-tempering realm is even greater than the gap between humans and pigs. When the gap is big enough and the stimulation is too great, everyone feels weak all over. They don't know how to describe the feeling in their hearts. They are powerless and unable to complain. Yichang's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. He looked at the golden boulder, his whole body shaking violently. It was the same as last time. He was lying in a pool of blood under the boulder, watching the golden numbers on it jumping wildly. He was so excited that he almost died. Fortunately, people from the Yi family arrived in time to rescue him, otherwise he would have died there. 2 days later, his strength had improved greatly, but the gap between him and Chu Tian seemed to have widened to the point where he couldn't even see Chu Tian's back. Yifeng's eyes were slightly gloomy, but there was still an elegant smile on his face, and he seemed very pleased with his brother-in-law's performance. This monster, Huime complained. And at this moment, the numbers on the bone forging list moved again. Chu Tian. 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true roar, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Damn it, killing the ancient ferocious beasts of the same level is just like killing dogs. Huime's eyelids twitched wildly. Although he believed that he could now command and kill the cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts, it would never be so easy. In the test space, sensing that my strength has increased, the number of ferocious beast cubs has tripled, reaching 90. In the test space, Chu Tian's eyes were cold, his mighty blood rushed to the sky, and the light of chaos flowed on his body. He was like a sharp sword, shuttling between the beasts, and beast blood splattered. Yi Tianxiong asked the Yi family members to act together and put all their efforts into suppressing his limelight. He also wanted to plot secretly and find an opportunity to destroy him. This time, he wanted to let Yi Tianxiong know what a real prodigy was. Ahead, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 30 golden-winged great pung cubs came towards him from all directions, from the sky and the ground. They were simulated by the Chu Tian ranking and seemed to have a bit of intelligence. They knew how to surround and attack Chu Tian's weaknesses. The dragon roar is earth-shaking. The golden-winged great pung is as fast as lightning. The true roar is close combat, and the coordination is flawless. This is not enough to kill me. Chu Tian's eyes were cold. His body was as fast as lightning. His speed was unimaginable. When he moved, his force was so strong and heavy, like a meteorite falling. The earth trembled, and there was a piercing buzzing sound. As he raised his fists, 2 true roars were blown up. As he raised his foot, several golden-winged great pung were turned into bloody mist. Reaching a strength of 2 million jin and 1 million jin is not just a simple increase in strength, but a qualitative increase. Chu Tian simply ignored their attacks, chaotic light flowing through his body, and the sharp claws of the golden-winged great pung grabbed his back, unable to even break his skin. The true dragon cub swung its tail and hit his chest, but it couldn't make him retreat even a step. Instead, Chu Tian raised his hand and grabbed it, and swung it like a whip, blowing up several true roar cubs. Chu Tian's figure was as fast as lightning, rushing back and forth in the vast space, and blood mist surged. After a few rounds, 90 ancient ferocious beast cubs were slaughtered. At this moment, the numbers on the external golden boulder froze again, and the dazzling golden light shone as if it could pierce through people's eyes. Everyone in the hall had their eyes wide open with a hint of bloodshot in their eyeballs, and heavy breathing could be heard. The line of words on the golden boulder struck into their minds like lightning, shocking their hearts and making them freeze in place. Chu Tian. 30 seconds, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden-winged great pung cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. It was a long string of numbers, and each word seemed as heavy as a mountain, making everyone in the room feel heavy in their hearts. Chapter 39. The number of ancient ferocious beast cubs has tripled compared to last time, but the time used has been tripled. Someone in the hall had a hoarse voice. You really didn't cheat? This is a real dragon cub that can be used to compare with the top prodigy of the human race. This is the pace of breaking through the Chu Tian bone tempering list. It's only been 30 seconds. How can we test it next? A string of golden numbers was fixed on the boulder. After a moment of dead silence, the Chu Tian hall was completely boiling. The smile on Yifeng's face no longer existed. His expression became slightly gloomy, and his fists were slightly clenched under his white gown. He must have cheated. I'm going to go back and let Dad investigate thoroughly. I've also been on the bone tempering list. The bone tempering realm can't be that strong. It's only been a minute. Even you, Brother Yifeng, can't kill 1,000 ancient mammoths. How could he be so powerful? Yi Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He had also made it into the top 10 of the bone tempering list. He knew too well how difficult it was. Unless Chu Feng can use his spirit, there is a slight possibility, but in the test space, you cannot use your spirit power. It must be cheating. Yi Wu gritted his teeth and said firmly. Hui Mei squinted her eyes, glanced at Yi Wu, and said sarcastically, the real prodigy monster is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Just because you can't kill them all doesn't mean others can't kill them all. On the bone tempering list, his name was ranked second, Hui Mei, with a strength of 900,000 gene, and he killed 836 mammoths in 1 minute. Moreover, he could have passed the test and killed all the mammoths half a year ago. However, because he had a huge lead over the people behind him on the bone tempering list, even Yi Chong, who was ranked third, only had 33. His position as the number one was almost unshakable, so he was too lazy to continue challenging. He was planning to challenge himself. But now it seems that there is no need for this, because Chu Tian is also far ahead of him. Hui Mei calculated that after killing the mammoth, he could kill at most 5 cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts. The gap is so big that it's despairing. 5 barrels of medicine liquid, 5 times the absorption efficiency, chaotic god-fiend body in blood condensation and bone tempering realm. It's too amazing. No wonder it is known as the strongest physique. Hui Mei bared his teeth. In bone tempering realm, he was not going to compete with Chu Tian, the pervert, but soul refining realm. That was his territory. Brother, when we get to the soul refining realm, I will be the big brother and you will be the little brother. At this moment, someone in the palace, which was filled with heavy breathing, suddenly said in a low voice, Look, the time numbers are moving. Strange, why didn't the numbers at the back move? On the golden boulder, one could see the time behind Chu Tian. It suddenly jumped to 31 seconds, but the long string of numbers behind it remained motionless. And soon, the time came to 33 seconds, and there was still no movement. Everyone who was used to the crazy changes and geometric increases in the numbers behind were now a little uncomfortable with it. There was confusion in their eyes. What happened in the test space? Only time passed, but there was no movement. Roar. In the test space, dragon roars shook the sky. Golden light was dazzling, and a 20-meter-long golden dragon was dancing in the sky, waving its claws, causing the space to tremble. From the huge dragon eyes covered with true dragon patterns, a real light burst out, and golden lights blasted towards Chu Tian. Dust flew, leaving real traces on the ground. It was actually a real dragon cub from the soul refining realm. Its eyes could kill people if they were focused, and its spirit was shrouded in its dragon claws, which could shatter a small mountain with a casual wave. This is a true dragon cub from the soul refining realm, and it is extremely terrifying. This is one of the most powerful beasts in the world, loved by the gods. The more powerful it becomes, the more terrifying it becomes, standing at the top of the food chain in myriad worlds. Chu Tian's test in the bone tempering realm actually forced the Chu Tian ranking to produce a true dragon cub from the soul refining realm, which was directly one major realm higher than the tester and was an ancient ferocious beast. This was unprecedented. It was like a real dragon's roar, combined with the power of the spirit, causing Chu Tian's eardrums to hurt slightly. The true dragon cubs from the soul refining realm have all come out. It seems that I have reached true invincibility in the bone tempering realm. The everlasting leaderboard also understands that no matter how many come, it will be useless. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Under the powerful attack of the real dragon cub, deep scars that could be seen to the bone appeared on his body. However, under the strong pressure, he was still able to remain calm, with his blood rushing to the sky. Occasionally, he would collide with the divine dragon cub head-on, making a dull roar, and then be beaten to spit blood and retreat. The power of the true dragon cub is extremely terrifying. With the blessing of the spirit, a random blow can have a force of 4 million kilograms, almost twice that of Chu Tian. If it weren't for the strong chaotic godfiend body and the operation of the Chaos Creation Sutra, which made his body as hard as iron, he would have been killed instantly. Crossing the border to challenge the true dragon cubs in the soul-refining realm is ultimately unrealistic. If you can use your spirit, there may still be some chance. However, the testing space of bone-tempering realm prohibits the use of any power other than the physical body. The body. Chu Tian muttered to himself, as if thinking about something, and dodged the sharp dragon claws, but was swept away by the dragon's tail. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated repeatedly. At this moment, Chu Tian's heart moved, and a vertical pupil between his eyebrows suddenly opened. In an instant, purple light flashed, the essence of Tao flowed, and a thin spiritual power spread throughout Chu Tian's body. Sure enough, the Eye of Heaven is a special divine object, condensed with flesh and blood, and belongs to the innate divine ability, just like the wings of the golden-winged great Pong, which is a part of the body. Chu Tian waved his hand casually, and the 2 million kilograms of strength combined with the blessing of the Eye of Heaven made the space buzz. In the outside world, the Eye of Heaven can increase Chu Tian's spiritual power tenfold, which is comparable to the soul-refining realm. However, in this test space, Chu Tian's own spiritual power cannot be used. This is the spiritual power that comes with the Eye of Heaven. At this time, the dragon's tail came out, golden light flashed, and the sound of the air explosion was like thunder. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and his palms were like claws. He grabbed the dragon's tail directly, grabbed it with both hands, and swung the real dragon like a whip. Boom! Small mountain peaks were blown apart, and the real dragon cubs let out deafening roars, as if they had actually gained a certain level of consciousness and were extremely angry. The real dragon cub was thrown out by Chu Tian, crushing a mountain with great force, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Roar! The real dragon cub roared. Countless dragon scales on its body shattered, dragon blood flowed, but it rushed towards Chu Tian madly. Although there is no superposition of spirit, even with the Eye of Heaven, it can only burst out to 4 million kilograms of power, but it is enough. The Eye of Heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows burst into purple light, covering his entire body. He instantly understood all the trajectories and flaws of the true dragon cub. The Eye of Heaven looks up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. Although the real dragon cub is as fast as lightning, in Chu Tian's eyes, it is as fast as a turtle. Boom! Chu Tian's energy and blood all burst out, and he rushed out in an instant. Without any fancy moves, he went straight to the dragon head, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He ignored all attacks from the real dragon cub and punched the dragon head heavily in the center of its brow. Every second of the testing space was extremely precious, and he had no time to waste. Puff! A flood-like force surged out madly, directly blasting the dragon's head apart. The blood mist rushed back to the sky, and the dragon's body slammed heavily into the ground, raising dust. Chu Tian's body was also torn into 2 halves by the dragon claws, turned into light, and disappeared in the test space. It was at this time. The numbers on the golden boulder of the bone forging list froze. The first on the bone refining list, Chu Tian, killed 1 soul refining realm true dragon cub, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden-winged great Pung cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Oh my god! Soul refining realm true dragon cub, the Hengtian ranking must have shown it wrong. Hui Mei's eyes widened in anger, and she was almost frightened to death on the spot. The whole place was in dead silence. At this time, Chu Tian, who had dropped to 3rd place on the Hung Heaven and Earth ranking list, instantly surpassed Yi Feng and Huilian Saintus, who was in 1st place, and came to the 1st place again. Chapter 40. In the physical body realm, isn't it the limit of human beings to be able to fight against the cubs of ancient fierce beasts? Now tell me, little saint child Chu Tian crossed the border and killed a soul refining realm real dragon? Is this a joke? Blatant cheating? The whole place was in an uproar, and many disciples' faces flushed red in shock. The disciples of Hengtian Temple began to discuss heatedly, and even the powerful people in the high-level Hengtian Temple who had already ignited the divine fire were attracted to come over. Looking at the line of words that appeared on the bone-tempering list, they also shook their heads, indicating that they could not understand it at all. Number 1 on the bone-refining ranking, Chu Tian, 8 years old, 2 million genes of strength, killed a soul-refining realm true dragon cub. The latter ones were still acceptable, but this line was beyond their understanding. Yi Chong began to tremble all over, his face was pale, and the line of dazzling golden words made his lower abdomen ache slightly. Last time, Chu Tian took half of his life with one punch. Now, the strength has skyrocketed from 1.5 million to 2 million kilograms. Now, Chu Tian's punch would definitely blow him up on the spot, leaving no possibility of survival. At this time, Chu Tian walked out of the golden vortex and first glanced at the Hengtian list. His name appeared first on the Earth list and first on the Bone Forging list. Then, Chu Tian's indifferent and calm voice sounded in the Hengtian hall. Some people want to plot against this saint child in private under the banner of the sect's interests, but I don't know. I, Chu Tian, am the greatest benefit to this sect. This sentence is a response to Yi Tianxiong, and it is also the purpose of coming to Hengtian Palace. In this world, the strong are respected, and Prodigy is a powerful and brilliant person. He wanted to respond to Yi Tianxiong's words of sacrificing for the interests of the sect with practical actions. He is the greatest benefit to Xingtian's sect. Chu Tian's voice was calm, even a little childish. After all, he was still young and his vocal cords had not yet opened. But the incomparable domineering power in his words was like a meteorite, smashing into the calm lake and setting off huge waves. In an instant, the whole audience was suffocated. Everyone in the field fell into complete silence. These words are extremely arrogant, but there is no way to refute them. Being ranked first on the Earth ranking was the best proof. No further explanation was needed. Brother, from now on, you are not only my brother, but also my idol. Hui Mei came over with her eyes shining. He suddenly realized that when it comes to pretending to be cool and attracting attention, Chu Tian could be his ancestor. Who hurt you? Chu Tian asked calmly when he saw the blood at the corner of the little bald man's mouth. It's a small matter, no problem. Hui Mei wiped off the blood and said casually. As a demon from the Zihong holy sect, he was proud and had no habit of complaining. Xiaotian, come here, your brother-in-law has a gift for you. At this time, Yi Feng smiled amiably, half squatted down and waved to Chu Tian, with a strange-looking blue sword in his hand. It's been 2 months since we last met, and Xiaotian has become so outstanding. You've even surpassed me on the Earth ranking. I'm going to reward you well. Yi Feng has a majestic appearance and is over 1.9 meters tall. Even when he squats down, he is almost as tall as Chu Tian. Brother-in-law? Chu Tian did not leave immediately, but walked to Yi Feng with a calm face. Without even glancing at the blue sword in his hand, he stared into his eyes and said calmly, You are not worthy of marrying my sister. In a few days, I will ask the elders of the clan to come and cancel the engagement. He has learned that Yi Feng and his elder sister Chu Yunshang will hold their wedding soon after returning to the sect. He would never allow the tragedy in the original plot to happen again. Since the wedding is approaching, he doesn't want to do anything fancy and chooses to go straight to the point. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience just came back to their senses from the shock, and they only heard a buzzing sound in their minds. What they heard? Little Saint Child Chu Tian does not agree with the marriage between Chu Yunshang and Yi Feng. Yi Feng is not worthy? What the hell? Yi Feng was gifted with extraordinary martial arts, while Chu Yunshang was born with a holy bone structure. They were engaged since childhood and were praised as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, a perfect match. Their engagement was similar to that of Chu Tian and Lu Yun, and they were envied by countless people in the sect. It is said that the clan leader and the deputy clan leader have already discussed and are preparing to hold a wedding for the two soon to demonstrate the million-year-old friendship between the two families. Little Saint Child Chu Tian suddenly said that he would come to cancel the engagement in a few days. If this is true, it would be like a slap in the face of the Yi family. Would the entire sect be shaken? Everyone was stunned. What did you just say? Say it again. Even though Yi Feng was very cunning, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. His face turned gloomy, and he clenched his fists, tightly holding the small blue sword in his hand. What is Chu Tian's identity? The eldest son of the Chu family, the sect's little saint child, and the next generation's leader. Although he is young, every word he says is stared at by countless people under the spotlight and has a great impact. Children may speak without restraint, but their words must be considered according to the occasion and the person to whom they are addressed. This sentence is tantamount to a slap in the face of the Yi family and trampling on the dignity of the Yi family. Chu Tian, you are so unscrupulous and bold. Yi Wu was already dissatisfied with Chu Tian, and he suddenly became furious and shouted. Chu Tian did not respond to Yi Feng. He did not like to say unnecessary nonsense. One sentence was enough. Instead, he turned and walked towards Yi Wu with a cold chill in his eyes. No one has ever dared to touch my little brother. Who gave you the courage? Chu Tian's voice was calm, yet filled with ruthlessness and dominance. Although Huimei didn't say anything, his mind had reached a state of meticulousness at this moment. Under the eye of heaven, nothing within 100 meters around him could escape his attention. Observing that Yi Wu's arm was still trembling slightly, and obviously having just experienced a strong physical collision, he was able to basically deduce what had happened. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes between his brows, and the eye of heaven burst into purple light, and his spirit like a river was instantly magnified 10 times. Chu Tian, if you dare to move, just try. Yi Wu's eyes were bloodshot, and his hair stood on end. In one day, he was looked down upon and threatened in public by 2 little brats from the bone-tempering realm. Boom. With the mighty spirit flowing into the sea, Chu Tian punched out to kill. In a trance, it seemed as if a dragon's roar resounded, and the sound of mountains collapsing and tsunamis roared up. With one punch, the vortex of airflow exploded directly and headed straight for Yi Wu's chest. You deserve to die. Yi Wu was furious, his spirit boiling, and he collided fists with Chu Tian, with ruthlessness in his eyes. It was you, Chu Tian, who took the initiative to attack, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Yi Wu don't. Yi Feng suddenly shouted angrily, but it was too late. He didn't expect Chu Tian to start fighting as soon as he said so. Snap! Suddenly, the bones in Yi Wu's arm exploded, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the spirit shrouded him was instantly shattered. The force of Chu Tian's punch reached 6 million kilograms, which was enough to blow up a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian's fist was powerful and domineering, and he went forward and hit Yi Wu directly in the chest. Puff! Yi Wu's chest collapsed, his eyes widened, blood gushed out wildly, and his body shot into the soul-refining hall like a sharp arrow, hitting the golden boulder, and the earth seemed to tremble violently. In a flash, blood gushed out, and Yi Wu had fallen into a pool of blood, dying. The whole audience was suffocated. Many disciples opened their eyes wide in anger. Flash sale? Yi Wu, who was ranked 80th on the soul-refining list, was not necessarily much worse than a true dragon cub, but he was killed instantly. Yi Wu proved with his fate that Chu Tian's killing of a soul-refining realm dragon cub was not cheating, but real. Chapter 41. Number 1 on the Earth ranking, well-deserved. A sect disciple who had ignited the divine fire said to himself, his words filled with shock. Body-tempering realm instantly killed the 80th on the soul-refining list. How many people have ever had this experience? Little Saint Child just said that he is the sect's greatest interest. I suddenly think it makes sense now. A god in the sky whispered. As the entire audience was shocked, news of what happened in Hengtian Palace spread wildly within the sect at lightning speed. At this time, Yi Feng instantly appeared beside Yi Wu, took out a healing pill and fed it into his mouth, and ground some spirit medicine to apply on his chest to save his last breath. Chu Tian, you disappoint me so much. I haven't seen you for 2 months, but you seem to have become a different person. You are lawless, killing your fellow disciples, disrespecting your elder brothers, and trampling on the sect's rules. After I return, I will report the truth to Uncle Chu and ask him to teach you a lesson. Yi Feng turned around and shouted angrily, his eyes already bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. No matter how well-educated and cunning he was, he could no longer tolerate such repeated provocations. Chu Tian retracted his fist, raised his eyebrows, and closed his eyes. He just glanced at Yi Feng indifferently, made a neck-cutting gesture, and then walked out of Hengtian Hall. Yi Feng is stronger than Yi Qianqiang, so he deserves more of his time and energy and more attention. Huimei recovered from her shock and hurriedly followed Chu Tian, scratching her head and asking, Brother, are you helping me? Since you have become my sworn brother and called me Big Brother, I will protect you in Shengtian's sect. Chu Tian responded. This was what he had insisted on for 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he never treated his brothers unfairly. Whenever his subordinates were bullied, he always took the lead in retaliating. Even though he later became the godfather, this principle never changed. What does paying respects mean? Huimei felt her scalp itching even more and scratched it hard. But this time, Chu Tian did not respond to him, but looked forward. In front of Hengtian Palace, a middle-aged man flew over and landed not far from Chu Tian. Little Saint Child probably doesn't know me. The middle-aged man was wearing a green robe and had a smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. I am Duanmu Lei, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall and the current second elder of the Duanmu family. The middle-aged man has a gentle temperament and is approachable, just like the uncle next door. But after hearing the name, Chu Tian didn't think so. In the original plot, this person is one of the strongest men in the Duanmu family, a half-step Emperor Venerable, and his strength is almost the same as that of the third uncle Chu Tianyun. The Internal Affairs Hall is responsible for managing the sect's affairs, giving rewards and punishments, formulating etiquette, managing the sect's disciples' food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and holding ceremonies such as heaven sacrifices. It is a very powerful department within the Shengtian sect. Duanmu Lei, as the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, is also a well-known figure in the sect. However, from Chu Tian's understanding, similar to the long-term control of the Law Enforcement Hall by his family, the Internal Affairs Hall has also been controlled by the Yi family for a long time. For millions of years, the Hall Masters have all been surnamed Yi. In this generation, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall is the fourth elder of the Yi family, Yi Tianhong. Under the control of the Yi family, Duanmu Lei was able to become the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall. One can imagine his strength. Chu Tian, greetings to Master Duanmu. Chu Tian was very polite and saluted with his fists clasped. Little saint child, you are too polite. Your father and I have known each other for many years. You can just call me Uncle Lei. Duanmu Lei smiled and reminded. Besides, I am only the deputy hall master. Little saint child, don't omit the first word, lest outsiders hear it and cause misunderstandings. It was my negligence. Please don't blame me, Uncle Lei. Chu Tian said calmly, as if it was really just an unintentional address. I wonder what Uncle Lei wants to see me about. After a few pleasantries, Chu Tian asked and got down to business. As the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, in charge of all the affairs of the sect's disciples, it is impossible for him to come to him for no reason. Uncles and uncles came here to congratulate little Saint Child for once again reaching the top of the Earth ranking. Duanmu Lei smiled and said, Second, it is to make up for the awarding ceremony that should have been held for the little Saint Child a few days ago. According to the rules of our sect, in order to encourage disciples to practice hard, any disciple who reaches the top of any list on the Hengtian ranking will be given a reward ceremony on the Jitian Peak. The sect master and the head of the Internal Affairs Hall will personally encourage them and grant them high rewards, raising their status by one level, such as divine medicine, scriptures, weapons, spirit stone, divine ability, etc. Especially the number 1 on the Earth ranking. You can make any request to the sect, and the sect must do its best to meet it and cannot shirk it. Of course, Saint Child will definitely not look down on these rewards, but these are the sect's rules and regulations, and the process must be followed. Moreover, this is a great honor for the deputy sect master and even the Chu family. Duanmu Lei smiled and said, Although you were designated as the successor of the sect at birth, the Internal Affairs Hall records that you are only level 1, which means you are an outer disciple. But now you can be promoted 2 levels in a row, and you can be promoted to level 3 at the age of 8, which is equivalent to an inner disciple. This is unprecedented in the history of the sect. Since this is the sect's rules and regulations, my nephew had already ranked first on the double list 2 days ago. Why is the reward ceremony being held today? Chu Tian did not show any surprise on his face, but changed the subject and asked. He naturally knew about the reward ceremony. In the original plot, Yifan later broke into the first place on the Earth ranking and proposed to the sect that he wanted to marry Lu Yun, hoping to cancel the engagement between the great hate demon lord and her, and gave the Chu family a hard slap in the face. King Chu Tian was so angry that he vomited blood, but this was the sect rule, so he had to agree. Chu Tian, the great demon lord of hate, began to enter the demon Dao from that time. After giving everything, what he got in return was that his fiancée fell into Yi Fan's arms. Duanmu Lei lowered his eyes and glanced at Yi Wu, who was seriously injured and dying in the soul refining hall, before saying, It was delayed for some reason. Chu Tian naturally understood that it was the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Tianhong, or the clan leader behind the scenes, Yi Tianxiong, who was suppressing him. They did not want Chu Tian to stand out and become famous. And now, he has once again made it to the top of the Earth ranking. According to the record on the bone refining ranking, he has killed a soul refining true dragon cub, and the sect is shocked again. Even if they were unwilling 100 times, they still had to hold the awarding ceremony. After all, so many eyes in the sect were watching. The Yi Wu who was injured by him was Yi Tianhong's second son, so Duanmu Lei seemed to glance at Yi Wu unintentionally. Uncle was ordered by Hall Master Yi Tianhong to come here in person to invite Saint Child to the Heavenly Sacrifice Peak. Duanmu Lei said, The sect master is busy with affairs, so this time, the Hall Master will personally award the little Saint Child with a reward and meet any request that the little Saint Child makes to the sect. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he suddenly clasped his fists towards Duanmu Lei. Uncle Lei, please come in person, but I can't go to accept the reward. Duh. Chapter 42. Why? Duanmu Lei frowned slightly. Yi Tianhong, as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, is the defender of the sect's etiquette and rules, but he did not respect the sect's rules and regulations and arbitrarily suppressed the award ceremony. This is one. Chu Tian raised his head, looked into Duanmu Lei's eyes, and said, back then, Saint Ancestor Duanmu left behind a family precept that the senior members of the sect should do their utmost to protect the cultivation of the younger generation of disciples and should not abuse their power and suppress the younger generation. Only by allowing talented disciples to stand out can the sect prosper from generation to generation for thousands of years. The sect master, however, used the sect's righteousness as an excuse to try to dig out the eye of heaven between my eyebrows and curry favor with the holy Zihong sect. This is actually trampling on the interests of the sect, disrespecting the ancestral teachings, and damaging the internal unity of the sect. This is the second. When he was young, Saint Ancestor Duanmu was suppressed by the sect. After he became the sect master and led the sect out of adversity, he left this ancestral precept for this purpose. No one is allowed to violate it. Chu Tian is the saint child of the sect. Although he is still young, he is unwilling to get involved with those who have no spirit of a strong man and violate the ancestral teachings. These rewards and honors are too filthy for me to accept. Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but Duanmu Lei was a senior member of the sect and came in person. The Hengtian Hall had already been silent. At this moment, Chu Tian's words were like thunder, clearly ringing in the ears of many disciples. At this moment, many disciples in Hengtian Hall were stunned. The amount of information in Chu Tian's words was so huge that they couldn't digest it all at once. The leader wants to dig out the divine eyes between the eyebrows of the little saint child to please the holy sect of Zihong. For them who grew up in the territory of Shengtian's sect and joined the sect, this was simply a bolt from the blue. Chu Tian, how dare you humiliate my father and ridicule the sect leader? You know this is a serious crime of treason. Yi Feng was furious. His father was slandered in such a way that he could no longer bear it. He shouted angrily, appeared in front of Chu Tian in an instant, and slapped Chu Tian in the face. As your elder brother, I will teach you today how to know respect and courtesy, and respect your elders. Bold. Advertisement. The smile on Duanmu Lei's face disappeared. His expression became a little gloomy. He waved his hand casually. A green light flashed. The rules and the essence of Taoism fluctuated. Yi Feng vomited blood and was knocked away directly. Yi Feng, you are so bold that you actually dare to attack the saint child of the sect in front of me. Do you really think that I, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, cannot deal with you, the son of the sect leader and the young master of the Yi family? Duanmu Lei said coldly. The Internal Affairs Hall is responsible for rewards and punishments, and the formulation of the sect's etiquette and order. As for the sect's saint child, for the sake of the sect's reputation, Yi Feng actually dared to attack Chu Tian in front of him, and there were so many people watching around. This was not a beating of Chu Tian, but a slap in his face. Yi Feng spat out blood, staining his white gown red. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely embarrassed. He no longer had the mighty power of a god. After hearing Duanmu Lei's cold words, his face turned even paler. He immediately clasped his fists and said, Uncle Lei, please forgive me. I was so angry that I became irrational. But Chu Tian, he slandered the master and disobeyed the orders of the Internal Affairs Hall, which is also a serious crime. He also injured his cousin Yi Wu for no reason before, which is also a serious crime. Uncle Lei, please capture Chu Tian first and maintain the dignity of the clan leader. Otherwise, once this matter gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. Chu Tian smiled indifferently and said calmly, Every word I said is true and can withstand investigation. If even one word is slander, I will resign from the position of saint child. Since the number one on the earth ranking can make any request to the sect, then for the sake of justice for the sect, I hereby ask Uncle Lei to make a request to the sect's Elders Council, asking the Law Enforcement Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, and Judicial Hall to jointly investigate this matter and get to the bottom of it. See if I, Chu Tian, am slandering Hall Master Yi Tianhong and our Lord's sect leader. Chu Tianyu. Yi Feng's face turned even paler. He had just been summoned by his father Yi Tianxiong, urging him to return to the sect immediately. He didn't know much about what had happened in the sect recently. Seeing Chu Tian's words so aggressive, he dared not answer or agree. Duanmu Lei was silent, then said, I will report Saint Child's request to the Elders' Council truthfully in accordance with the sect's rules. What happened last night was top secret within the sect, but Duanmu, as a senior member of the sect, was also present at the time, so he naturally knew about it. The three top families, in fact, maintain a neutral attitude towards this matter as a whole, and are slightly inclined towards the Yi family. After all, this is an issue that should not be discussed. They went to the meeting, neither supporting nor opposing, which actually represented an attitude. Advertisement, of course, it's only a slight bias. The news was limited to the sect's top brass and was classified as top secret. They thought the matter ended there. But who could have thought that Chu Tian would be so tough? Not only did he again make it to the top of the Earth ranking the next day, shocking the entire sect and forcing Yi Tianhong to hold a reward ceremony, but he also put the matter out in the open in front of so many people for the entire sect to discuss. Duanmu could imagine how huge a stir this would cause once it became known and discussed by hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect. However, Chu Tian was targeting Yi Tianxiong and the Yi family, and they were acting in accordance with the sect's rules. The number one on the Earth list could make any request to the sect, and the sect must meet it. And he was from the Duanmu family and the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Naturally, he would not risk the world's condemnation and openly oppose for the sake of the Chu family. Duanmu looked at Chu Tian, his calm eyes filled with shock, horror, and other emotions. Chu Tian's tough and domineering performance really refreshed his impression of the Chu family. After all, the Chu family's family rules have always put maintaining the stability and unity of the sect first. Chu Tian's style of doing things is almost the opposite of King Chu Tian. He ruthlessly tore apart the fig leaf of the discord between the two founding families and exposed the conflict between the Chu family and the Yi family to everyone in the sect. Uncle Lei, my nephew has something else to do, so I'll go ahead. Chu Tian's expression was calm, as if he had just said some insignificant words. He clasped his fists in salute, then turned and left. Huime gasped. After all, he was of noble birth and not stupid, so he naturally understood how much of a shock Chu Tian's words would cause. He thought that he was lawless enough, but he would never dare to act so recklessly in the Zihong holy sect. Compared to Chu Tian, his behavior was as childish as a child playing house. So throughout the whole process, he stood obediently behind Chu Tian and didn't dare to interrupt. Seeing Chu Tian leaving, he hurriedly caught up, scratching his head and sighing. Brother, why don't we have such rules in the Zihong holy sect? Otherwise, I would have to rush to the top of the Earth ranking and put forward conditions to get engaged to my cousin. There's going to be an earthquake in the sect. Duanmu muttered to himself and then flew towards the Internal Affairs Hall. In the sky, the setting sun was as red as blood, and the light was like a blood-red silk, spreading over the peaks of the mountain gate, as if reminding everyone that a violent storm was about to come. Chapter 43. It was just getting dark. A furious roar suddenly rang out from the Inner Affairs Hall, full of murderous aura and overwhelming energy, causing the sky to change color. Soon after, an even more terrifying aura reverberated above the Saint Emperor Peak, covering the sky for thousands of miles. The sky and earth changed color. The heavy pressure from Emperor Venerable was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe, and thunder roared in the sky. Within the sect, the three top families remained silent and watched the situation develop. Outside the sect, families large and small were in a state of silence. Such a big thing happened in front of the gate of Hengtian Palace, so naturally they all knew the news. The sect's top leaders looked solemn. They soon received a message from the Elders' Council, demanding an emergency meeting of the sect's top leaders that night, so they hurriedly got up and rushed there. But at the same time, a huge golden hand stretched out from the Saint Emperor Peak, spanning 100 miles, and slammed towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Faintly, a painful roar could be heard, and vaguely, it seemed to be the three words Chu Tianwang, accompanied by the sound of vomiting blood. The plaque that had been hanging in the Ministry of Internal Affairs for 1,000,000 years was smashed into pieces by the golden giant hand. Afterwards, the golden hand reached into the Saint Emperor Peak, circled around, and finally pressed down on the top of the peak, crushing several Yi family palaces into dust and leaving a huge 5-finger handprint on the spot. The golden hand then retracted and disappeared into the darkness. The main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. Yi Tianxiong sat on a high seat, with bloodshot eyes, staring at the dark sky outside. After a long time, he turned his head and said in a low voice, "Fenger, that little devil really said that he would come to my Yi family to cancel the engagement." "Yes, father." Chu Tian said that the child is not worthy of his sister. "Do you think he has discovered something?" Yi Feng stood in front of the prince, his face as pale as paper, and suddenly asked, "Father, that golden hand just now, was it Was it Uncle Chu? Yi Tianxiong's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He nodded and said, "It has nothing to do with you." He was warning Father not to go too far. Father miscalculated this time. "Fenger, don't be nervous. Daddy believes that even if that boy has great courage, he wouldn't dare to come to cancel the engagement. He won't be able to find out about that. Is Yunshang getting along well with you? Does she have any doubts about you?" "No, Father," Yi Feng said respectfully. "Yunshang listens to me and always asks me about everything. She can't wait to get married and marry into my Yi family. Uncle Chu also trusts and loves me very much." "That's good. You can leave first." Yi Tianxiong waved his hand and stood up. "Dad is going to meet King Chu Tian, stabilize him, and then attend the elders' meeting. This time the impact is huge, and I'm afraid our family will inevitably bleed heavily." Advertisement: Tianer, you have to watch carefully and learn well. Sooner or later, you will be the one in charge of our Yi family. Remember, a lack of patience can ruin a great plan. Dad's impulsive behavior this time is a bloody lesson. For the long-term plan of our Yi family, you must have a good relationship with Yunshang and Chu Tian. If Dad can't do it, you have to continue to do it. Do you understand? "Dad, I understand." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Tian is a man of his own will. He is not cunning. I will soon regain his trust." Yi Tianxiong nodded, walked out of the palace, and disappeared. "The Holy Heaven Lake will open tomorrow, and Chu Tian will also enter. You also have a place, so don't waste this opportunity." St. Emperor Peak. Chu Tian had just returned to the top of the mountain when a cream-colored figure flashed past the entrance of the main hall, and a voice of joy and surprise rang out. "Xiaotian, you miss me so much." A scented breeze wafted in the air, and Chu Tian's eyes subconsciously flashed with coldness, but when he saw the person coming, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He let her hug him, and then he felt a soft kiss on his face. "Baji, don't move. Let your sister kiss you a few more times. It will be a reward for my most powerful brother who has reached the top of the earth ranking." "Baji, Baji." Chu Tian was helpless. In his memory, Chu Yunshang had this kind of lively and simple personality. She doted on her younger siblings very much. She was almost two different people from the ruthless which he knew later. Chu Yunshang was born with holy bones and amazing talents. Although not as good as his chaotic godfiend body, it is also rare to see in 1,000 years. Not long after Chu Yunshang was born, King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong arranged a marriage for her with Yi Feng. She was weak in character, had never suffered much, had no scheming, and was the type who didn't have much of her own opinion. So she just obeyed her family and started to have contact with Yi Feng. Under Yi Feng's conscious guidance, she fell in love with him wholeheartedly and gave everything for him. The original plot describes Chu Yunshang as a heartless witch who is both pitiful and hateful. "Come, let me take a good look at this guy of mine who can top the earth ranking and crush that annoying iceberg brother of the Holy Zihong sect." Chu Yunshang smiled brightly with a hint of playfulness. She was wearing a milky white dress, which made it almost impossible for anyone to refuse her. She raised her hand and pinched Chu Tian's arm, left and right. Advertisement: not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You look stronger now. TSK Tisk, you've grown so much in just 2 months. You're almost catching up with your elder sister. Why do you always have such a stern face, like a little adult? Come on, smile for your sister. This time, my sister and Yi Feng went out for training, and the experience was wonderful. Xiaotian, you have never left the sect, so you must be very curious. Come, let me tell you slowly. Chu Yunshang was very happy. She pulled Chu Tian to sit at the door of the main hall. They looked at the stars in the sky and chattered nonstop. She also told Chu Tian how good Yi Feng was to her during the trip, how much he loved her, was considerate of her, and obeyed her. Chu Tian listened quietly and enjoyed this rare family warmth. The old camel leaned against an old tree not far from the main hall. He turned his head from time to time and grinned. His withered and leaky front teeth seemed to glow in the night. Inside the main hall, in a dim room, King Chu Tian withdrew his palm from the void, looked at his children chatting at the door. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but the bloodshot in his eyes became thicker. "No one can hurt my children," King Chu Tian said in a low voice. He stood up, tore open a crack, and stepped into the void. "Xiaotian, I've finished telling you about my experiences. Now it's your turn to tell me what interesting things happened during this period." Chu Yunshang said with a blink of her eyes, supporting her chin with both hands. This is the daily life of the two siblings. Although Chu Tian's previous experience was to follow King Chu Tian in training and polishing her body, and the process was boring, she was able to listen to it with great interest. At this time, Chu Tian smiled slightly, pointed at her forehead, and said, "Sister, Look at this. Wow. Chu Tian, you have grown a third eye. It's so beautiful. What kind of divine ability is this? Chu Yunshang reached out and touched it carefully, her eyes full of excitement and curiosity. This is called the Eye of Heaven. It is the divine ability of the Tao Venerable of the Holy Zhihong sect. It can observe the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. Nothing can be hidden from my eyes, such as the other party's practice of martial arts, and the physical alienation caused by practicing soul refining. Chu Tian looked at his elder sister Chu Yunshang. His voice gradually became low, but Chu Yunshang was still happy. She did not notice Chu Tian's emotional changes and excitedly touched her brother's eyes between his eyebrows. For example, I can tell now, big sister, whether Yi Feng asked you to practice a strange secret method. Chu Tian's voice became lower and lower, with a hint of coldness and solemnity. The Eye of Heaven is so powerful. You, Chu Tian, have figured it out. Chu Yunshang widened her eyes in extreme surprise. She didn't tell anyone that Yi Feng asked her to practice a secret technique, and said it was a secret between the two of them. Sister, is this secret technique called the Supreme Yin and Yang technique? Chu Tian's voice became increasingly gloomy. Under the ancient tree, the leisurely and contented camel old man's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, and he slowly stood up. Chu Tian, you can even see this. Chu Yunshang was even more surprised. Chapter 44. Old servant, I greet the young lady, my mistress. Tua Lao suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and saluted respectfully. But Chu Tian noticed that Tua Lao's eyes were slightly gloomy, but he concealed it very well. At least Chu Yunshang couldn't see it. Grandpa Tua, I tell you to call me Yunshang, but you always agree with me, and then call me Miss the next day. Chu Yunshang pouted, ran forward, hugged Grandpa Tuo's arm, and shook it coquettishly. Old Tua has been in charge of guarding the main hall of St. Emperor Peak for many years. The 4 siblings of the Chu family were all born in the main hall and grew up under the care of Old Tua. It can be said that although they are not relatives by blood, their relationship is better than that of family members. All right, my dear, stop shaking. You're almost breaking my old bones. I'll do it next time. Tua Lao grinned, with a smile on his face, but while he was speaking, his eyes were looking at Chu Tian. My dear, the supreme yin-yang art you just mentioned, could it be the technique left behind by the supreme demon race that invaded our Hengtian continent in ancient times? Old Tua is well informed. It is one of the supreme secrets of the supreme demon sect that was left behind after the supreme demon race withdrew from Hengtian continent. It is the supreme yin-yang technique that their high-ranking officials and core disciples all practice. The reason why Chu Tian knows about it is that there is information about the supreme yin-yang technique in the inheritance of Tianming Tao Venerable. Chu Tian responded in a low voice, but his fists were clenched. As for the record of the supreme yin-yang technique in the Tianming Tao Venerable inheritance, he was naturally talking nonsense. The system only plundered the inheritance of Tianming Tao Venerable, not his memory. Moreover, Tianming Tao Venerable was a Tao Venerable from 100,000 years ago, while the Supreme Demon Sect was jointly wiped out by all the apex-level sects of Hengtian continent nearly 1,000,000 years ago. The Demon Sect's scriptures and divine ability left behind were sealed up by the masters of all the sects, so Tianming Tao Venerable might not understand. However, if there is any problem, just push it to Tianming Tao Venerable, which can save him a lot of unnecessary explanations and troubles. Damn it, be ********D. How dare this evil creature be so cruel and lawless as to plot against the eldest daughter of the Chu family? Suddenly, the camel old man roared in a low voice, and a sharp light burst out from his turbid eyes. The flash of terrifying aura made the dim night sky seem to tremble slightly. The hunchback straightened, and it seemed that a tall and burly figure emerged, with gray hair dancing and demonic energy rising to the sky, as if he was going to destroy the world. Chu Yunshang turned pale with fright. At that moment, her eyes seemed to be blurry and she had some kind of hallucination. The hunchbacked old man in front of her was as tall as a mountain, with blood-stained hair. He was a demon god with his hands stained with countless blood. Grandpa Tua, what's wrong with you? Chu Yunshang's voice trembled. But soon, the scene she saw disappeared, and the old camel still had a kind smile on his face, grinning at her. Miss, it's okay. That's good. Grandpa Tua, you looked scary just now. You look like a demon god who has killed countless people. Chu Yunshang stuck out her tongue playfully and turned to ask her brother if he had seen it just now. Chu Tian shook his head and denied it directly. Sister, you may have just returned from training, and your mind is tired and you have hallucinations. Tuya has been guarding our main hall for many years and has never even left the sect. How could he be a demon god? That's true. It seems I'm really tired. Chu Yanshang was frightened by the scene just now. She was still uneasy and her face was a little pale. She kissed Tuo Lao and her younger brother respectively, then turned around and went back to the main hall room to rest. After watching Chu Yanshang leave, the smiles on Tuo Lao and Chu Tian's faces disappeared immediately. My lord, are you sure that the eldest lady is practicing the supreme secret technique of the supreme demon sect, the supreme Yin-Yang technique? The old camel's face was rarely serious, as if he had become a different person, with an extremely terrifying light flashing in his eyes. Master Tuo, it is not only the supreme Yin-Yang art, but I can confirm that it is the secondary formula of the supreme Yin-Yang art. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he said word by word, Sister, Yifeng regarded her as a humanoid magic weapon furnace cauldron. The day when Big Sister lights the divine fire is the day of great accomplishment of the supreme Yin-Yang art. The 7 emotions and 6 desires in Big Sister's body will burn, and the power of Yin and Yang will condense into Demon Dao fruit. At that time, Big Sister will escape into Demon Dao and transform into a ruthless and desireless humanoid demon soldier. After being picked by someone who practices the main art of the supreme Yin-Yang art, she will become a person almost like stone, without individual desires, and only know how to kill and practice, providing the master with the results of cultivation. Chu Tian's inquiry just now was actually just a test, because the stage of his rebirth was the childhood of the great hate demon Venerable, and Chu Yanshang had not yet married Yifeng, so he was not sure whether Chu Yanshang had practiced this secret method now. But when he got Chu Yanshang's response, murderous intent filled his heart. The supreme Yin-Yang art is divided into 2 techniques, the main technique and the secondary technique. The one who practices the main technique is the master of those who practice the secondary technique. Their souls are connected and cannot be separated for life. When the one who practices the main technique dies, the consciousness of the one who practices the secondary technique will be extinguished in an instant. Moreover, when the one who practices the secondary technique ignites the divine fire, his eternal life will be turned into a cauldron, and the results of his practice will be automatically shared with the master. That's not all. Those who practice this secondary art will have all their 7 emotions and 6 desires burned out, and they will be completely oblivious to all external distractions. They will only have the master in their hearts, and will live and die for the master with a single-minded devotion. Their combat power will increase exponentially, and their practice speed will be extremely fast. They can be said to be a humanoid magic soldier that has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can assist their master in practice. In the ancient times, the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the Supreme Demon Sect would capture the prodigies and even the high-ranking officials of various major sects and force them to practice the Supreme Yin-Yang technique and forge them into their own human-shaped magic weapon furnaces. Because their methods were too evil, the Supreme Demon Sect was unscrupulous, and the enraged major sects of the Hengtian continent joined forces to encircle and suppress them, and they were completely wiped out. The many magic scriptures and divine abilities left by the Supreme Demon Sect were sealed together, and only the chief and deputy chiefs of the major apex-level sects could open them. In the original plot, after Chu Yanshang ignited the divine fire, she cut off all emotions and desires and escaped into Demon Dao. With her natural holy bones, her combat power increased dramatically and her demonic power was terrifying. After she rebelled against the Xingtian sect, she killed countless people and aroused the wrath of heaven and people on the Hengtian continent. King Chu Tian loves his daughter dearly and repeatedly protects her, causing the Chu family to be hated by many sections. The fact that the Chu family, which had been passed down for millions of years, was eventually destroyed was closely related to this. Because the Chu family had long been hated by the people and the gods on the Hengtian continent, no family was willing to lend a helping hand to the Chu family. Otherwise, an apex-level clan with a heritage of millions of years, with its accumulated connections, marriages, etc. over the generations, would not be so easily exterminated. Chu Tian originally thought that Yifeng allowed his elder sister to practice the supreme Yin and Yang technique only after his elder sister got married and moved into the Yi family and lived permanently at Saint Emperor Peak. No one expected that Yifeng would be so bold and unscrupulous. He had already taken advantage of Chu Yanshang's innocence and let her practice the supreme Yin and Yang sutra. Because the earlier you practice the supreme Yin and Yang technique, when you ignite the divine fire, the more sublimated it will be, burning the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the stronger the effect of the magic Dao fruit that blooms and bears. How audacious! How audacious! This boy has already received his death. He deserves to die. Tuo Lao was shaking with anger, and he seemed to be very familiar with the magic skills of the Supreme Demon Sect. My lady, Yifeng must be killed. He actually dared to practice the supreme yin-yang magic art and used the young lady as a magic weapon furnace to refine puppets. What should we do now? Once the practitioner of the main technique dies, the consciousness of the practitioner of the secondary technique will be destroyed immediately. The old camel's cloudy eyes were covered with a faint blood color, and his voice was trembling. And as they practice, the dependence of those who practice the secondary art of the supreme yin-yang art on the master of the art will continue to increase. The process cannot be interrupted, otherwise the practitioner will be annihilated in an instant. The young lady is so kind and lively. Although she is incredibly talented and was accepted as a disciple by the Holy Spirit from outside the domain right after she was born, she has never been arrogant. Yet, she was actually bullied by such a villain. Chapter 45. Faintly, the blood-red sharp light in the camel-old's eyes showed signs of revival. His hunchback kept straightening up, and a terrifying aura was looming, making the sky dark and gloomy. The terrifying murderous intent caused the surrounding space to become distorted, and a thick smell of blood filled the air. Mr. Tua, don't get excited. I have a solution. Chu Tian immediately stepped forward to support Mr. Tua and said in a deep voice. The old camel stood still, turned around, and said in a trembling voice, My lady, could it be that in the Tianming Dao Venerable Inheritance, there is a divine ability scripture against the supreme yin-yang technique? Do you already have a solution? Can you save the young lady? Chu Tian nodded, his eyes flashing with coldness, and said, Old Tua, please don't be anxious or impulsive. Don't let a third person know about this, so as not to alert the enemy. If Yifeng gets desperate, my sister will be in danger. There were bloodshot in the old camel's eyes, but he nodded in the end. He knew that even if he reported it to the master and the mistress, or even informed the young lady's master, the outer Holy Spirit, it would not have any effect. Instead, it would make things worse. He said, Dao Venerable is a scholar of heaven and earth, and knows everything about the past and the present. He created the divine ability, which can see the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. Since he can see that the young lady has practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, there must be a solution in the inheritance. My lady, the safety of the young lady is now in your hands. If you need anything, be sure to inform me. I will save the young lady, even if it costs me my life. Chu Tian knew that Tua Lao had no children in his life and had long treated the 4 siblings as his own children. After comforting Tua Lao and calming him down, he turned around and went back to the main hall room. Xingnu had already prepared the medicine. After helping Chu Tian undress and get into the bathtub, he carefully closed the door and practiced with his eyes closed outside. She was a sensitive person and could sense that the young lady seemed a little irritable and depressed after her return. Chu Tian was not in a hurry, but first exchanged for a supreme grade divine pill and took it, allowing the system to renew the 3 auras of physique, understanding, and spirit. He calmed down and guided the Chaos Creation Sutra to circulate the chaotic energy in his body for 3 great Zhou Divine Sovereign days to calm his slightly anxious heart. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he muttered to himself before asking, System, is there any secret method in the mall that can solve the supreme yin-yang art? It would be best if we can treat the person in his own way, so that my elder sister Chu Yunshang can turn around and transform Yifeng into a human-shaped demon soldier to feed her cultivation. As the saying goes, the system will never let you down. A gentle and pleasant voice soon rang in Chu Tian's ears. Host, the scan has been completed. You can practice the great Tao of supreme yin and yang. After the host breaks through the soul-refining realm, you can condense the great Tao seed of supreme yin and yang, inject the main Tao seed into Chu Yunshang's body, and inject the secondary Tao seed into Yifeng's body, which can reverse the primary and secondary of the two. The results of Yifeng's daily practice will be swallowed by the Tao seed and fed back to Chu Yunshang. When he ignites the divine fire, he will become Chu Yunshang's humanoid magic soldier. The Supreme Demon Race and the Supreme Tao Clan both originated from the Supreme Realm, a higher world in the myriad worlds. The 2 races have been hostile to each other for many years. The Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao Technique was created by the Tao ancestor of the Supreme Tao Clan to restrain the Supreme Yin-Yang Technique. To redeem the Great Tao of Yin and Yang, 20,000 life points will be spent. To redeem the Great Tao of Yin and Yang, 2,000 life points will be spent. Combined with the aura of enlightenment, it can help the host to comprehend the great Tao of Yin and Yang in the shortest possible time. Chu Tian's heart moved, and he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian Realm. Bone-tempering realm 10th layer, possessing 2 million kilograms of divine power, able to kill a true dragon cub in seconds, The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Physical fitness. Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique Skill. Chaos Creation Sutra. First layer. Divine ability. Eye of Heaven Treasures. Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman. Can gain Emperor Venerable Combat Power for 10 minutes. Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring. Costs 1,000 Destiny Points to refine. Contains a trace of ancient remnant soul. Poses a certain threat. Host should be cautious. Great Tao Pearl. Auxiliary Treasure. Already refined. Innate Spirit Medicine Enlightenment. Tree. Seedling Destiny Points. 86,100 Suppressing Yifan. Lu Yun. And Yifeng will bring Chu Tian a lot of Destiny Point rewards. In combination with dealing with some important Son of Fortune supporting characters, such as Yi Wu, Yi Chong, and Yi Tianxiong, there will also be some sporadic rewards. After a few days, although a lot of Destiny Points were consumed in purchasing the Supreme Grade Divine Pill and renewing the 3 Halos, the total number of Destiny Points actually increased by tens of thousands. System Exchange. There was a terrifying cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. Although the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao and the True Solution were very valuable, he still exchanged them without hesitation. Yifeng and the Yi family must pay the most painful price for their actions. The exchange for the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Tao technique and the corresponding secret technique was successful, and the remaining Destiny Points are 64,100 points. The next second, vast runes flooded into Chu Tian's mind, and the corresponding insights and opinions of the strong people's cultivation flowed in Chu Tian's heart accordingly. This is the supreme secret technique of the Taishang Taoist clan, a technique specifically used to restrain the terrifying Taishang demon race, and it contains extremely vast information. With the blessing of the aura of enlightenment and the guidance of Jinjia, Chu Tian mastered this secret technique at a rapid speed. With the blessing of his physique and spiritual aura, Chu Tian had almost no mental fatigue and no worries about his body being unable to bear it. He kept digesting, understanding, and absorbing this complex and huge supreme secret art. Chu Tian's powerful spirit enveloped his entire body. As he gained insights, mysterious great Tao runes condensed around his body. The Tao aura permeated and shone brightly, as if it contained the highest method between heaven and earth, and his progress was rapid. If an outsider saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. You have to know that to comprehend this level of supreme secret art, not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also requires an enormous amount of time and energy. Huimei is a talented monster. She mastered the apex-level footwork, divine ability, Phantom Dragon's secret art in the bone-tempering realm, which shocked the top leaders of Xingtian's sect. They even said that as long as Chu Tian can take on 3 of Huimei's moves, he will win. This is the reason. But even Huimei, who had a strength of 900,000 kilograms half a year ago, only increased it by 200,000 kilograms half a year later, despite the massive resources provided by the Zihong Holy Sect. This was because he spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the divine ability. It is conceivable how difficult it is to comprehend the apex-level divine ability. Otherwise, even if Huimei's talent is not as good as Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God Visualization technique, as the most apex-level demon in the myriad worlds in the original plot, she also practices apex-level scriptures, so the difference would not be so huge. Chapter 46. The night was as dark as water, and the room where Chu Tian was filled with the aura of Tao. Chu Tian was immersed in the comprehension of the great Tao of supreme yin and yang. He did not let the star slave change the medicine liquid that night, but his spirit had undergone high-intensity polishing due to the practice of the supreme secret technique. In just one night, his spirit had improved greatly. After a night of practice, Chu Tian discovered that the great Tao technique of Taishang Yin Yang was not simply a secret technique used to target the supreme demon race. It was only a side effect to target the great Tao technique of Taishang Yin Yang. As the supreme secret art of the supreme Taoist clan, it contains many offensive and killing techniques, and its Taoist methods are ever-changing. I'm afraid that even the Xingtian sect does not have many divine ability secret arts that can compare with it. A night passed. Chu Tian opened his eyes, his 2 dark gazes focused, directly piercing through the solid and thick bluestone floor, extending more than 2 meters deep into the ground, and there was no trace of cracks on the surrounding floor. The penetrating power was so powerful that it was terrifying. If he wanted to deal with Yi Chong now, he wouldn't need to use any of his strength, not even the Eye of Heaven. With just one glance, he could pierce Yi Chong's chest, or even blow his head apart directly. The supreme grade divine pill continued to beat his spirit, and coupled with the high-intensity comprehension of the supreme secret method, the great Tao of Yin and Yang, Chu Tian's mental strength had reached its limit in terms of strength and solidity. Although my physical strength has not increased tonight, if I use the Eye of Heaven and my mental power explodes tenfold, the power I can instantly burst out may even exceed 10 million pounds, and I can kill Yi Wu with one punch. If I use the Supreme Yin Yang Great Tao technique, I can kill the top 50 on the soul refining list. My spiritual power has also reached the limit of what the bone-tempering realm can hold. It seems like it's time to break through the soul-refining realm in the Holy Heaven Lake. Yi foam. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he stood up from the medicine barrel. The medicine liquid that had been drained of its medicinal power flowed from his sturdy body, flowing with a faint glow like chaotic divine iron, and contained terrifying explosive power. The star slave who had been guarding outside the door all night heard the sound of water, pushed open the door, and walked in. When he saw the young master's strong and powerful body, his cheeks blushed slightly. He lowered his head and took a towel to dry the young master's body, and helped Chu Tian change clothes. The young lady's body is really like an ancient ferocious beast with great explosive power, strong and powerful, and becoming more and more charming. Xingnu thought about it in her mind. Her veiled face turned slightly red. She pouted in her heart and cursed herself for being shameless. Star slave, oh star slave, being able to serve the mistress closely and receiving her love and favor is already a blessing you have earned in 10 lifetimes. What else do you dare to think about? Brother, everything is ready. I can go into Xingtian Lake with you. Advertisement at this time. A voice came from afar, and the next moment, a bald forehead came into view, followed by Huimei's enchantingly beautiful face, with red lips, white teeth, and slanted eyebrows. At first glance, at such a young age, in terms of the degree of temptation, she was even more seductive than the beautiful star slave. The reason why Huimei did not come back with Chu Tian yesterday was because he learned that Chu Tian would enter the Holy Heaven Lake for 10 days. He did not want to waste the precious time to comprehend the Eye of Heaven, and wanted to follow Chu Tian into the Holy Heaven Lake. So he went to find old Chu to smooth the relationship with the upper echelons of the Holy Heaven sect. According to Huimei, the more he could comprehend the Eye of Heaven, the more attention he would get from his cousin, and his image in her heart would become more lofty. I just don't know how much time and effort Mr. Chu wasted, how many high-level members of the Xingtian sect he contacted, and how much benefit he gave up that night, just to allow Huimei, an evildoer from the outer sect, to get the opportunity to enter the Xingtian Lake. You should know that Shengdianshi is a high-level secret realm that can promote the cultivation of half-step emperor venerables like Chu Tianyun, and it is top secret. After Xingnu changed her clothes, Chu Tian took Huimei to the Internal Affairs Hall. Soon, Chu Tian and Huimei arrived outside the main hall of Niwa Peak. The Holy Heaven Lake is one of the few high-level secret realms in the Holy Heaven sect. It contains the corpse of the Holy Lord Duanmu. It is a top secret of the Holy Heaven sect and belongs to the sect's internal affairs, managed by the Internal Affairs Hall. Saint Child, Duanmu Lei, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was actually waiting at the door of the main hall. When he saw Chu Tian coming, he smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Lei. Chu Tian deliberately glanced above the main hall entrance, only to see that it was in a mess, with many damages, like ruins, and the plaque that had been hanging in the Ministry of Internal Affairs for 1,000,000 years had disappeared. He immediately understood Duanmu Lei's intention of personally greeting him at the door. He was probably afraid that he would have a conflict with the Yi family members again, and cause trouble at this tense juncture. But Chu Tian didn't care. The goals of his trip were, first, Yi Feng, and second, the Emperor's spirit born from Saint Ancestor Duanmu. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on outsiders. Duanmu Lei was very enthusiastic towards Chu Tian, but he just glanced coldly at Huimei. Chu Tian's attitude towards Duanmu Lei was not surprising. After all, Shengtianshi was the precious legacy left for the descendants of Xingtian sect by the ancestor Duanmu before she passed away, using her remaining vitality and spiritual essence, with her body as the core. People from outside the sect were forbidden to enter. However, in exchange for benefits, the sect's top leaders allowed a person from outside the sect to join. Although the sect should have also gained a lot of benefits, the sect's top leaders probably also received countless benefits from Mr. Chu in private. As the second most important person in the Duanmu family, it would be strange for Duanmu Lei to have a good face towards Huimei. Huimei, on the other hand, was carefree, with her nose up in the air and scratching her forehead, as she followed Chu Tian and Duanmu Lei into the Internal Affairs Department, looking at people with squinted eyes all the way. Advertisement, he had survived Chu Tianyun's tormenting gaze that night, so this cold gaze was nothing to him. Huimei would glare at any member of the Yi family who passed by with a gloomy face, or even punch them in a show of force. He had never been afraid of anyone except Chu Tian, who was at the same level as him, and could control him completely. The Internal Affairs Department has been controlled and run by the Yi family for millions of years. Even if the internal staff are not surnamed Yi, they are all die-hard Yi family members. Last night, their own plaque that has been passed down for millions of years was destroyed. Now they are being provoked by the people brought by Chu Tian on their own territory. The faces of the Yi family members turned red, and they were fuming. Their faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. I'm afraid that if Duanmu Lei hadn't led the way personally, Huimei, even if she was a monster from the Zihong Holy Sect, would have to walk in and walk out sideways. All the way to the depths of the Imperial Household Department. There is a lake in front of us. The water is milky white, and the surface of the lake is shrouded in clouds and mist. This is one of the high-level secret realms of the Shengtian sect, the Shengtian Lake. Beside the lake, there were young prodigy monsters standing in 2s and 3s, and there were also elders of the sect sitting cross-legged beside the huge rocks by the lake, breathing in the essence of heaven and earth. They were all people who were about to enter the Holy Heaven Lake. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake is not only extremely valuable, but also requires great contributions to the sect. It is extremely rare. Many divine-level strongmen cannot get a chance to enter in their entire lives, so most people will come early. Even if they cannot enter, practicing around the Holy Heaven Lake will make the spirit Qi and Taoism far richer than the outside world. People like Chu Tian who are very particular about time are usually the last to arrive. Seeing Deputy Hall Master Duanmu Lei personally leading people to arrive, many young men and women from the sects cast curious glances at Chu Tian. Even the older generation who were sitting cross-legged on the boulder opened their eyes. "Little saint child, we're here," Duanmu Lei said with a smile. "Uncle will go get ready and open the entrance to the secret realm right away." Chu Tian looked up and saw two familiar figures among the crowd of people. One is his nominal brother-in-law Yi Feng, and the other is his fiancée Lu Yun. "Xiao Tian, look who your brother-in-law brought to you." Yi Feng smiled gently, as if he had forgotten what happened yesterday and his injuries had fully recovered. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking extraordinary and powerful. Lu Yun, with her petite and beautiful body, walked towards him. "In order to help you and your fiancé clear up the misunderstanding, my brother-in-law spent a lot of money to let Xiaoyan enter Xingtian Lake to create an opportunity for you to meet. Give your brother-in-law some face and talk to Xiaoyan. As long as you are willing to communicate, there is no misunderstanding that cannot be explained." Lu Yun's face was slightly pale, and there was a little confusion in her eyes, but she still called out softly, "Chu Tian." Chu Tian glanced at them, his face calm, and said only one word, "Get lost." Chapter 47. Roll. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice surprised the people around him. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Not to mention that with Yi Feng's identity, he was so humble, and Lu Yun looked like a porcelain doll, with a slightly pale face and misty, watery eyes, which made people feel reluctant to speak to her even a little loudly. Chu Tian is so young and still has a childish face, but he can act so cold and cruel. He is like an old monster who has been through hardships and seen through life and death. It is surprising. "You?" Lu Yun's face turned even paler, her eyes were red, and tears kept falling. "I obviously didn't do anything wrong. Chu Tian, why do you treat me like this over and over again? Why don't you treat me well? I've already taken the initiative to apologize. What else do you want me to do?" A trace of gloom flashed across Yi Feng's eyes without leaving a trace, and then he smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, as the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. Although you are now just a childhood sweetheart arranged by your parents, you have been playing together since childhood and will grow up soon. It is only a matter of time before you hold a wedding ceremony. By then, you will be Taoist companions who support each other for life. Why should you leave a permanent knot in your hearts because of Yi Fan's little thing? My brother-in-law is an experienced person and he is doing this for your own good. When your elder sister Yunshang was out gaining experience, she would occasionally act a little willful, but my brother-in-law would just laugh it off. What's more, Yi Fan had saved Xiao Yun's life, and Xiao Yun did something a little out of line to repay him, but it was understandable. You two were both raised by your brother-in-law, and I really can't bear to see you two stay like this. Listen to my brother-in-law." Yi Feng talked freely with a gentle and kind smile. He never mentioned what happened yesterday and kept using his experience with Chu Yunshang as an example, telling Chu Tian not to be too fussy and to be generous as a man. He also kept bringing up things from the past, such as how he watched Chu Tian and Lu Yun playing together. His words were full of memories and a sense of warmth. This is also the best way that Yi Feng felt could restore his relationship with Chu Tian after thinking about it all night. In Hengtian Palace, Chu Tian suddenly said without any signs that he was not worthy of Chu Yunshang and wanted to cancel the engagement. These days, he had been having unpleasant disputes with the Yi family, causing the situation to escalate. Yi Feng felt that the root cause was still the matter between Lu Yun and Yi Fan, which was the initial fuse. So he contacted Lu Yun overnight and helped her to greet him, spending a huge price to smooth the relationship, so that Lu Yun got the opportunity to enter Xingtian Lake. Yi Feng believed that he had grasped the key to the problem. As long as he could resolve the relationship between Chu Tian and Lu Yun, everything would be solved. Brother, this person looks tall and mighty, very powerful, but why is he as nagging as an old lady? Huimei scratched her head and grinned, very impatient. She took a few more glances at the porcelain doll like Lu Yun. It seemed that this little girl might even be able to rival his cousin in the future. She was worthy of being the girl who could be engaged to her brother as a child. Because he is AB******************. Chu Tian responded calmly, then looked at Yi Feng, his voice cold. Yi Feng, if you mention my eldest sister's name one more time, I guarantee that your fate in Xingtian Lake will be even worse. Because you don't deserve it. Chu Tian. Suddenly, the haze in Yi Feng's eyes could no longer be suppressed. With his talent and status, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. Chu Tian's repeated contempt in public had already made his anger rise to the extreme. After all the talk, this guy still refused to listen. You are still young, so your brother-in-law advises you to know when to stop. Too much is as bad as too little. Don't be shameless. Yi Feng spoke almost through his teeth, word by word. It's not your turn to comment on what happened between Yunshang and me. It's not your turn as a little brat to interfere in our marriage. Lu Yun next to her was even paler, because Chu Tian didn't even look at her from beginning to end, as if her existence was just a transparent person. At this time, Lu Yun gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, and thought about what her mother had taught her about how to win back a man. She walked forward, her hands trembling as she tried to grab Chu Tian's arm. Chu Tian, you forgot that we are together. Bang! The loud slapping sounded like thunder. Lu Yun's body flew hundreds of meters across like a sharp arrow, smashing a huge rock by the lake, and the rolling dust submerged her. The people in the field trembled in their hearts and felt a chill running up their spines. What kind of person is this? You really have no mercy at all. Is your heart made of stone? Chu Tian did not waste even a bit of energy and time on Lu Yun. His eyes were indifferent and seemed to be emitting cold air. He suddenly raised his foot and walked towards Yi Feng. Why do I suddenly feel a little creepy? Huimei muttered in a low voice. He was standing next to Chu Tian, and just now, he felt a hint of coldness invisibly. Little brat, do you still want to attack me? Seeing Chu Tian coming towards him, Yi Feng sneered. The haze in his eyes was extremely thick. He had done everything he could and had already endured to the extreme. He no longer cared about what his father said and wanted to have a good relationship with Chu Tian. Your sister will be my woman sooner or later. This is a fact that no one can change. If you want to cancel the engagement, you have no say. Your father won't agree, and your sister Chu Yunshang will definitely not agree. Do you think your eldest sister will listen to me or not? Yi Feng's voice was icy, and he already thought Chu Tian was a guy who would not accept a toast and drink a forfeit. He said confidently, if you know what's best for you, just listen to me, get along well with Lu Yun, and release Yi Fan from the prison. Otherwise, buzz. Suddenly, a powerful and vast spirit emanated from Chu Tian, causing the people present to tremble all over. They subconsciously thought that this ruthless man Chu Tian would not really attack Yi Feng. Chu Tian and Yi Feng are two major realms apart. Chu Tian blocked the outside world's observation with his spirit, and his voice was chilling, so only Yi Feng could hear it. You seem very proud of letting my sister practice the secondary formula of the supreme yin-yang technique. Soon, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy, and ask my sister to come to my house and cancel the engagement. Boom. In an instant, there seemed to be a loud thunder in Yi Feng's mind. His face turned pale, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his eyes. How did Chu Tian know that? Could it be that Chu Yunshang told him? But that's impossible. Yi Feng's heart was pounding. If this matter got out, he would be completely ruined, and no one in the entire Hengtian continent would be able to save him. For a moment, he even subconsciously wanted to take action and kill Chu Tian. But suddenly, a terrifying Dao aura bound him. It was Duan Mulei who was afraid that Chu Tian and Yi Feng would conflict, so he had been secretly paying attention to them. Upon seeing this, he immediately used Dao aura to control Yi Feng's actions. Chu Tian gently placed his index finger to his lips and said calmly, "Don't make a sound. Otherwise, you will die faster. Your life is worthless, and I don't want you to implicate my eldest sister." But Chu Tian's calmness made Yi Feng feel cold all over, and his feet were trembling slightly. He couldn't figure out why it was exposed and how Chu Tian knew about it. "What should I do? What should I do?" Yi Feng stood there stiffly like a sculpture, his face pale, without a trace of blood. The eyes of the people present were full of confusion. What did Chu Tian do? It seemed that he just whispered something. Yi Feng, the son of the sect master, who was so majestic just now, was frightened like this in an instant. "Chu Tian, do you dare to fight me?" At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded. A tall man walked out from the crowd by the lake, with a strong, murderous look in his eyes. He strode to Yi Feng's side and said in a low voice, "Brother Feng, this little devil is lawless and has no education at all. He doesn't even give you face. If you want to talk to him, you have to beat him into submission with your fists. Let me challenge him to avenge Yi Wu." Seeing this man walk out, the people around him were slightly shocked, because he was the eldest son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Wan. Chapter 48. I heard that Yi Wu was severely injured by a punch from Saint Child in Hengtian Hall. His chest bones were broken and his internal organs were shattered. Hall Master Yi personally took action to barely revive him. But I'm afraid he won't be able to practice normally for a long time. A prodigy whispered. The people around suddenly understood what was going on. No wonder Yi Wan ran out impatiently after seeing Yi Feng being humiliated. He wanted to stand up for his brother. Yi Wan has broken through the soul refining realm for many years and ranks 38th on the soul refining list. The little Saint Child is only in the body tempering realm and is said to be less than 9 years old. I'm afraid it's against the sect's rules for him to challenge the little Saint Child. Before a woman could finish her words, her companion covered her mouth and blinked at her frantically, indicating that they were about to enter the holy heaven lake. It was not a good thing to offend the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall at this time. Want to challenge him? Chu Tian turned his head, glanced at Marvin Yi, then retracted his gaze and walked back to Hui Mei. "You really don't deserve it." There was a chill in Chu Tian's eyes, but a supporting character like Yuan really didn't arouse his interest, and he didn't want to waste time on such a guy. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the great Tao of Taishang, Yin, and Yang, waiting for the holy heaven lake to open. This guy is obviously younger than me. How could he have such a strong, murderous intent? Hui Mei muttered to herself. When Chu Tian stood beside her, that creepy feeling came back, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. Although she had only known Chu Tian for a short time, Hui Mei discovered that Chu Tian seemed indifferent to everything. He seldom wasted even a little time or energy on irrelevant things. He got straight to the point and had clear goals, including the time when they confronted each other. This was the first time he felt anger from Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, you dared to sneak attack and injure my brother. Why don't you dare to accept my open challenge now?" Yi Wen's face was gloomy, and he felt that Chu Tian was deeply despised. He said coldly, "You are the heir of the founding family, the little Saint Child of the sect, and the #1 on the earth ranking. You don't even have the courage to accept my challenge. If it weren't for the sect rules that those at a higher level are not allowed to take the initiative to attack those at a lower level, he would have already taken action. You Yi family members, why are you so annoying? My eldest brother doesn't even bother to deal with you, but you insist on coming forward one by one." Hui Mei scratched her bald head and grinned. "Besides, you are really unworthy of challenging my eldest brother. You have broken through the soul refining realm, but you still look so weak. I can kill you with just one finger if I'm at the same level as you." He possesses a strength of 1.1 million gene and below the level of ignite divine fire. Apart from Chu Tian, there are few people he can look up to, even including Yi Feng. "Little bald head, you are also involved in my brother's affairs. Others are afraid of you because you are from the Hui family, but I am not. I will settle accounts with you after I deal with Chu Tian." As the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yuan was very confident. He glanced at Hui Mei coldly and said to Chu Tian, who still had his eyes closed, "What's wrong, Chu Tian? Weren't you very arrogant to Brother Feng just now? Why are you so cowardly now? Brother Feng doesn't want to embarrass you because of the engagement, but I don't have as good a temper as Brother Feng. If your sister wants to marry into our Yi family, she must abide by our family rules, otherwise." Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, with a terrible cold light flashing in his eyes. The third vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, purple light flowed, a vast spirit surged, a sense of Tao spread, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Chu Tian instantly appeared in front of Yuan, staring at Yuan with cold eyes, and a terrible murderous intent emerged. "You're looking for death. I'm just waiting for you to take action." Yuan had been cautious and on guard. When he saw Chu Tian appear, he suddenly shouted angrily. What he was waiting for was a reason, an excuse. He didn't care that Chu Tian hadn't made a move yet. His powerful mental power resonated, and he suddenly kicked Chu Tian in the chest with a whip-like kick. The airflow burst out, and the pressure was like a tide, which was terrifying. As Prodigy ranked 38th on the soul refining list, the power of his sudden attack has reached 7 million kilograms, which is enough to blow up mountains. The people present were horrified and thought Yiwen was simply crazy. He was obviously one level higher than Saint Child, but he suddenly attacked Chu Tian. Moreover, he used all his strength in this kick, as if he was going to kill Chu Tian with one blow. Yiwen, stop it. A woman in green rushed out from the crowd and said, "This is the place where my saint ancestor Duanmu passed away. You are not allowed to be presumptuous." But Yiwen's move was full of suddenness, almost in a flash, and he was so close to Chu Tian that there was no time for people to react. Boom. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and his spirit turned into great Dao runes that covered his arms. His powerful spirit was amplified tenfold, and his blood rushed into the sky, rolling like a dragon and python, and he punched out. In an instant, the space seemed to shake. This punch was as fast as lightning, as heavy as Mount Tai, and so powerful and heavy that it was unimaginable. Fists and feet collided, air currents exploded, the Dao essence surged, and Chu Tian's power surged out like a tide. Snap! Suddenly, Yiwen's feet were blasted into a bloody mist. He howled miserably, and a surge of power vibrated up from Chu Tian's fist, causing blood to ooze out of his pores and his facial features, and he instantly became a one-legged bloody man. Chu Tian superimposed the eye of heaven and 10 times the spirit, and the power that burst out instantly reached the level of tens of millions of pounds. With such a powerful force, a mountain would be blasted into dust in an instant, not to mention that Chu Tian also used the supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique he had just acquired. This attack would definitely turn the soul-refining realm true dragon cubs with strong bloodlines into blood mist in an instant. However, Yiwen's physical body was much inferior to that of the soul-refining realm true dragon cub. If it weren't for his vast spirit, which made him much stronger than Yiwu, Chu Tian's attack, even if it only hit his thigh, the spreading shock force would definitely be enough to turn him into a ball of bloody mist on the spot. The people present were stunned and almost suffocated. Looking at the scene before them, it was impossible to describe their emotions at the moment. Yiwen, who was ranked 38th on the soul-refining list, was nearly killed by a punch from Chu Tian. No one would deny that if this punch had hit Yiwen's body instead of his legs, he would have exploded into pieces. You are so ignorant of your own abilities. Who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly? There was a terrifying chill in Chu Tian's eyes, and murderous intent was surging. Originally, he didn't bother to pay attention to this guy who was not even a supporting role, but he insisted on moving forward and talking nonsense, involving Chu Yunshang. He didn't want to bother with ants, but the ants dared to try to shake the power of heaven. That would be courting death. Buzz. Chu Tian's eyes burst with murderous light. His gaze was focused, and he went straight towards Yiwen's head. It seemed that the space was punched with 2 holes by his gaze. Yiwen had almost no power to resist at this time. If this attack hit him, there was almost no doubt that Yiwen's head would be pierced directly. At this moment, a green shadow flashed by, blocking Chu Tian's eyes and saving Yiwen's life. The woman in green was very fast. She rescued Yiwen and got away from Chu Tian. Then she looked up and said to him, "Chu Tian, the Holy Heaven Lake will be opened soon. Don't make trouble. This opportunity is very important to many people. If you kill Yiwen, even if Hall Master Yi is in a meeting at the Elder Peak at this time, he will be immediately alerted, and the Holy Heaven Lake will probably be postponed indefinitely." The woman in green was not stunningly beautiful, but she had a chubby face and looked very cute. Moreover, she was not very tall. She looked about the same age as Yi Feng, but she was only about 1.65 meters tall, about the same height as Chu Tian at this moment. But her strength is extremely strong. She is probably younger than Yiwen, but her strength is much stronger. She is already a prodigy in the body integration realm. Chapter 49. Duanmu Wan. Looking at the woman in green, Chu Tian's memory flashed her name. Duanmu Wan is the daughter of Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family, and also the niece of Duanmu Lei. In the original plot, she is also a relatively important female character. Although talent is not as good as Yi Feng, she is not much different. After Yi Fan gained the recognition of the Emperor Duanmu, she took the initiative to approach Yi Fan on behalf of the Duanmu family. Boom. At this moment, a passage suddenly opened above the lake, and a vast aura of Tao filled the air, along with a sense of the utmost divinity and holiness. The passage to Shengtianshi is open. Duanmu Lei appeared in front of the passage with a gloomy expression. He glanced coldly at Yi-Wan, who was covered in blood and wailing. Shengtianshi is the sacred land of the Duanmu family, where fighting is strictly prohibited. However, Yi-Wan attacked Chu Tian almost by sneak attack, and even tried to kill him, which was a great disrespect to the holy ancestor Duanmu. Uncle Duanmu, I was careless. Chu Tian used divine ability to attack me. I don't accept it. Yi-Wan wailed, but was filled with unwilling roars. I want to fight him in a life-and-death arena, and I will go all out. I will definitely kill him. Chu Tian, do you dare to challenge me in a life-and-death duel? Duanmu Lei said gloomily. You are one realm higher than me, and you used a sneak attack. I couldn't beat you. If Wanner hadn't reacted quickly and saved you, you would have been a corpse. You still have the nerve to scream. You have completely disgraced the Home Master. Duanmu Lei looked at Chu Tian with horror in his eyes, because he saw a lot of things when Chu Tian made his move just now. The Holy Heavenly Lake will be open for only 3 minutes. Enter immediately. After 10 days, I will open the passage again. As soon as Duanmu Lei finished speaking, the people present came to their senses immediately. Without time to be shocked, they began to enter the passage in an orderly manner. After all, not everyone is born into a noble family. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake is extremely precious to most people. If you miss it once, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Tian. Yifeng's face was still slightly pale. He gave Chu Tian a cold look before taking Lu Yun, whose face was red and swollen, into the passage. Uncle Lei, I'm sorry. Chu Tian clasped his fists. He didn't want to fight before entering Xingtian Lake. It's okay, Uncle saw it all. Duanmu Lei smiled slightly, then glanced coldly at Hui Mei, who was in a daze, and said, Little bald head, hurry up and get in. Remember, if you dare to disrespect the ancestors of my Duanmu family, even Tianyun Dao Venerable can't protect you. Hui Mei came back to her senses, looked at Chu Tian with horror, and then entered the passage with Chu Tian. The scene in front of their eyes went dark, and Chu Tian and Hui Mei appeared in a huge bluestone square. The square was surrounded by mist and clouds, and there was the sound of water splashing. Indistinctly, they could see dragon-like creatures swimming back and forth in the mist, looking extremely terrifying. There were low roars coming from around the square. They are extremely large, probably nearly 1,000 meters long, winding and circling, with black scales thicker than water tanks, a single horn on their heads, and eyes filled with intense brutality. If you accidentally look at one another, you will tremble all over and your mind will go blank. The legend turned out to be true. Saint Ancestor Duanmu really raised a group of pure-blooded flood dragons in the Shengtian sect. Seeing the terrifying beasts roaming around, Hui Mei's face turned slightly pale. Even for someone as lawless as him, his heart trembled when he saw these horrifying creatures up close. Don't look into the flood dragon's eyes. Your spirit cannot bear it. In the square, elders were teaching the young prodigy, telling them that this was the heritage left by Saint Ancestor Duanmu to Shengtian sect. It was a nest of flood dragon eggs that Saint Ancestor Duanmu found while traveling in the myriad worlds and brought back to Shengtian sect to raise. They have been breeding in this Shengtian pond for hundreds of thousands of years and will only be released when the sect faces a catastrophe. It is rumored that there may even be a flood dragon of Emperor Venerable level that has survived for nearly 100,000 years in the Holy Heaven Lake. An old god exclaimed and said to the young prodigy, The surroundings of this Holy Heaven Lake are filled with the Tao and power of Saint Ancestor Duanmu. Even a half-step Emperor Venerable cannot use divine ability and spiritual power. Many young men and women humbly listened to the instructions. When they heard the elders talk about the deeds of the Holy Ancestor Duanmu and some precautions in the Shengtian Lake, they were extremely shocked and yearned for it at the same time. After hundreds of thousands of years, the remaining Tao essence is still able to restrict a half-step Emperor Venerable. How powerful was Saint Ancestor Duanmu when he was alive? A young woman asked curiously. Saint Ancestor Duanmu is one of the greatest leaders in the history of Shengtian sect. She is also the only woman who saved the entire sect during the darkest period of Shengtian sect. Some older people shook their heads and told them that no one knew how powerful Saint Ancestor Duanmu was, because at that time, she had no rivals in the entire Hengtian continent. She was an invincible figure, and no one could block a single move from her. Soon, some of the older generation figures sat down cross-legged and began to practice, not wanting to waste precious time. The Holy Heavenly Lake is full of Taoist aura, as well as the spirit and power of the Holy Ancestor flowing through it. which is of endless benefit to cultivation. Huimei was also amazed. Although she was not a disciple of the Chu Tian sect, she still yearned for a supreme figure of this level. Chu Tian had a calm expression, and his eyes, filled with deep coldness, searched the field all the time. Finally, he saw Yifeng and Lu Yun on the right side of the square. Yifeng was actually looking at him at this moment. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. After Chu Tian learned that Chu Yunshang practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, he was already thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Boom. After seeing Yifeng, Chu Tian's eyes opened between his brows, his spirit surged out, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and punched him directly. At this moment, the Tianxian ring on his right ring finger was glowing slightly, offsetting the Tao aura and pressure of Saint Ancestor Duanmu. So even though he was in the Holy Heaven Lake, he could still use the power of his spirit and divine ability. In the original plot, Yifan relied on the Tianxian divine ring to offset the pressure of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, which allowed him to come into contact with Saint Ancestor Duanmu's body and gain the recognition of the immature Saint Ancestor Duanmu. You can actually use divine ability and spirit. Yifeng reacted quickly, his pupils widened, but as a body integration realm expert, even if Chu Tian used his divine ability, he still reacted and punched Chu Tian with his physical body alone. Puff! Instantly, Yifeng spurted blood and frantically retreated more than 10 steps. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and he roared, "Chu Tian, why are you not restricted by Shengtianqi?" Everyone in the square was completely shocked and stunned. They simply couldn't understand how Chu Tian could use the divine ability and spirit. You must know that even those who have ignited the divine fire, or even the older people who have reached a higher level, can only act by relying on their physical strength at this moment. Chu Tian, stop it. You are not allowed to act so recklessly in the holy ancestor space. Duanmu once shouted angrily from afar, but she was no longer able to use her divine ability and spirit. She could do nothing with her physical body alone. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with fear, and she frantically moved away from Chu Tian, fearing that she would be affected. Buzz! Chu Tian's spirit was rolling, and his Tao essence was surging. He directly used the great Tao technique of Taishang, Yin, and Yang. The great Tao runes condensed into a big hand and directly suppressed Yifeng, beating him so hard that Yifeng vomited blood and his muscles were cracked. Although it was only one night, he had already comprehended the great Tao of supreme Yin and Yang to an extremely high level. This secret technique contained countless changes and was invincible when used for attacking and killing. Although the chance of Yifeng igniting the divine fire in the Holy Heaven Lake is not high, Chu Tian is prepared to let Yifeng have the opportunity to practice in the Holy Heaven Lake just in case. This way, he can be 100% sure to implant the Yin-Yang Great Tao into Yifeng's body. The rune hand waved, and the Tao essence surged. Every blow had a force exceeding tens of millions of pounds. Generally, those in the soul refining stage would be crushed into meat paste in an instant. Yifeng was beaten so hard that he roared in anger, vomited blood continuously, and his muscles kept cracking. Chu Tian, you don't dare to kill me. Yifeng was covered in blood, his eyes filled with hatred, and he roared almost crazily. Even if you can use divine ability and spirit, you dare not kill me. Ha ha ha. You will never dare to kill me. When I get out, I will make you regret it. Faced with such a great stimulation and being beaten so violently by Chu Tian, Yifeng was furious and almost crazy, but facing Chu Tian's attack, he had no strength to fight back. His internal organs were shattered, his body was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he kept waving his rune-emblazoned hands, causing the space to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thumping sounded in the square, and Yifeng's bones were shattered inch by inch, until his body fell limply on the ground like a ball of bloody mud, and Chu Tian stopped. Yifeng's shrill wailing made everyone in the square's hair stand on end, and their hair stood on end. The whole process happened in a flash, so fast that many people just came to their senses. Yifeng, who was ranked 3rd on the Earth list and 6th on the body integration list, had been tortured to death by Chu Tian, who suddenly attacked him. Only the bones of his head were intact. But even so, Yifeng in the body integration realm still has a strong vitality. In this realm, the body and spirit are integrated, and he can absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to fill his body. His vitality is vigorous and strong. As long as his head is not broken, Yifeng will not die completely. Chu Tian, you don't dare to kill me. Yifeng collapsed to the ground, but he still smiled viciously. When we get out of Xingtian Lake, I will make you regret everything you did to me today for the rest of your life, including your sister Chu Yanshang. Chapter 50. Chu Tian. No matter how the Yi family has wronged you, it has nothing to do with Yi Feng personally. He is your brother-in-law, the man who was engaged to Yun Shang as a child. How could you do such a cruel thing to him? Duanmu Wan finally arrived, and when she saw the terrible chill in Chu Tian's eyes, she felt a chill running down her spine. But as the only remaining descendant of a large family, and a descendant of the holy ancestor Duanmu, she had to stop Chu Tian out of both emotion and reason. In fact, even if the old gods only used their flesh, they were not necessarily weaker than Chu Tian. But even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to intervene in the fight between the two founding families. Otherwise, when the accounts were settled later, they would not have enough lives to die. Duanmu once stood in front of Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground like a ball of mud and covered in blood, and angrily scolded Chu Tian. Even if we don't talk about friendship, as the saint child of the sect, the next successor to the sect master, it is your responsibility to maintain the sect's rules and regulations. Xingtian Lake is the sacred land of the sect, the place where the saint ancestor of the restoration sat and passed away. How can you take action here? This is a blasphemy to the saint ancestor and a great disrespect. Chu Tian walked in front of Duanmu Wan, his face calm, and said lightly, "Get out of the way. Do you want to kill Yi Feng? Don't make me do it. Chu Tian, try to touch me." Hearing this, Duanmu Wan's chubby face flushed with anger, her already swollen chest heaved up and down, and she shouted, "As the daughter of the current patriarch of the Duanmu family, I solemnly warn you to stop your lawless and reckless behavior immediately. Otherwise, once you leave Xingtian Lake, I will report it to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, and even to the Council of Elders." At this moment, Huimei was somewhat shocked. After all, even he had not expected that Chu Tian would be so bold as to suddenly attack Yi Feng. However, when he saw Duanmu Wan's heaving chest, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. "This is too dramatic. How could there be such a huge age difference between my cousin and her?" Huimei murmured to herself. Bang! Suddenly, a green figure fell from the sky and slammed heavily beside him, accompanied by Duanmu Wan's cry of pain. Everyone in the field was shocked. They didn't expect Chu Tian to dare to attack Duanmu Wan. Although he didn't slap her directly like he did to Lu Yun, he just grabbed Duanmu Wan's neck and lifted her up like she was a chicken, then threw her away. Duanmu Wan's face flushed red, and her originally round face was now like a big red apple. She stood up and shouted angrily, "Chu Tian, I'm not done with you." She was about to rush over, but saw Chu Tian looking back. His concentrated eyes pierced through space and hit the floor in front of her directly, like a meteorite falling from the sky. There was a dull roar, and the solid floor shattered, with dust and gravel flying. The cold, murderous intent enveloped Duanmu Wan, causing her face to turn pale instantly, because if she moved a little faster, or if Chu Tian raised his head a centimeter higher, his eyes would have pierced through her chest, or even her head. At this time, Huimei stood in front of Duanmu Wan, her charming little face looking unusually solemn. "You people from Zihong Holy Sect, how dare you stop me?" Duanmu Wan said coldly, but she took the opportunity to pause. After all, she had done what she should do. Chu Tianxiang, a pervert who could use his mental power and divine ability, was not someone she could fight against at this moment. "No, I can't stop someone who wants to die." Huimei shook her head, her charming little face very serious. "I want to ask you a very important question. The answer is very important to me. As long as you tell me, I will reward you greatly in the future." "What's the problem?" Seeing Huimei so serious, Duanmu Wan felt a little curious. "Tell me, how did you make it so bulging here?" Huimei raised her hand and pointed, her face extremely solemn. He suddenly realized that he particularly liked this kind of plump figure. Although his goal did not change because of this, he was still pursuing his cousin. But he thought that this was also very important. So he felt that he had the responsibility to get the method from Duanmu Wan and tell his sister later. ****. The bald pervert is looking for death. Duanmu Wan was furious. Her hair stood on end. She slapped Huimei in the face, and then kicked her over. She couldn't deal with Chu Tian, so how could she deal with this little bald guy? At such a young age, he dared to tease her. She directly poured out her anger on Huimei. When she was in the body tempering realm, she was also one of the top 5 geniuses on the bone tempering list. Now that she has broken through to the body integration realm, her physical strength is even stronger than Huimei's. She directly beat Huimei up. "Chu Tian, you don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me." Yi Feng's face was covered in blood, and his expression was hideous. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian kicked him in the mouth. Yi Feng howled miserably, but he could no longer speak because all his teeth, even his tongue, were broken by Chu Tian's kick. The people around him opened their mouths in shock, staring blankly at the little saint child, with chills running up their spines. I told you that your fate in Shengtian Lake will be even worse. Chu Tian had a calm expression as he sat cross-legged in a pool of blood beside Yi Feng. After locking onto Yi Feng with a trace of his spirit, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the essence of Taoism in the holy heaven pond, polishing his body and spirit. He had experienced too much blood and gore, and even ambushed in a pile of dead bodies for 3 days. This pool of blood was just child's play for him. Chu Tian didn't say even a word to Yi Feng because there was no need. He just needed to control Yi Feng and prevent him from using the Taoist essence of Shengtianqi to practice. From the beginning to the end, his purpose was to break through the soul-refining realm in the holy heavenly lake, comprehend the great Tao of Taishang Yin and Yang, condense the Yin and Yang Tao seeds, and reverse the primary and secondary relationship between the eldest sister and Yi Feng. In an instant, the transition from earth-shaking roars, surging spiritual energy, and huge hands across the sky to deathly silence was completed almost instantly. The people in the square were horrified as they looked at Chu Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood with a calm face as he began to practice. Their scalps were tense as if they were about to explode. In their eyes, the little saint child at this moment did not look like the heir of the Zhengdao sect at all, but rather like the reincarnation of a demon god who had killed countless people. At this time, Duanmuwan pinned Huimei to the ground and beat her violently. She turned around and saw that Chu Tian did not kill Yi Feng, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the little saint child openly killed the son of the clan leader, and they were both the young masters of the 2 founding families, she really couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen. A civil war between the 2 founding families or a split in the sect are both possible. You little pervert, keep your mouth shut from now on, or else this will happen. Duanmuwan sneered twice, looked at Huimei with a bruised face, and waved her fist. Suddenly, her chest surged again, making Huimei stare with her eyes wide open. He really wanted to call Duanmuwan and ask her to hold him down and beat him for a while, but Duanmuwan had already stood up, found a place to sit down, and began to practice with her eyes closed. Even for the children of the apex-level family, the opportunity to enter the holy heaven lake is very precious. Otherwise, Chu Tianyun would not use it to exchange with Chu Tian for the soul formation pill. The prodigy men and women and the older generation warriors in the square also breathed a sigh of relief. The battle came to an end, and they all found places to start practicing. If Chu Tian's attack hadn't made too much noise and the square wasn't too small, no one would have been willing to waste even a minute of their time. Huimei walked to Chu Tian's side with a bruised face and nose, and seeing Yi Feng collapsed into a pile of mud with a vicious look in his eyes, she kicked him several times. You useless B****************, D. Why are you so arrogant? Let's see what you can do. You dare your father to harm me. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.